Good morning. It is Tuesday, just after 5 a.m. here at Run Flagstaff in beautiful Flagstaff, Arizona. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And we are honored, privileged, and a little bit rubbing the sleep out of our eyes still to join you and share what is happening on the course at Cocodona Day 2, presented by Ultra. Our race leaders have actually made significant progress in the overnight. When last we left, our lead runners, they were leaving Fain Ranch at about mile 97. And we do have our first runner through Jerome, and it is Rachel Entricken, our overall race leader at this point, about 127 miles in, so just past Jerome a little while ago. Our lead man, second overall, Killian Korth, currently holding in second and making his approach into Jerome. What you see there on the left-hand side is the Whiskey Row aid station at mile 75, and the Satisfy Fain Ranch aid station on the right at mile 96.8.
Yeah, Rachel has made her move and continues to make her move. Where she is right now, descending out of Jerome, it is a screaming descent. It's a good test of her downhill legs. She will descend all the way to the Verde Valley, first hitting the small town of Clarkdale, then the outskirts of Cottonwood, then cross the Verde River, and then make her way to Dead Horse and ultimately Deer Pass. But I get ahead of myself. Killian Korth, if he is up above Jerome on his way down in, there's a screaming descent there. It is a long kind of winding way to get into Jerome. You can sort of make your way around this large, still active and operating mine operation, and then he'll drop down. And then after that, we have Joe McConaughey and Heather Jackson close by.
That is correct, AJW. Heather Jackson and Joe McConaughey are basically playing leapfrog as they approach Jerome. They're still a few miles out. It looks like maybe about a 10K out in the both of their cases. And behind them are a couple of runners who, one has made significant moves up, and the other one is still holding steady. Cody Poskin has moved into the top 5 overall and is currently sitting at about mile 116 and a half. Courtney Dauwalter is right behind him, sitting at about mile 116.
I would say I would say, aside from Rachel, that's the story of the night. Cody Poskin, Mount to Coast athlete. We saw him at Whiskey Row looking good, making the most of his time, stretching out like he was some sort of Gumby, damn it. And a very impressive move overnight to make himself into the top 5. Sadly, as is often the case, now that we're 24 hours and 10 minutes into the race, there has been some attrition.
Yes.
And I know, Chris, this is your responsibility. How does that, on the overnight and before, what does the DNF list look like?
It looks like we had maybe just over a dozen DNFs from Cocodona. I'm going to go down the list here. Let's see. We had our early race leader, Kevin Tedonio, opted to pull the plug. I didn't quite catch where. I'll see if I can find out. It looks like it was at mile 83, so that would have been...
That's Watson Lake.
Watson Lake. Yep. Okay, so Kevin Tedonio, Ron Hammett, Jason Drobeck, Stan Berry, a friend of the program. Unfortunately, Stan had to DNF. Jeanette Brass, Michelle Brooks, Alan Costello, John Quigley, Christian Glotfelty, Christopher Raup, Michael Lowe, Cameron Haynes, and Anthony Trujillo. Those are our DNFs on the Cocodona 250 side. We have a couple of confirmed DNFs in the Bradshaw Brute 100 as well. Jeremiah Boyd, Samuel Elkins, Chris Wetton, and David Adams.
Well, and it's inevitable in a race like this, even in these almost ideal conditions. Stuff happens out there, and the DNFs do tend to add up. It's unfortunate, but also there's, live to fight another day. Everyone's got their own story, their own reason for the DNF. If you're looking at the screen, bottom right-hand corner is the dining hall at Mingus Mountain Camp. First time we've seen this in commentary. Mile 108. It is at the top of Mingus Mountain. It is a full 10, 11 miles from Fain Ranch, which is right above in the screen, and just a big, brutal climb. And that's where Kevin Goldberg and maybe an assistant or two are staging the Mingus Basketball Association, where Kevin realized that there's a basketball court that the runners have to go across, and he's having them shoot some hoops. So it looks like our camera might be heading out there to check it out or see some runners coming in. But good stuff up there at Mingus Mountain Camp. Beautiful site. It's a summer camp, lovely cabins all around, and a big, spacious dining hall where runners can get warm. Well known for their lasagna. Their race day lasagna is outstanding. And as we learned last night, they'll also be outfitted with some Pete's Meats. Is that the basketball court? It looks like.
That certainly looks like a.
He's got lights. He's got cones out there. Yep, there it is.
That is the site of the Mingus Basketball Association. Maybe we'll get some detail from Kevin Goldberg. If we don't have a direct line into him, he knows where to find us on YouTube, so he can tell us what's going on. But I want to run down basically the next several people. We talked about our top 3 men, top 3 women. Of course, we said Rachel, Entrican, Heather Jackson, and Courtney Dauwalter, Killian Korth, Joe McConaughey, and Cody Poskin. Behind that top 6, there's a bit of a gap, but Adair Ramirez, Jeff Browning, Lindsay Dwyer, DJ Fox, Zach Hauer, Jacob Aberg, Max Joliffe, Mika Thews, George Cyrus, Meg Eckert, Jimmy Strayhorn, Michael Versteeg. That's basically about your top 15 or so. Yeah,
impressive list. And among them, certainly a group, as we were talking about before we went off the air last night, certainly a group that will be in it to the end. I'm thinking specifically of Jeff Browning, been around a long time, knows how to run this race. Mika Thews knows how to run this race. It's going to be... and keep in mind, even up here at Mingus Mountain Camp, only 108 miles out of 253. We're getting a nice look around the aid station.
Yeah, we're at the point now where we do have a handful of runners who have gotten to Mingus. One of the things that you'll see tomorrow morning is that aid station will be absolutely packed.
There we go. There's a good look at the lasagna.
Even later today, you'll start to see those tables fill up with people.
Yeah, when I ran the race last year, and of course in the pouring rain, it was wonderful to get into that cozy camp lodge. It just felt very comfortable. That does look like a runner there in the... Oh, there's Kevin.
Oh, there's Kevin Goldberg.
Yeah. And he's got a shirt on and some colors. Wonder if we can get some audio on Kevin. We shall see.
But yeah, you can see a runner in the Mingus Mountain aid station.
Yeah, they've got a nice table off, and they've got some massage therapists set up there, at least in the daylight hours, over there to the right. But yeah, there's a fireplace down at the end, and it'll be packed in 8 or 10 hours.
I just remember seeing dozens upon dozens of people sitting down around that aid station. I mean, to see it this empty is kind of jarring.
Yeah. There's a nice fireplace down there at the end.
Of course, as far as cutoffs today, our last cutoff was at Crown King, at the Crown King by Tailwind Station. just before midnight last night at mile 36.6. The next cutoff will be at Arostra Creek at mile 51 at 7 this morning. From there, Camp Kippa at mile 61 at 2 p.m. Camp Wamatochik this afternoon at 4:45 local time. So a little bit, about 11 and a half hours from now. And tonight's big cutoff will be at Whiskey Row, the aid station on the left-hand side of your screen.
Couple runners coming in here to Mingus Mountain Camp. I think I saw Mika Thews. You can see
Is
there.
that Meg? Yeah, that looks more like Meg Eckert.
Yeah, just in front. I saw another. Let's see when we get in there. Yep, that's Meg Eckert moving well.
If that's Meg, we could expect that perhaps George Cyrus and Mika Thews are all either about to hit Mingus or are in Mingus Mountain. Yeah, that's Harry Schubertus.
Harry on the pacing job. Knows his way around these parts. Trying to ID that runner. I think it's Mika. Black jacket.
I think you're awesome.
All right, so that's there she is, orange shirt. So Mika Thews and Meg Eckert together in the aid station at Mingus Mountain Camp. In 24 hours and 19 minutes. If my count is correct, they would be 4th and 5th place females.
I think that's where we're at. Yeah.
Rachel Entricken.
And one thing we've noticed and come to realize over the years of covering this race is that Mingus Mountain, for a lot of the front of the pack, such as Meg and Mika certainly would be considered, is that for a lot of them, this is where they're going to take their first significant break. Perhaps this will be their first sleep. They're about 24 hours in. And when I say their first significant sleep, in some cases that's 20 to 30 minutes.
Yeah. And some of them might choose to sleep in a crew vehicle. There are also some cabins just behind the lodge here where some of them will choose to sleep. There's not much of a sleep option in Jerome, the next one down. Again, you could do so in a vehicle. But you're right, this is an option for many on the front runners to decide to take a little sleep.
Yeah, sleeping in Jerome would consist of lying down on a sidewalk in the shade.
There is one nice historic hotel right on the course. It doesn't have very many rooms, but it's a nice little spot to sleep.
Is that the Jerome Grand, or is it?
Yeah, it might be the Jerome Grand. I know I slept there last year, and I slept for 30 minutes, and it felt like 3 hours. So again, in the bottom right there, we are looking at Mika Thews in the orange shirt, taking stock, and just there with the off on the next table, Meg Eckert, along with her pacer, Harry Schubertus. On the left, looks like a runner has hit Whiskey Row. Another runner heading out. And on the top right, the day has dawned on Fain Ranch. by Satisfy.
We'll be following the runners through Whiskey Row today into the evening, at which point at 10 p.m. that aid station will shut down at 10 p.m. local time.
Yeah, that's a key cutoff for those folks in the back of the pack. You know, they're right now on that long journey on the Senator Highway between Crown King and Prescott. Looks like Mika's crew having a chat, just sort of taking stock, trying to get a sense of where she is, what she needs. Day 2 dawning on the Cocodona 250 2026, the 6th edition of this race. Thank you all for joining us on the live stream. Chilly this morning up here in Flagstaff, low 40s. Not much of a breeze. Still a few clouds again, like yesterday.
Quick update on a couple other runners of note. All of our legacies look like they're still active this year. When I say that, I mean the individuals who have run every iteration and completed every iteration of Cocodona, as we get a dance show at Whiskey Row from a pacer. Jeff Garmeyer, Aaron Flesher, Jose Sosa, and Andy Glaze are all still active in the Cocodona 250.
Oh, that's great. All of them have finished it 5 times and are going for number 6. And I'm thinking unless something dramatic happens, they're going to make it.
Yeah, and the 4 of them, come from, all sorts of different backgrounds. Andy Glaze runs everything and anything and, has his famous 100-mile week running streak going on. Jose Sosa has done a lot of 200-milers. And the other 2 were through hikers originally. I mean, they're runners and regular racers now, but Aaron Flesher and Jeff Garmeyer came to this event by way of the through hiking community many years ago.
Yeah, and Jeff in particular is a great storyteller, has a fantastic podcast, the Free Outside podcast.
Yeah, shout out to Jeff. If you look at one of his episodes, the April 24th episode, there is an extensive history lesson on the course of Cocodona that talks about all sorts of stories of communities that no longer exist, talks about the history of Arizona mining along the Cocodona route, talks about the Jerome sliding jail. There's an extensive story about that. Talks about all of the different places, how some of the places got their names, including Mingus Mountain, which people love to refer to over the course of our broadcast. We can see Kevin Goldberg
giving Meg Eckert a little tour of the food offerings, it looks like, or trying to recruit her out to the basketball court.
Definitely trying to recruit her for the basketball league.
Okay.
Again, Mingus is a nice spot with warm indoor bathrooms and place to kind of reset. We're getting a look back outside. Looks like another runner coming in. A big open field here. Actually, as I mentioned, lovely setting at Mingus Mountain Camp. Bit of a chore to get up there, but well worth it once you're there. As Pete mentioned last night, you get back up into altitude a bit. It's over 5,000 feet up there.
Made it. Foot in front of the other.
See if we can get an ID on this runner coming in to Mingus.
120, number 120.
Might be George Cyrus.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that and he was wearing white last night. So, yep. That looks like George, actually.
It's George Cyrus. We'll have 3 runners in the aid station. George is joining Meg Eckert and Mika Thews at mile 108.
George, a Phoenix area local, finished second in the Triple Crown of 200s last year. And this is not his first Cocodona, as he has previously completed the race. He ran it in 2024, finished in 29th place in the men's race, 37th overall, finishing in 88 hours.
Nice job. He's significantly
ahead
of that pace. And it looks like he's headed right out to the basketball court. We've got our camera eyes on him. Yeah, he's not messing around. There's Kevin escorting him to the court.
I can't even fathom. And we have our first opportunity to witness the Mingus Basketball Association in action.
All right, and taking a couple dribbles. This is great. So happy Kevin had this idea. All right.
At least he got rim.
Yeah, he got rim. Went for the long range first. They take 3 shots. Oh, that one
I thought we had
just rimmed out. He's going to go back for the 3. Nope, he's going to go for the corner 3. Oh, George. Okay, well, you'll have to come back next year.
It works.
Of course, as all the runners will be doing, he signed the Mingus Basketball Association basketball. Okay, so we have had a few.
Oh, look at that. There are a couple signatures on there. Absolutely. Overnight. By the way, up in your top left, this is our first daylight view.
Rachel did shoot. Rachel signed the basketball.
Oh, right on. Right on.
You can see that, that is that's the entryway towards Fain Ranch by Satisfy's aid station.
That gives you a good view of just how kind of it's just a pasture sort of.
Yeah, you can. It's amazing how much. I don't want to say easier, but just how much more navigable it is in the daylight.
Yeah.
I mean, when we were following the lead runners last night, such as Rachel, as they were coming in, I could tell it was basically a search for pin flags.
Yeah, it really was.
And
it really was.
Now that they're actually able to see where they're going, so much more easy to navigate.
Yeah, there's a good view of it.
Good morning to everybody that has tuned in for the first hour of our anchored coverage this morning on the Cocodona 250 broadcast presented by Ultra. I am Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins, and here we're looking at, in your bottom right, the basketball court outside the Mingus Mountain Camp Dining Hall Lodge, and on your left, the expansive pasture of Fain Ranch, mile 97. Great drone shot. We've got drones in the air. As you know, we do not have drones in the air during the day, but at night, but we get them up there during the day. All right.
We do have cameras at Watson Lake today.
We have a camera at Watson Lake, mile 85. The start of the Mingus Traverse in about an hour and a half, as well as the finish of the Bradshaw Brute, which has seen, I believe, a few finishers.
The Bradshaw?
Oh, no, probably not yet.
No.
Yeah, not yet. That would be a 22 and a half hour finish. So no, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think. Let me see if I can.
There's a good shot of the start finish area.
Well, actually, in the in the Bradshaw Brute. It looks like in the overnight things happening. Perhaps Jake Jackson has overtaken Ryan Bailey.
Oh, okay.
If not, they are very close to one another. Roman Gratteri in third. Kelly Halpin leading the women's race in the Bradshaw Brute by a pretty significant margin. Rounding up the top three in the women's race of the Bradshaw Brute, Shani Boson and Holly Hovius. Holly is a former Cocodona finisher.
Again, a new distance, a new event here at the Cocodona races. It started at 6 a.m. From Deep Canyon Ranch. 100 miles, no pacers, no crews. There's a good expansive look back at Watson Lake and the Granite Dells.
AGW, can you talk us through the approach to the Granite Dells here at Watson Lake?
Yeah, you've got a little bit of single track, as you can see these two runners coming in, and then you go down to what is more or less like a boat ramp, and instead of going into the lake like you would in the boat ramp, you make a left, and the traverse of the Granite Dells, which makes up an entire side of the lake. As you can see, the far side of the lake is all these large granite formations. The near side of the lake is more normal terrain, and the Granite Dells are marked with white paint on the rocks. There are a few sections where you've got some large step ups where you might need to use all fours to get up and over, and you've just got to kind of navigate through the rocks. I'd say it's about a 2-mile stretch, maybe a 1.8 to 2 miles. It's nice to have a pacer through there to keep an eye out for the course markings, as well as just making sure that you're staying upright. It is an area where you could fall. As you can see, these runners are still on their way to the aid station start-finish area, and then they'll make it to the Granite Dells. Beautiful spot. When you leave the Granite Dells, when you finally get out of there, you are treated to a wonderful, nice kind of double track, smooth flowing section all the way until you hit the meadows proper of Fain Ranch. But you can see how the transition. There's the aid station, start finish area of Bradshaw, finish area of Bradshaw Brute, start area of Mingus Traverse. Those granite formations are just beautiful.
Okay, so I actually was mistaken last night. I'm going to correct myself. That is pretty much exactly where the Whiskey Basin race start-finish area is set up at the top of that hill overlooking Watson Lake.
Yeah, it does look like that spot. There's a lot of parking down the way, but Whiskey Basin, a great Aravaipa run that takes place in April. Several different distances. The 91K takes on the Circle Trail, Prescott Circle Trail, which is a beautiful route, completely going around Prescott. Yeah,
and it's one race that a lot of people use as a training run for the Cocodona 250. I know that the winners of the 91K this year were Rachel Entricken and Michael Versteeg.
Yeah. It's tough, too. I ran it last year, and man, it's one of those races that the miles don't come easy. Trying to ID this runner on the left.
Is that Jeff Garmeyer?
Jeff Garmeyer on the road leaving Fain Ranch. You got a nice section of road here before you get back onto the meadows.
I wonder if Jeff Garmeyer is entertaining his pacer by going through all the descriptions that he learned from his guest on his podcast last month, Bryce Brooks, where they did go through the history again. A great episode. I learned a lot. It was a wonderful thing to listen to on my drive up to Flagstaff on Sunday evening.
Yeah, well worth a listen, by the way, free outside. Jeff Garmeyer's podcast.
Are they trying to outrun the drone here? You know, Jeff comes from a through hiking background. I would say most famously at this point, the Appalachian Trail record, the unsupported, I believe it is. The
self-supported.
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 Skipping down the road.
Wave to the last shoe!
For the drone.
And I don't know if it's new or maybe he discovered. One of the things that Jeff learned about himself over the last couple of years is that he's a pretty damn good runner.
Yes, indeed.
He's topped 200 miles in 48 hours. He's, I believe, his PR for a 100-miler is sub 18 hours at Javelina. I mean, he's a genuinely fantastic athlete. So,
and I think it's safe to say that Jeff Garmeyer is one of those guys in the ultra and trail community that goes to the beat of his own drummer.
That is absolutely true.
And wouldn't have it any other way.
He was briefly a member of the Aero Viper racing team, but I wonder if just the structure of the racing team might have not, I guess, matched up with what he wants out of his journey in this sport.
So they've got a good little section of road leaving the Fain Ranch aid station before hopping back onto the meadows, and as I mentioned, going over a series of those A-frame ladders. Just seems to go for a long time right along the highway there before hitting the base of Mingus and making the climb up to the camp. Looks like we've got they're back on the basketball court. That's quite a setup that Kevin Goldberg with Distance to Empty podcast has set up there.
Yeah, for those who were wondering the genesis of the Mingus Basketball Association, Kevin Goldberg, when he discovered that there was a basketball hoop on course right next to the aid station, decided that he wanted to start taking shots there. I don't know if he did the first year. I don't know if there was a basketball readily available, but I do know that he did make sure that there was one available in subsequent years. And as this is the first time he's not participating in the event, he decided that he wanted to set this up.
Yeah. And as you noted earlier, there on the table in the foreground is a basketball he's asking every participant to sign.
Hey, Zach, will you turn the lights on real quick?
After they've taken their shots. I think the way it works, and now I'm going to go up there later today and experience it for myself, but I think each runner gets 3 shots, and they can take them from any of the spots, and they can accumulate points on the 3 shots, and who knows, the winner, I guess.
That's a nice camera.
I would guess some sort of a trophy.
And it looks like everybody signs the basketballs as they come through.
Yeah. This is zooming out on Fain Ranch early in the morning, day 2 of Cocodona 250. This is around mile 98-ish. That's the highway. What's that highway, Chris? I think it's 89.
That's 89A, I believe.
89A, yeah.
Yeah, it connects the Prescott area to Jerome.
Here we are back at Mingus Mountain Camp. Lindsay Dwyer, maybe?
Yeah, I think that would be Lindsay.
Look at those pink shoes.
No, Lindsay actually is ahead.
Oh, Lindsay's through already.
Yeah.
What happened there? Do I really go this way? So we've got, at last check, we had Mika Thews and Meg Eckert in the aid station, as well as George Cyrus.
Max Jolliffe as well. I'm assuming that Max is probably taking a break at this point. We haven't seen him, but his tracker has been pretty steady at the Mingus Mountain aid station for, at least since we came on the air about 40 minutes ago.
It's a popular sleep spot for those in the front of the pack.
He just needs a link. Do you want me to just send him one? Oh, okay. Sick. Nice.
Yeah. Is the live stream your audio?
I believe so. I can hear you on here.
Audio?
Yeah, I think.
Hello.
Trying to get an ID on this runner.
And my poker is awesome, so thank you. My team. And all of my sponsors.
Is that a departure from Mingus, though? Is that...
Easy one.
Yes,
It could be
departure
the
from
road.
Mingus.
You're right, Chris. It could be the road on the way out.
Okay, that is Lindsay Dwyer. You are correct.
So we didn't catch her coming in. So a little bit of a pack of the women's field. Lindsay would be in third.
Of course, Lindsay finished second last year here at the Cocodona 250. Had a great race.
Yeah, so they've got a nice section of road. It unfortunately it doesn't last very long. They get up to a trailhead here and get on the really technical about 12-mile descent. But it's not really a descent. It feels like one of those descents where every time you think you're going to go down for good, you go back up. And really rocky. I'm talking East Coast rocky.
I should have posted more.
Oh, look at the beer.
So ahead of Lindsay is an overall leader and first place woman Rachel Entricken, as well as Heather Jackson and Courtney Dauwalter. You might recall that this was the area where Courtney called it a day last year, so I'm sure a bit of a victory for her just to get through this aid station. Oh, and the door's locked. Well, that's a bummer. "24 hours and 45 minutes into Cocodona 250 2026 edition. We're watching Lindsay Dwyer on the road exit of Mingus Mountain Camp before transitioning to single track trail. Big descent. Goes up a little bit, then it kind of rolls, and then there's a long stretch that sort of goes around the outskirts of Jerome by an active mining area, and then finally mercifully drops into Jerome itself. This is the start area for the Mingus Traverse, which starts in about 15 minutes.
Well, there was a deer that went behind.
Actually, am I correct? Does the Mingus Traverse start at 6? It must. It looks like there's runners gathering. They wouldn't be gathering if it started at 7. Heidi Allen, she appears to be everywhere at these Aravaipa events these days. Race director of a variety of races, including some of the newly acquired races. And there's Luke J. Our man in the field.
We're going to go to Luke here shortly.
He's at Watson Lake Aid Station, as well as the start of Mingus Traverse.
Come over here. The camera wants to talk to you.
You're so good.
She has to steal me
You're
first.
stealing him really fast.
Hi. Hi, baby. Hi.
Good morning, Luke. How's it going at Watson Lake?
Good morning. It's a fine morning here at Watson Lake at the start. Mingus Traverse, 80 miler. Look at this view. Holy smokes.
Wow, what a beautiful spot.
Yeah, so we're just a few minutes from the start of the Mingus Traverse, which is an 80-mile race. I think you guys have been chatting about it. People are lining up. Beautiful morning. Weather's perfect to run 80 miles to Sedona.
Yeah, this is a really well-received stretch of the course for these runners. So they're going to have, if the conditions hold the way they've been, it'll be great. Although it looks like it's a little bit clearer than it was yesterday.
Maybe we'll see if we can get some interviews from a couple people here.
Yeah, let's do it. This was a race that Jamil got the idea to take the most beautiful spots of the course without too many of the hard parts and make it a distance, and he's done so. Luke is going to get some interviews here.
You guys want to hop on the live stream real quick?
Yeah.
Before we start? All right, come on in. All right, so we're here at the start of the Mingus Traverse, and I'll just get all your names. What's your name? Jeff Conway.
Ashley Conway.
I'm Ollie Scorman. Laura Weaver.
And are you guys all locals, or where are you from? Florida. Did you guys all come out to run together?
Yes.
Right on. Are you guys planning to stay together?
No, us two of them too.
All right.
Fast.
You have a wager?
They're going faster. They're younger. I'm the grandma here.
Hey, never say never, right? Have you guys done this course before?
No.
First time.
I'm in Arizona. Goal is to finish happy and healthy and
Yeah.
2 feet.
So what's your, are you guys all done ultras before? What's your longest distance?
50 miles. 44. 54.
54. So this will all be your longest distance.
Yes.
Awesome.
But where else? What better place to do it than here, right?
Yeah, look at that view.
Definitely.
I wish I was running.
Yes. And the wind. Perfect, though. Thank you for that.
Awesome.
Thanks for ordering that extra leather.
Enjoy your journey out there. We'll see you guys along the way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wow, a collection of people coming from Florida to participate in Mingus Traverse. It just shows the growth of this race. It's not just the locals taking on these scenes. I did peek on one of their preview or their runner surveys talking about bib 1114 Ashley Conway, and she talked about how excited she was for Sedona. Apparently, she and her husband that's their favorite place to visit from in regards to anywhere.
Well, and it's got a great triumphant finish in Sedona. Here we go.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, I'm here. We're good. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm here with Marcy. Marcy, where are you from?
I actually live in Prescott, but I'm from Prince Edward Island, Canada.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Have you done this race before?
No.
First time.
The furthest race I've done is a 5K. But I'm a hiker. I'm a hiker. So I'm going for it.
Full send.
Yes.
Full send,
this
Marcy.
is the test. It's going to be awesome.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Way to not even be like, I'm going to do a half marathon or a marathon.
I'm not a runner, but I'm a hiker, and I know I can do this.
You're a power hiker.
Yeah. It's going to be fun. Yeah.
That's awesome. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
We'll see you out there.
Thanks so
Have fun. You heard that. How epic is that? Well, there's 25 cents. Sorry, AJW.
That's another quarter, Luke.
It's great to hear that somebody is jumping right into things.
5K to 80 miles.
I love it. You might as well, right? We need to scare ourselves sometimes. You want to hop on the live stream?
Sure.
What's your name?
Jeremy Haas.
Jeremy, where are you from?
From Mesa.
Okay, cool. Have you done this race before?
Absolutely not. This is my longest race by 50 plus miles.
There you go.
Another one.
So what? Yeah, I like it. What made you decide to do this race?
I followed you guys on the live stream for the last 3 or 4 years.
No way.
And, anyway, I've just loved it, and I'm here in Arizona, and I'm local, and
Perfect.
anyway, got a coach that got me ready, and here I am.
Yeah, I love it. That's awesome. That's really cool. Well, we'll see you out there.
Okay.
Enjoy the ride.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you,
good
guys.
luck.
What you do.
Yeah, cheers.
All right. See you guys.
All right, there you go. I think it's cool. It sounds like, at least just the handful of people I've talked to, a lot of people's first time doing this distance. And 80 miles is no joke, right? But what a beautiful course. Good vibes, good energy. It'll be a fun one. I think, what is it? Ends up being about 10K of climbing from here to the finish. So yeah, really, really beautiful course.
Well, it stands to reason that you're running into a lot of people that are doing this for the first time, as they're out of the Mingus Traverse. There's only 3 individuals that are doing it for the second time. Ed Akers, John Kropanak, and some guy by the name of Jamil Curry.
Oh, yeah, Jamil's running.
Yeah, I got a text from Jamil, and he was like, "Hey, can I leave my car keys with you? And can you and Gus get my car to Sedona so I don't have to awkwardly hitchhike back?" So Jamil's a psycho. In the midst of Cocodona madness, he decides he needs to run 80 miles to get some me time or something. I don't know.
And of course, he was here in the studio at least until midnight last night, doing things. Typically, Jamil.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab another interview here if I can. Do you want to hop on the live stream real quick? What's your name? Lisa. Nice to meet you. All right, guys. I'm here with Lisa. And where are you from?
I'm from Palmdale.
Okay.
Hi, Dad.
And just because after talking to a few people, what is your longest distance you've run till today?
26 miles.
26.
First time doing
So, yeah.
anything like this. I'm freaked out.
So I love it. Full send.
Full send.
Full send. 26 miles was her longest, and she's going 80.
Yeah, well, I did back-to-back long runs.
Yeah, you're
right?
ready. You're ready.
Okay, I needed the affirmation that I'm
You
ready.
got it, 100%. If you wait till you're ready to do an ultra, you'll never do an
Okay,
ultra.
so this is normal.
Yeah, you just got to go for it, 100%. Is there any part of the course you're looking forward to?
I was actually born and raised here till I was 13, so I have a ton of family that live here.
Cool.
So I love this area. I've
Right
been
on.
so I love it all. I'm excited just to be out here older and
Yeah.
to go through it. So yeah,
Right on. Well, great job.
Thank
We'll see
you.
you out there. Have a
Appreciate
good
it.
one. Get in here. Yeah. Yeah, hop over here. What's your name?
Diana.
And your name?
Becky.
Okay, here, let's do this. You guys stand next to each other, and then I don't have to move the mic back. and forth.
Sounds good.
And where are you guys from?
Flagstaff.
All right. And longest distance till today.
62.
All right. So you guys have done 100K,
Yep.
stepping up to the 80 miler. That's awesome.
Stepping stones.
Yeah.
Cocodona next year.
Yeah.
I love it. Just full send. That's the word of the day. Full send.
Send.
And I don't have to pay AJW 25 cents when I say full send.
We're best friends and we've done every single run together. Yes.
Really?
For like 16 years. Pushing baby strollers.
There you go.
Yeah. 80 miles. With,
That's so cool.
yeah.
Are you guys have crew out here?
No, just us. This is it.
Love it. You don't need crew.
We need.
Yeah. You guys have crewed for enough people for long enough.
There we
It's
go.
time for some me time.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's cool. Is there any part of the course you guys are looking forward to?
Coming into Sedona is going to be beautiful. It might be in the middle of the night, and
Yeah.
that's okay. That's
all
going
right.
to be really special. We've never run through the night. I can't wait to be in the dark and
Yeah.
just know the finish line's out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun running at night. I feel like after a few minutes, you kind of settle in and get used to it. And then it's like
I will think of
very
that.
peaceful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good advice.
Well, enjoy your journey out there. Thanks for chatting with us.
Thank you.
Bye. All right. We got everybody starting to line up for the start here. I think we're just a couple minutes away. Gus, maybe we go to that side and we'll get a better shot of the start.
We are, thank you, Luke. That's great getting some interviews. Luke's done a fantastic job with the interviews. Luke and Gus are out there at Watson Lake, the site of the aid station, about mile 85 of Cocodona, as well as the start of the...
live
There's Andre Lee.
quick? Yeah.
There it is. Oh, we got an interview with Andre.
On. Yeah.
On the crowd, you can be on the other side of the sign.
We'll go into
the aid station up there. That's the way you're gonna venture.
go around with me this way. Okay, cool.
Steve is currently waving his hands in the air. You want to line up there?
Wait.
They've sort of taken a beautiful little walk over there.
This is the
Way to
start.
get Andre real quick.
Oh yeah. Let's hear from Andre.
All right, I'm here with Andre. Andre, where are you from?
Originally from Washington, D.C. I now live in Tempe, Arizona.
Okay. And what's your longest race?
My longest race was Cocodona 250, and I did that before I actually did 100 miles.
I love it.
Yeah.
So there you go. Another, we have a theme around here, the full send theme. So this year you're just doing a casual 80.
Yep, and then after that, a day off, and then Flagstaff Crest to do 40.
You're insane, man. I love it.
Yep, absolutely.
Good seeing you. We'll see you out there. Cheers.
Go get it.
Andre,
All right, I'm going to
Lee,
clear the start line here.
a local legend. I'll spend a quarter on that one because Andre really is, and he's gonna do this and then run with his partner Jan in the Flagstaff Crest on Friday. If you have not seen the cutoff, you should. First of all, Andre is featured prominently in that and does a very good explanation of what DFL means.
Yes, very, very candid explanation. And frankly, that was the shortest conversation I've ever seen somebody have with Andre.
Yeah. I think Luke timed it well since the start is in 2 minutes.
You can see Jen Laughlin, the social media director for Air Viper Running, on the left-hand side there. I did see Ruth Stewart, who also spends a lot of time volunteering at these events, works as a massage therapist, taking care of runners. So they have experts taking care of them. People who have been at a lot of these events, people who have a ton of experience.
Beautiful day down there. The cloud cover of yesterday is gone. It's a beautiful, few clouds in the sky, but this is just outside Prescott, Arizona at Watson Lake.
Looks like that was a quick little Scott Rokas flyby right there.
Yeah. Scott, a longtime photographer. He's usually down at Heritage Square taking the finish line photos. I'm sure he'll be back there again in a day or so. This is the start of the Mingus Traverse 80 from Prescott to Sedona.
About 40 seconds out. Of course, we also mentioned Jamil Curry, the creator of the Cocodona 250, going to run Mingus Traverse today. He was here last night in the studio and looking a little bit sleepy.
Yeah.
Hopefully he was able to get some rest before this 80-mile journey that he's about to undertake.
This is the third in the series of Cocodona races. The Cocodona 250, of course, started on Monday at 5. The Bradshaw Brute, Monday at 6. And here we are, Tuesday at 6, starting the third race in this week-long celebration of endurance, the Mingus Traverse, and they're off.
These runners have an 80-mile journey ahead of them to get to Sedona.
Oh, you're incredible! Yeah, go get it!
Luke chatted with, there is Jamil. Luke chatted with several of them who are literally running their farthest distance they've ever run.
Jamil didn't look like he had a pack.
He did look like he didn't have a pack.
I think he got around.
He's going old school.
Come out there!
That's Jeff Foote right there, who's run more Air Viper races than anyone else.
Oh, is that right? How many is it's got to be in the 200s? Or?
Yeah.
Hey, go get him!
I believe about 230 or so.
Wow.
True Jamil fashion, I got his keys.
Did he hand them to you right then and there?
Not even joking. They start counting down, and I said, Gus, did Jamil give you his keys yet? He said, no, I haven't seen him. I was like, I don't know where he's at. He comes running towards us, and they're like, 3, 2, 1. He tosses me the keys and gets into the back of the corral.
That tracks. That definitely tracks.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah.
Luke and Gus, you guys are doing it all, including taking the mastermind of Cocodona's car from Prescott to Sedona.
And these guys are starting dead last. They want to catch some people. So enjoy.
And as you can see in the background, they have taken down the Mingus Traverse banner and putting up the Bradshaw Brute 100 finish line banner.
Yeah, we noticed that yesterday morning as they were taking down the Cocodona start banner and putting up or revealing the Bradshaw Brute finisher banner, starting banner.
Oh boy.
That seems to code, right?
Yeah, exactly. The dude is okay. We'll just pretend like we're not seeing that.
Perfect.
Great shot of Watson Lake and the Granite Dells. Just joining us, we're 25 hours into the Cocodona 250. Rachel Entricken leads the overall race, followed by Killian Korth and Joe McConaughey, Heather Jackson, and Courtney Dauwalter.
Go get it.
Taking the leisurely start.
Well, I'm Jim. I'm from Jar of Hope.
All right.
We brought a team of 15 out here this year. We're running for children with Duchenne muscular dystrophy. That's a terminal illness. It's been around for 200 years and still does not have a cure.
All right.
So,
well, thanks for running for them.
Yeah, man. Trying to raise awareness for these kids.
We'll appreciate you being here. Enjoy your journey.
Thank you. Jamesy, Ian, and Connor, Chase, and all the rest of the kids out there. Thank you.
Perfect.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
People run for all kinds of reasons. They really do.
Well, with that start to Mingus Traverse in the books, I think that's going to draw my morning show time to a close. I'm going to make way for the capable, talented, and newlywed Caleb Stevens, and also a veteran of this race. So AJW, it's been a pleasure, and I'll see you this evening on Aravaipa After Dark.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. That wraps up the morning brew with Chris and AJW. Caleb Stevens is going to slide on in. I'll just provide a quick recap here. We are looking down at Watson Lake, the sun rising over Watson Lake on the outskirts of Prescott, Arizona. After the start of the Mingus Traverse 80, which just went off about 5 minutes ago, we've got now 3 races going on. The Cocodona 250, the Mingus Traverse, and the Bradshaw Brute. Trying to get an eye on that. Beautiful sunrise there. Again, just to summarize the Cocodona 250 leaderboard, Rachel Entricken is our overnight leader now into day 2, past Jerome, on her way to Sedona. She's about mile 132, 33, followed by Killian Korth and Joe McConaughey. Second and third place overall, first and second place men, and then Heather Jackson and Courtney Dauwalter rounding out the top 5. Last we saw at the aid station up at Mingus Mountain, we saw Mika Thews and Meg Eckert. And this drone shot looks like it's zooming back from Mingus Mountain Camp. Yes, it is. This is Mingus Mountain Camp, mile 108 of the Cocodona 250. Just about at the top of the mountain. Runners will take the gravel road up maybe another 100 or so feet before beginning the long descent down into Jerome. The drone is now zooming down into the lodge there, the dining hall where the aid station is set up. You can also see the basketball court that Kevin Goldberg and his team from Distance to Empty podcast have set up for the Mingus Basketball Association, a new feature of Cocodona this year, where he's asking if participants are interested, they can take a couple of shots and earn some prizes. A nice diversion from their 5-day run. Caleb, how are you this morning?
Good morning, AJW. Man, what a fun day yesterday was. I woke up this morning not sure, how the field was going to shake out, and to see Rachel just absolutely still with the foot on the gas. So impressive.
Yeah, amazing. It was a fun day. And what did you do with the rest of your day yesterday? Did you have to work or?
I did, yeah. So I went back, had a few hours of work, and then I was just glued to the live stream, just following along with you guys last night. And, it's just, it's like a drug. You just can't shake it, It's
yeah, really fun. Nice drone shot here of the Mingus Mountain area, Mingus Mountain camp.
Do we know yet what the leader is on the MBA so far?
No.
Do we have any updates on that?
No, we don't. We may be able to get some indication on that. I know my plan is to drive up there after I go off the air here, and so I'll try and get some intel when I'm up there. Does look like it's a little bit chilly. Everyone's bundled up. But yeah, Rachel, after taking the lead, she just she has been unrelenting so far.
Yeah, and Heather Jackson too. Obviously everybody has immense respect for Heather, but to see her right up there as well is so good, and she's such a kind of a light in this sport. And so it's going to be fun to see how she handles, the back half of this race.
Yeah, farthest she's ever gone, and going into uncharted territory, like many runners are when they come into this distance. But just seeing her in some of the aid station stops and taking care of herself, and she may be inexperienced at this distance, but she's a pro for sure.
Was there anything yesterday that surprised you?
I was surprised at our early leader Kevin.
That's fair.
I think he has subsequently dropped out, but that was he took a chance there and went for it. So that kind of surprised me. I was also surprised. And maybe I shouldn't have been, but as through the day we were becoming aware of lots of falls out there. Yeah. Mika Thews fell and banged up her face a little bit. Cam Haynes fell and ended up subsequently dropping out. Michael Versteeg took a fall and had a cut above his eye. I was talking to Chris last night, and I'm wondering maybe the really, really dry conditions made it sort of some of that sort of ball bearing type surface. But I was surprised by that. This is Fain Ranch, and they're the exit of Fain Ranch, I believe. A couple of runners headed out. We've got a highly sophisticated system here by which the producers signal to us that we're actually giving correct information.
Yeah, it's always better to get the thumbs up than the thumbs down.
Yeah, or the slash across the throat. They've got a little bit of pavement coming out of Fain Ranch before they transition onto back onto the meadows and traverse the sort of what seems like a long stretch along Highway 99A before the climb up Mingus proper. Anything surprise you yesterday?
Yeah, Kevin for sure. Obviously, the funny thing with Kevin too is he sort of cemented himself in the legacy of Cocodona.
Right,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
Like just with the way that he went out, even though the race didn't go the way that he wanted it to. And I don't know if it's a surprise, but just Rachel. I mean, it's just so impressive. I guess is probably the better way that I would describe it versus a surprise. But what she's doing right now and how she's kind of separating herself. Obviously, Killian is right there, a few miles back at the moment. But it's just she had to have felt some pressure coming into this. You would think, trying to be a 3-time champion, in consecutive years. And just to come in and say, you know what, I'm just going to keep getting better.
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
Kevin's going off the front did kind of remind me. You see this in European cycling a lot, where somebody with no intention of winning will just go off the front in a breakaway in like the 12th stage of the Tour de France, and in large part to give attention to their sponsors or things like that. It almost looked like that. This is not to take anything away from Kevin. He's a talented runner, the winner of Crown King, but it was a fascinating maneuver. And Rachel, I was reflecting on it and thinking, this is her first race as a fully sponsored professional runner. Mm-hmm. She's talked a lot about how, it's a kind of a load off her mind that she doesn't have to go to a day job. But along with that for some people comes a certain amount of pressure, whether it's pressure from the sponsors, pressure from your friends, like, well, this is all you do. This is like what you do for a living now. She seems to have responded to that pressure, if she even feels it, really, really well. And in the few times we've seen her, with her classic, positive, fun-loving spirit, that's so much a part of what we've grown to love about Rachel Entrekin. It's just fun to see. It's just really fun to see her evolution since 2 years ago when she first won the race in 2024.
Yeah, Rachel now at mile 133. Killian's behind her at 124. And then we've got Heather Jackson, Joe McConaughey, and Cody Poskin, and then Courtney Dauwalter at mile 120. So all within about a half marathon.
Cody has actually made sort of the biggest overnight move, I think. He was about seventh or eighth place at Whiskey Row, but had a really nice overnight and is obviously feeling good now as the day dawns. Cody, a young runner from the upper Midwest. Good view here of Fain Ranch.
Hearing you guys last night be so jealous of the way that he could move at a young age was quite funny as well.
Oh my gosh, mile 75, he's stretching and touching his toes and those supple hamstrings. One of the goals of Jamil Curry when he started the race. And speaking of Cody Poskin, here he is, our first view of the Jerome aid station. It is set on a historic kind of overlook area. This is mile 125, literally about the halfway mark. You got to go on up. There's a little visitor center up there. That's where the mat and the aid station is. In Jerome, he's got a really nice descent out of here.
Yeah, and this is the aid station that famously has the cinnamon roll waffles.
Yeah, I've heard about those.
Which hit the spot, especially if you're coming through here like Cody is, early morning, really any time of day, but a morning cinnamon roll waffle will really hit the spot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So he's in 5th place overall. Is that what with Rachel, Killian, Heather, Joe, Cody?
Yep.
All right. So our 5th runner into Jerome.
He looks good. Looks fresh. Doesn't look overly tired.
No, he's going to take a little seat. 125 miles in about 25 hours and 15 minutes. Got a good shot here of Cody in the aid. Cody's a Mount Coast runner, and as several folks corrected me on the live stream last night, running in a fresh pair of H1s. I think his intent is to run the entire race in one pair. It's a great time to take stock. You got a lot of you've had a big descent already. There's a more of a descent leaving Jerome. You kind of go through this area that used to be a landfill. It seems like a lot of sort of broken bottles and kind of stuff around, and then you get down and you can see the Verde Valley spreading out before you. I mean, you can really see for miles ahead. Down into the valley, and then ultimately you'll get down there. You run through Clarkdale and outskirts of Cottonwood into a Dead Horse Ranch State Park, beautiful state park. Not a great name, but beautiful state park. Then a long, winding single-track section that takes you to Deer Pass before beginning what is a sort of an up and down journey to Sedona. Most people think of the Jerome to Sedona segment as kind of the sort of the heart of the race. It's the middle pretty much. It's you're down a little bit lower. If it does warm up, it's going to warm up at that time. There's the one and only river crossing in the race where you cross the Verde River. It's typically at least knee high, maybe a little bit higher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I remember leaving the aid station, and when you realize you're halfway through the race at 125, it's pretty emotional, and you're getting closer and closer to Flagstaff. You filled up here, and you realize that kind of the hardest sections of the race are somewhat behind you, and you've got a lot to look forward to. As you said, with Sedona, everybody always looks forward to that, and then making your way up the plateau or to the plateau. Oh, here we have Joe Stringbean. I thought he was through this aid station.
Ahead. All right, great job by our camera. Thank you very much. Production crew and camera crew. So Joe and Cody are in this aid station together.
Right now.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to go up to where the dirt drops down. What's your name?
Yeah, I'm Connor.
Kevin. Nice to meet you, buddy. We're good?
Yep.
You think? Okay.
Yep, for sure.
Joe Stringbean McConaughey. All right, so let's see. We'll have to correct ourselves here. So we've got Joe and Cody together, I'm thinking, in fourth and fifth. Does that track with you, Caleb?
Yeah, the tracker shows Cody in third, Heather in fourth, and Joe in fifth.
Okay.
All at 124. So I don't know if Heather is in a van here somewhere or with her crew. We haven't seen her.
Got it.
Right?
Okay.
But that's what the tracker's showing.
Could have a group pretty much together. Looks like our camera's going to keep an eye out for anything else going on there. But we know for a fact that Joe McConaughey and Cody Poskin are in here together. We know that Rachel is out, and we know that Killian Korth is out. Heather may be here, may have left, may still be yet to come in. We'll keep an eye out for that.
Run down to Mike. Yeah, try to catch some nice stuff on the Mike with the night side. I don't have it.
Yeah, day two, the dawning of day two for the front runners is certainly, when the reality of the Cocodona 250 sets in. You've got some running ahead of you. The sort of the competitive situation has taken shape. You know who's up there ahead of you. You know who might be coming in behind you. You're starting to need to manage sleep, obviously nutrition.
Yeah, it looks like Joe's on a got a call here on speakerphone, and he just wonder, he's a new dad, maybe checking in with the family.
He could be. Yeah.
Had a pretty big day the last 24 hours, but just wants to see how things are going. And
yeah, I can relate to that. As an old dad, you never really lose that kind of dad pull, whether you're in the middle of a race or a middle of a work trip or anything. I think that's Meredith Terranova. Meredith is a longtime veteran of the sport and a expert nutritionist.
Right now.
You've seen Joe race a lot. How do you, just kind of with what we see on the screen here, how's he look? What do you think?
Joe he's a funny, quirky guy. There's no doubt about that. But he does seem to have his dark times. Mm-hmm. And I don't know, my gut right here is that something's going on.
Yeah.
He has fallen back. Remember, he was running with Killian Korth for a long, long time. So I'm not going to venture to guess what's going on. Could be something sort of nutritionally. Mm-hmm. But just looking at him.
Yeah, that was so famously documented in The Chase, right? Yeah. The scene where, by Dylan Harris, the film, if you haven't seen it, go check it out. It's on YouTube. But there's a scene where he's just sitting in a van, very tired, with a big bowl of mashed potatoes. And it doesn't seem to know really what's going on, where he is, or what he's trying to eat. And it's a good reminder of what these athletes are going to go through. The front of the Packers, the back of the Packers, everybody. And this aid station and, 25 hours in, this is where it really starts to hit folks. And so you're going to see this is going to be a common theme. That's one of the things when Cody came in that we were kind of talking about is he looked pretty spry, pretty fresh. Mm-hmm. And that comes and goes in waves. Joe's going to pull out of, if he's not feeling super hot right now, he'll pull out of it. Cody will have his low moments as well. Everybody does. And that's what makes this so special. It's literally the best reality TV that you've got out there because you get to see the highs and lows of all of life over the course of 250 miles. And it impacts everybody from the back of the Packers to the most elite of athletes. Everybody's going to experience something similar, just at different paces.
Yeah. One of the funniest scenes too, and we've talked about it you mentioned The Chase, and Dylan Harris, the director and producer of the film, went to Joe's house in Seattle and spent some time getting to know him and his family. He had this set up in his basement with a sort of an incline treadmill and a bunch of paint cans. And Dylan's down there recording, and he says, Joe's got a great sense of humor. Yeah, this is my paint cave. Yeah. Of course, playing off Paint Cave, but it was really, really funny. Joe does have that wry sense of humor, and and he, hasn't spent a long time here. He's up at whatever was going on. He's kind of up and about, and Cody's leaving. So, well, look at that. Why not? Let's go together. Great job by our camera guy there to get a good view of the two of them leaving. Again, a nice descent now. Some of it's kind of steep, but it goes down, 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 and then down into some fields, and then you're in the Verde Valley proper. Nice running on what should be a lovely Tuesday morning for these runners.
Yeah, and Elizabeth in the chat was asking us if we should expect a lot of lead changes or really any lead changes at this stage of the race. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. If you think back 2 years ago, Jeff Browning had led the race for a large portion of it and had an issue, a health issue pop up just a few miles from the finish line. He was in Flagstaff. He had completed the big Eldon climb and the descent, and he had to sit down. and time ticked by and time ticked by, and then one of his competitors passed him. And so the race is never over, and there's a lot of really challenging aspects of this race left ahead this year without being able to have a pacer on Eldon. That's another interesting wrinkle that everybody's going to have to face, and the leaders, they're not going to have somebody there to kind of pick them up or necessarily pull them along. And so that'll be interesting. So this race is far from over. And yeah, you got to hang in there and watch it as this unfolds.
Well, and when you think about it too, it's 253 miles. Even the most experienced of these runners, Joe, Rachel, they've only gone this far a few times.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's not like the little 5-miler in your neighborhood. And stuff happens. Stuff happens when you least expect it. Stuff happens maybe when you get up to altitude again. Stuff happens when there might be something in the air. Stuff happens when the sleep deprivation really kicks in. I mean, there's all kinds of things that can happen the unknown that can cause a big lead to evaporate in no time, or an incredible comeback to take place. I'm reminded of Arlen Glick, who's his comeback was really well documented in the chase. Once he got up into the high country and was on all the runnable stuff, it was great. Or Mika Hughes in 2024 when after she recovered from her fall and just came back roaring back. So there's so much more unknown in a 200. It kind of goes without saying, but there's so much more unknown in a 250-mile race than there is in something like a 100-mile race. So yes, you can expect something to change. That was Cody Poskin leaving Jerome Aid Station. Looks like Joe McConaughey heading out as well, getting the fist bump. So we're the only athlete we're still wondering about, not surprising at this stage of the game, is Heather Jackson. We'll see if her tracker updates. Here we are back at Mingus Mountain Camp at 108. By the way, Jerome is 125. So it's a long stretch, long 17-mile descent with some ups from Mingus Mountain Camp to Jerome. We've got Michael Versteeg coming into Mingus Mountain Camp.
Michael won in the inaugural year of Cocodona.
It's a nice morning in Jerome.
Yeah.
Could be warm. That's one thing, too. The Verde Valley, they get lower. It could be a little warm down there as they're bottoming out around Cottonwood and through Dead Horse Ranch State Park.
This, again, is Michael Versteeg. I don't know if you saw Cam Haynes yesterday posted on Instagram a video of he and Versteeg together.
They were comparing head injuries.
Yeah, that was one of the funniest things that I have seen in a while, of those two who seemingly are very different humans, but it's what is so special about Cocodona and really trail running in general. Of it brings people together from all walks of life, and to see those two in that video looking like best friends. I mean, you could envision you with your best friend out there just making fun of each other's bumps and bruises and whatnot. And it was a special thing. And unfortunately, Cam had to drop from the race. But here we've got, Michael making his way into the aid station.
And Michael looked at it and he was like, yeah, dude, that's bad.
Yeah.
Very understated way. Actually, several hours later, too, we had a camera on the ground at Arastra, and they were in the aid station together, kind of sitting and eating food, and just looked like a couple of guys kind of just hanging out.
And it's cool too with Cam. You know, he's talked about Michael before, and through the chase and the different films that Dylan has put out, and has really promoted this race to his audience, which is really cool. And it helps, you know, continue to grow this event and ultimately grow the sport. And I think the more people that we can get into trail and ultra running, the better, from all walks of life and different backgrounds and locations. You and I yesterday, when we were watching folks come into that first aid station, it was insane to see the number of people from other countries and all over the world, and just so special.
Yeah, it was. And on that topic, Luke, once again, Luke was doing a great job getting some quick spot interviews at the start of Mingus Traverse about a half an hour ago, and a lot of the same. A group from Florida, another person from Ohio, and interestingly, in that crew, there were a lot of folks that had never run even a marathon, and they're jumping into an 80-miler. So this series of events just kind of has a pull on people, and I think it is people like Michael Versteeg and Cam Haynes that help pull those people to the sport. Great drone shot here. They've got about a mile, a nice sort of smooth road mile out of the camp before getting onto that technical descent down into Jerome. First time I ever came to Mingus Mountain Camp, I've told the story before. James Bonet, who's a coach and a race director in the Phoenix area, did a series of running camps, summertime running camps for folks in the Phoenix area to come up and get out of the heat and get in some training. And in 2015, he brought a buddy of his that he knew from high school, who was a burgeoning ultra runner, to come and be one of the support staff at the camp. And turns out it was Jim Walmsley. Jim was doing his JFKs back then. He hadn't been to Western States yet, but James and Jim went to the same high school, and James was Jim's coach for a number of years. It was kind of cool. And there's Michael Versteeg at that van.
What was day 2 like for you last year?
Wet.
Yeah.
With the rain we had and the mud, day 2 was just rough in that way. It was an uncharacteristic Arizona rain where, we get a lot of rain here where it rains abruptly for an hour, or these monsoon storms, but we don't often get that light to medium rain that just stays all day.
Yeah.
And it was like that. It was I'd been living in Arizona at the time 4 years, and I'm not sure I'd worn my raincoat, my real raincoat.
Yeah.
In fact, leaving Fain Ranch, my crew looked at one another, and we had the race kit requires you to carry a bunch of stuff, including a pair of pants. And I had thrown in, a lightweight pair of wind pants that I thought would likely, and then a pair of real rain pants, thinking I'd never use them. They were like, how about you take the real rain pants? I was like, oh yeah. I'll take the real rain pants. I don't think I've worn them since then, but man, I was thankful to have them.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the runners this year are going to have to deal with much of that. I saw yesterday there was a chance of rain in the forecast. Have you seen the weather at all today?
Peter Mortimer was mentioning just a slight chance high up. I mean, I think if it were to hit, they could get some rain probably this afternoon.
Okay.
But I haven't checked the most recent weather report. This is the road heading out of Mingus Mountain Camp, I believe.
You know, you and I talked yesterday about just how runnable the second half of the race is, and this is a really good example here. If you've got legs and you can run, you can focus on the running in a stretch like this. You don't have the tripping hazards necessarily that you did yesterday. You can kind of turn your mind off a little bit, as much as it'll let you, and just move and kind of move with purpose, and much easier to navigate than it was yesterday for these runners.
Yeah, some of these gravel road sections are really a godsend. You feel like you can just keep your head up. You can kind of zone out. I know a lot of runners, maybe if they don't have a pacer, will throw on the headphones and listen to some music or a podcast. Yeah, it's nice. The course is really nice in that way. That like everything about Cocodona, it has a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
And then just when you get caught into that nice rhythm, you get into some gnarly rocks again.
Yeah. I think some of the stretches of roads can almost be more challenging though, because at times where it feels like you're never going to get off of it, and you can get that tunnel vision. That can be more mentally challenging. So there is a balancing act there as a runner.
Well, and you feel like you look at it, and in your mind, you're like, oh, I can run this.
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, I'm just going to walk this. Confirmation that Heather Jackson is through Jerome. Or in Jerome? I think I saw a signal from my producer. That's Heather's smile. All right, so Heather Jackson in Jerome. Yep, there's Waddy. Her husband. Second place female, fourth place overall. Yeah, Heather changed her shoes at Whiskey Row.
Yeah, pre-race she talked about just not necessarily a fear, but more of an unknown with a race like Cocodona being the sleep strategy for her and what that would look like. She did say she had a couple of areas where she had kind of somewhat planned sleep, but was going to go more by feel. It was almost like a loose schedule that she was going to run with. Looks like she may have gotten a little bit of sleep here for sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking she did, just based on how we've kind of been tracking her.
Yeah.
Other nice thing about this section is, you've got Dead Horse Ranch, you've got Deer Pass, you've got a couple of places where you get to see your crew a little bit more frequently than you have on day one, which is just a nice reprieve. You can maybe lighten your load a little bit if like in this situation, you're not going to have adverse weather conditions, not a big long stretches between aids, so you can carry just enough water, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and just looking at Sedona today, there is a chance of rain kind of late morning and then again in the afternoon into the evening. not a high percentage, right around 50%, but they may get some sprinkles here and there. So something to watch.
That's something to watch out for.
And in Arizona, as you know, it could be some sprinkles, or it might be 3 minutes of a downpour. But
yeah. And it could be nothing.
Yeah.
All right, Heather Jackson, 4th place. Overall, 2nd place woman. Leaving Jerome at 125. The halfway point.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the live tracker right now, it does say Ryan Rogers finished. We can confirm that Ryan Rogers did not finish. So Rachel is still your race leader.
Looks like one of our participants just finished shooting some hoops.
This is such a cool idea.
Yeah, it really is. I think that might be Zach Hauer. That is a very cool idea.
So I've heard you talk a few times about going up there today, and,
yeah.
and you're gonna take the shots. What's the strategy gonna be? Because there is a strategy with this. It's not all the same shot for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I do have a background in basketball. I played basketball in high school and a couple of years in college. I think I'm going to go full send, man. I mean, I don't know how many people are participating in the media division. We'll get on that in a second. This is Courtney Dauwalter on the road into Jerome. But yeah, I think I'll go with the layup first, then the foul shot, then launch the 3.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll angle for whatever advantage I can get.
Yeah.
But there you go. A nice little sportsmanship moment with Heather and Courtney on the little out and back section at Jerome. Heather in 4th place, Courtney in 5th place. Hopefully, with any luck, there won't be any cameras on me.
Yeah, no, I could almost guarantee there will be. We need that live shot of AJW up at the courts.
Yeah, your signal's still good.
Right at the start, go down for after the corner.
You got to figure, I know we were talking about Courtney's message to herself at Mingus Mountain. It's got to be a really nice kind of mental barrier that she's broken through to be beyond Mingus Mountain where she dropped out last year and now into Jerome, the halfway mark.
Yeah, and a reminder for those that didn't hear that message yesterday, Courtney had asked them to write on the board, "Dear Courtney, this is not your finish line. Love, Courtney." And that was, kind of in regards to last year, that's where she had to tap out at the top of Mingus. And so to see her now experiencing a new section of course, the back half of the course once she gets through this aid station is exciting. And obviously, for me too, I think one of the highlights so far of this race has just been seeing Heather and Courtney with the high five, because it's so symbolic of those two as women and as competitors, but also just the excitement and the joy that they bring to the sport, and why so many love following them. I mean, every time we see Courtney, it's almost like a Sally thing too. You've got watermelons in the chat over and over, like Sally's yellow hearts. And it means so much for people to see her be successful, and she's so inspiring for so many, just like Heather is. And so it's fun to be able to have this time with just her on the camera and watching her work as she gets ready to head into this aid station.
Yeah, and you mentioned too, there's depth to that simple message. Not just this isn't your finish line, but like giving herself permission. it's from herself to herself. Like at the end of the day, yeah, people do this sport for all kinds of reasons, but mostly you do it for, what it gives you, what kind of sustenance it gives you, what kind of, I know that's what's kept me in the sport for 30 plus years is that, the satisfaction and the fulfillment I get from participating in the sport, whether it's in a competition or just on a training run with friends. It's it's a huge part of my life. And you've got to imagine for highly competitive athletes like Courtney and Heather, it's the same. And so you're right. We're privileged here to have a front row seat to a great runner like Courtney Dauwalter making her way into the aid station here in Jerome.
Wonderful to see you.
I kind of feel bad for these aid station folks when the front runners go through. Courtney's waving. They're just going to go right back to their crew. But trust me, they'll have plenty of action later on. It's a good aid station. I remember stopping for a nice big kind of. I think it was the cinnamon roll waffles soaked in syrup. I think that is Meredith again. Meredith Terranova, I mentioned when she was chatting with String Bean. She and her husband Paul live in Leadville, as do Courtney and Kevin. Do a lot of stuff together.
All right, Taylor, you're good.
Sure.
We've talked a lot. I know it's been well documented, a lot of the camera crews and so forth in the race. It's kind of nice to see not so many out here right now.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's our camera and the gentleman there on the other side, but things have thinned out a bit.
Yeah.
The early exuberance of the morning yesterday has given way to the reality of, man, Cocodona week's a long week.
All those cameras are charging and the operators are still asleep.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I don't know about you, but my wake up alarm was a little bit more abrupt this morning than yesterday.
Yeah, it's one of those things too. Whenever I have a really early morning wake up like that, I can't sleep. So because I'm so nervous I'm going to miss it.
Yeah, I was the same way.
So I was up at like 1, I was up at 2, I was up at 3, just like so worried I was going to miss the start of this.
Yeah, I was very much the same. It was like, roll over, check. Oh man, I still got 3 more hours.
Yeah. It's only been 3 minutes since I last looked at my phone.
All right, here's Courtney's cruise stop. Again, Courtney Dauwalter, 5th place into Jerome. 3rd place woman, so top 3 women occupying the top 5 spots. We've talked quite a bit at this point about how the gender gap, the quote-unquote gender gap, tends to shrink or if not completely be eliminated the longer you go.
Yeah, so just an update on where the leaders are so far. We've got Rachel Entrikin leading the pack. She's at about mile 136 or approaching that. Killian Korth is behind her at 133. Cody Poskin, who we saw come through Jerome not all that long ago, he's at mile 126, almost 127. Joe McConaughey right there with him. Those two exited the aid station together. And then Heather Jackson, who we saw maybe 10 minutes or so ago as Courtney was coming into the aid station, she had just exited as well. She's at mile 125. And here you're looking at Courtney Dauwalter, mile 124.4-ish, 125. Switching out her gear, kind of loading back up the pack with her crew. Such a good reminder for anybody watching of just like how to operate and be efficient, you know, at a crew station, at a swap out. A lot you can learn from these elites and just how efficient they are. Everything they're doing has a purpose, right? So they're either eating, they're fixing a problem, they're sleeping, or they're getting the heck out of there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No wasted time. No wasted. Rachel is probably closing in on Dead Horse Ranch State Park aid station down in the Verde Valley itself. It's low and warm, and Courtney's out of here. That was you're right, Caleb. That was a quick transition. No sitting. Just a pack switch or sunglasses on.
Yeah, and one of the things that Corinne was talking about yesterday is Courtney's so good at kind of doing the things that make you feel like a human in the middle of a race. So the teeth brushing, the eye drops, kind of wiping the face, those little things when you're out on a course like this, you're caked in dust, you feel dirty, that dust gets into your teeth, it's grimy, it's all of it. And when you start to lose your mind, you start to lose your body, you just kind of don't feel like a human anymore. And when you stroll into an aid station like this and you do those little things that bring you back to life, you feel like a new human again, and you're back out on a course and it feels like a brand new run. And it's a really great reset. And she's one of the best at doing those little things that I think a lot of people now are doing at aid stations because they've seen Courtney do it on live streams.
Absolutely. You know, I was relatively new to the sport. I think it was maybe my 5th or 6th 100-miler at the Wasatch 100 in the early 2000s. And the mile 75 aid station there at Brighton Lodge is captained, or at the time was captained, by a gentleman who was a dentist. And it's an indoor aid station at the sort of the base of the ski mountain. It's nice and warm, and they have really, really nice bathrooms. And he had the idea of just putting a cup with a bunch of toothbrushes already with the toothpaste on them in the bathroom. Gosh. And mind you, there were no live streams back then. Everybody was doing things sort of word of mouth. And I remember walking in there, my first Wasatch, to go to the bathroom, whatever. And I saw this and I was like, oh my gosh, I just grabbed this toothbrush. Yeah. I brushed my teeth. I went back out. I told my wife, I'm like, Shelly, they have toothbrushes in there.
That's amazing.
And of course, it became a thing at that point, for us at races. But now it's somewhat commonplace. But that idea, the essence of what you said is that idea of making you feel like a human.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's also what happens when you get in a race like this and you get into quote unquote civilization, right? You see other people, you see cars. It's a town. You feel like, oh, okay, well, I'm doing something normal now, right? So Courtney is so great with the eye drops and the wiping her face and all of that, and that was really, well, what a privilege there. That last 10 minutes just to see Courtney at work, a master at work. Who knows? There's still there's half the race is still left. We don't know how this is going to end up, but this is one of the beauties of what we get to do in the live stream, and the fact that the live stream exists at all is to just get a little bit of a window into that sort of aspect of of an incredible runner like Courtney Dauwalter. Some might even say legendary.
Do we know what the pot's up to? If you had to guess, I know we don't have a tracker, but if you had to guess based off all the commentary, what do you think would be in the pot?
I mean, again, it's a quarter, a shot. I'm at least gonna charge. Our field reporters Hillary Yang and Luke J have done incredible work. Oh, we've got another runner coming out. That's Zach Hauer, I think. I love but I would say Luke and Hillary. I mean, they owe me $5 at least, each of them. And I think Chris has been pretty good. I know Alyssa and Corinne yesterday were really watching their words. They said a couple of times, greatest of all time.
Yeah.
They actually said the whole thing.
Yeah, I was doing that yesterday too.
After
I didn't want to be charged.
After checking to make sure it was on the approved list.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's probably up to $12.
Okay.
$12. But hey, it's only Tuesday. Fun little game. I decided when we had our pre-production call with our boss Zach Marion the other day, I thought I'd throw out a couple of words that I happen to believe are somewhat overused in the sport, and just challenged our broadcast team to resist the temptation to use them, and so far it's been working. Here we're looking down on the basketball court at Mingus Mountain Camp, mile 108, where the 4-time Cocodona 250 finisher Kevin Goldberg and purveyor of Distance to Empty podcast, and all the lead-in podcasts, Flagstaff bound, that he hosted for Aravaipa and Mountain Outpost going into this year's race. He set up this, so I think the cones are the spots from which you can shoot. So you can see the one on the left, you can just do a layup. There's a foul shot. There's a big three-pointer from the top of the key. Looks like there's a three-pointer from the wing. And then what we can't see off screen is, as we saw one of the runners do, a corner three-pointer. He's got a whiteboard there. And I think that whiteboard is where the inspirational messages are.
Yeah. And each one of those shots has a different point value.
Yeah.
So I think it starts with 1 and then it goes up to 7 or 9.
Yeah, knowing Kevin, it's going to be highly sophisticated.
Yeah. I wonder Kevin, obviously a number of Cocodona 250 finishes. I wonder if he will be more tired from doing this or running the race.
Yeah, thank you for our camera crew getting an idea of the board. Don't sleep, go faster, Michael Versteeg. Thank you for that. Okay, there we go. 1 point for the layup. Thank you. 5 points for that. 3 points for the free throw. The top of the key, 7 points. And from the corner, 10 points.
You might need to change your strategy.
I might need to change my strategy.
Here we go.
Welcome to the NBA. Zach Hauer has 7 points. Meg Eckert, 6 points.
Oh, wow.
I love it.
So I see we've got a tie there on the men's side at 7. What happens? I wonder if he's established yet. He's going to have to think this up on the fly of what the tiebreaker is.
Oh my gosh, I wonder if he's going to have to go reset this whole thing up down at Heritage Square. I'm sorry, you guys, but you tied. Congratulations on your finish.
Yeah.
Come over here. You got to shoot some baskets.
We could do a dunk contest too. Lower the rim, put it at 5 feet, make sure it's capable, and then after 250 miles, whoever has the best dunk wins it all.
I don't know. When I go up there later today, I'll ask Kevin what to do in the event of a tie. Thank you for our team down there for giving us that little tour as we get to the top of the hour. 26 hours into Cocodona 250. Brought to you by Ultra. I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins alongside Caleb Stevens here at Run Flagstaff. By the way, runners and crews, as you get closer to Flagstaff over the next couple of days, please feel free to swing by Run Flagstaff. We've got a wonderful studio in this fantastic facility next door to the actual store. The store is outfitted with everything everything, all the top nutrition. If your athlete breaks a pole, they've got Lecky poles. They've really outdone themselves. An incredible mural on the windows out front. It's just a great spot. So we'd love to have you come by. We're going to be here all week, and it's a great little spot. Great new studio. Thank you to Ultra for making it possible for us to be situated here in downtown Flagstaff.
Yeah, this is a great setup. They've been incredible hosts. You know, previous years, I know last year we were in an Airbnb. 2 years ago you were. I think every year you guys have been in Airbnbs for this live stream. And so to be here, have a little bit more space, and then to be able to have folks coming into the store say hi. There's a window off to our right that people have popped their head in and have waved and have just been so excited to see kind of the behind the scenes shots of what Cocodona live streaming is like. So it's a really cool spot. Definitely come say hi.
Yeah, we encourage you to do so. And, you really might need some stuff. I mean, if nothing else, some souvenirs from Run Flagstaff. Little bit of kind of fog and mist rolling in over Mingus Mountain Camp right now. Probably not much of a threat, but as Caleb mentioned, a slight chance of showers later in the day on a couple of spots on the course. And this being Arizona, slight chance really does mean slight chance, but it could always change as well. I think we're back here at Fain Ranch, just judging by what looks like a couch.
Yeah.
Satisfied that hosts that aid station really outdoes themselves. Luke gave us a tour last night of the aid station. They have chicken strips, they have roasted vegetables. It was like a buffet at a wedding or something.
Yeah, and that's where as a runner, you have to be so cautious. Yeah. You have to be so disciplined not to screw it up when you get to an aid station like that and you just forget what you're there for. I think that section of course was one of my least favorites of going through that pasture. Yeah. And just because it's I don't remember the exact length of that, a few miles of just kind of just weeds-ish, tall grass. It's flat. It's not challenging, but there's little kind of rocks and things scattered throughout it.
That are hidden.
Yeah, you can't see. Little miniature cactuses that are out there as well. And so that's a tough section. And then you do your big climb up Mingus, and once you get to the top of Mingus, it's that chance to take a breath.
I would agree. I understand the course design rationale. This is up at Jerome, by the way, looking down onto the Verde Valley. One of the precision crew on the roof of a van, but it's not that challenging. But yes, the footing and just the somewhat relentlessness of it. Again, though, the vision of the race showcasing all that Arizona has to offer, and everybody talks about the mining history of Arizona, but the ranching history is equally as rich and vibrant, and a working ranch like Fain Ranch. It's a private piece of land that the race has permission to go across. I think, like it or not, it's part of the event. I found myself going through that section, looking to the left where there's this nice road.
Yeah, I know.
We could just go right.
Yeah, exactly.
This road goes to the same exact trail.
Yeah.
Can't we just bop over to the road?
Yeah.
I know there's traffic on it, but it's going to be more pleasant than these cow patties.
Yeah.
But no.
Yeah.
You're going over the ladders, and
it forces you to just suck it up. It's just like, and then you get rewarded with the chicken strips and the veggies and the couches at the end of it. Also, some of the nicest restrooms are there. The porta potties that they have in that one are
they have those
crazy awesome. We do have in the chat, James from Run Flagstaff said that the team will also deliver any goods to crew and runners at Fort Tut Hill Aid Station. Just call the shop and they will get you set up. So if you need anything out there, this Run Flagstaff team is incredible.
Oh, James, that is amazing. I'm going to just take a minute here. I'll be right back.
So again, we are 26 hours into the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. Our race leaderboard this morning, Rachel Entrekin out in front, mile 137. Rachel is having one heck of a race. Two-time defending champion, swinging for the fences here, going for the three-peat, and she looks unstoppable at the moment. Some serious momentum all throughout the day yesterday, and waking up this morning, she didn't let off the gas, and she just continues to push.
Caleb, I just ran next door because I just wanted to confirm. So for those crews out there, James, thank you so much for the offer of delivery. So just a quick rundown. They have Precision Nutrition, Never Second Nutrition, Element Electrolyte, Scratch, Tailwind, that covers the nutrition, Lecky Poles in case you have a pole mishap, Nathan Products, shoes across the board, everybody's favorite Injinji socks. So if you have something that your runner needs and you need a delivery to Fort Tuthill, the Run Flagstaff folks will deliver. So thank you so much. I probably missed some stuff, but it is an extremely well-stocked running shop. As a running store guy myself, I can attest to that. You can get just about everything you need. Lots of stuff happens in a 250. You might a bottle might break. There might be some sort of mishap. Run Flagstaff can hook you up. So thanks so much for that. Lube, plenty of lube back there. You never know when you're going to run out of lube. So you were talking about Rachel. She's through Dead Horse, kind of down there at the bottom of the Verde Valley. Great aid station from Dead Horse. Kind of traverses the Verde Valley, the longest, in Steve's description of the course, it is the longest sustained section of single track. It's pretty much all single track from Dead Horse to Deer Pass and even past Deer Pass. Great single track, well designed. I mean, it rolls, it's up and down, but good conditions. And I'm guessing on a dry day like today, it's a spot where you can keep rolling. So yeah, Rachel has sent it from the beginning, and it seems like there's no letting up. As we've said, anything can happen in these races, but she has put her stamp on the race early, and it'll be fun to see how it unfolds.
Yeah, and I would expect our next shot to be in Jerome is going to be Ed Air coming in. He's kind of next in line. Jeff Browning and DJ Fox are also kind of in that group. And then a few miles back would be Meg Eckert and Lindsay Dwyer. So we'll have some shots of them coming in likely over the next hour or two. We'll see the majority of that group come through.
Yeah, well, if you look at your elevation profile, you see a lot of downhill. It is not smooth and buttery. It's a lot of rocks. It's a lot of rocks that move underfoot. Some tricky trail junctions. You want to be alert through there. So you can make decent time, but you're not gonna fly down that descent from Mingus to Jerome. Mm-hmm. And then there's one section right when you're around the mine where it's almost like a drop off. It's nothing dangerous or anything, but it's just sort of steep. You got to be careful. Maybe use your hands, and then you're finally you pop out on a road, and you're like, okay,
yeah,
Jerome is coming.
I feel like next year's version of the NBA. It should be like, if there's no shooters, it should be like a halftime performance.
Yeah, I think they should have. I think they should have some cheerleaders.
Yeah.
Maybe a dance troupe.
Yeah.
Or I mean, we're from Phoenix. You got the gorilla, the Phoenix gorilla, and you maybe somebody dressed up in some kind of mascot suit.
Yeah, maybe we could have Red Panda out here on the unicycle where you throw the pans and stuff. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, you could take a page out of minor league baseball and get some crews out. I mean, get some crews out here to. I'm sure they're trying to
do a crew talent show.
A crew talent show. Absolutely, set up a little stage. I know someone here plays the violin.
I also know somebody out there has no talent whatsoever, but also has no shame, and that would be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Kevin, if you can hear us, get some crews out here. Maybe I'll try and rally some of the crews when I go up there. Like, we got to spice this up. I got to say, when I ran this, they didn't have that nice net. I wonder if Kevin is invested in I mean, the rim and everything was good, but it was a kind of a janky net. I think Kevin put a new net up there.
Yeah.
I did check with him too, this being a very inclusive race. I wanted to check and make sure that, because, in the WNBA, they play with a little bit smaller ball than the NBA. Kevin doesn't miss a trick. He has 2 balls out there. He has the men's size ball and the women's size ball. So he crossed every T and dotted every I.
So Cody McKesson is in the chat. I don't know if you remember Cody. He's Orange Shorts guy.
He is Orange Shorts guy.
Yeah, and he just said he's the music teacher. He's a teacher in Sedona, and he plays the violin. So what would be very impressive,
Cody is a music teacher,
is if you, after school today, put the violin in the pack, run your way up to Mingus from Sedona. We can document the whole thing. You could do a nice concert at the end and really put on a show for everybody.
That's right. We could have Orange Shorts Guy recital.
Yeah.
The Orange Shorts Guy recital presented by Ultra.
There you go.
Cody, thanks for chiming in. That's great. Great stuff. Yeah. I do remember when Cody was in the race, his students were glued to the live stream watching their music teacher really crush Cocodona, kind of come from nowhere. And, that's great. Thanks for joining the chat.
Yeah, that was 2024, I believe it was.
Yep.
And then I think his goal was run the race Monday through Thursday and go to school Friday. And he did it.
And he did it. And he will forever be known as Orange Shorts Guy.
Yeah.
When we had the premiere of the chase in Flagstaff last year, it was it was February. It was cold, but Cody showed up and he was in his orange shorts. And I was greeting everybody, and I think he said, "Hey, I'm Cody, Orange Shorts Guy."
That's awesome.
Good dude, very good dude. Probably, I suspect he'll be back at this race one of these days.
Yeah.
But before then, Cody, get the violin. Come on up to Mingus. I don't know, Caleb. If we're left to our own devices, we might create a whole thing up there. It might turn out to be like field day. We could have 3-legged races.
Jamil's gonna have us ripped off the mics any second
now. Egg toss. Yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff.
So as we kind of look at the leaderboard, after Rachel, and Killian, let's just say, right? Because they're kind of 1-2. Killian's 3 to 4 miles back of the next group. So Cody Poskin, Joe McConaughey, Heather Jackson, Courtney Dauwalter. So let's just think about the folks that have gone through Jerome. Do you think there's anybody in that chase pack that can find themselves competing for 1 or 2 by the end of today or start of tomorrow morning?
I think that by the eye test and what happened overnight, I'd have to put Cody Poskin on that list.
Agreed.
He between Whiskey Row and Mingus, between Whiskey Row and Jerome, he leapfrogged a couple of spots and just kind of looked good.
Yeah.
And I would say he would be on that list. I don't think you can ever really discount Courtney. She will not need a lot of sleep. and she can keep rolling, and the nutrition can kick in or whatever. And then, I mean, I'm not probably going to name all of them because Heather is an unknown.
Yeah.
Right. So when you're in an unknown area, you know, a couple of things happen. You could be overwhelmed, like, oh my God, I have no idea what's going on. Or you're just like, well, I've never been here before. Let's just see what happens.
Yeah.
You know, but I'd probably put it in that order: Cody, then Courtney, then Heather. And on the flip side, you know, we've got a runner here. Cody Poskin. Possibly. Is that 42?
Yeah, 42 is Corey Davidson.
Oh, Corey Davidson. Okay. So on the flip side, I mean, we've seen how incredible Rachel has been, but she's never been in this position before. Not just leading the race overall in a 250 plus mile race. I don't see a chink in her armor. I really don't. But anything could happen, and Killian as well. All right.
Yeah, the good thing for Killian that he's talked about is his allergies and how those have impacted him historically here in the race, caused kind of massive issues. Highly allergic to some of the vegetation out here in Arizona. Really specifically from Fain Ranch to Jerome is where he typically has had issues in the past. So good to see him through that section with no apparent impact from any of the allergies and whatnot. Hopefully that will continue for him because he is running great as well. And he's kind of, you know, just a few miles back of Rachel. The interesting thing for me with Cody is, you know, in other sports you hear about this, particularly with like young teams. So if we think about, you know, baseball or football, some of those teams when they're very young, it's like, well, they don't know what they don't know.
Right.
They just expect that this is kind of a thing. There's no pressure because, you know, they don't realize where they're at or kind of what's going on. And I wonder, a guy with Cody who's so young, does a little bit of that come into play too, where he's just kind of operating off of like emotion and just like going for it. And it's just like feeling invincible in a way where maybe, you know, folks like, you know, Joe and some of the more experienced individuals out there, a Heather, a Courtney, aren't going to put on the gas as much as maybe Cody's going to be like, hey, I'm just going to let it rip here, you know, and complete disregard for everything else. It'll be interesting to see how he manages that and what that looks like for him.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you do see that especially in the NBA or in Major League Baseball, these young teams, they get a couple of athletes that come up, they draft a couple in the NBA, and all of a sudden they're going for the championship and they don't know what they don't know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the second half of this race will be very, very interesting because of course then the accumulated lack of sleep becomes a factor as well, and that is truly kind of the Wild West of 200s. I would say when people ask me what the biggest difference is between 100-mile races and 200+ mile races is that issue of sleep, and I really think it's something that we haven't. Nobody has really cracked the code on that. What works for one person might not work for another, and vice versa.
Yeah. All right. Well, we are going to take a quick ad break. We'll be right back with you with more live coverage of Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra.
Everybody has skin, and we have the skin salve for you. The salve was originally created to heal damaged skin, and it does that very well. It also is amazing at preventing friction, reducing friction. So whether you're using it as a moisturizer, a hydrator of the skin system, or going out, you're in a big race or adventure, the skin deserves squirrel's nut butter.
I'm a pledge for the wild kind of town. I don't mean to brag, but people often tell me I'm beautiful. Maybe because I'm nestled at the foot of the tallest peaks in Arizona? Ponderosa pines, trails, stargazing. Yep, I have all that too. Let's set a date. Bring the bikes and your hiking shoes. Oh yeah, I'm good with kids too. Yep, that's me. Flagstaff.
Welcome back to the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. Caleb Stevens here with my co-host AJW. Big day of action unfolding. We are 26 and a half hours almost into the race. We've got Rachel Entrican out front at about mile 138, Killian Korth at mile 134, Cody Poskin at mile 129, Joe McConaughey at mile 128, Heather Jackson at mile 127, and Courtney Dauwalter at mile 126. We expect Eder Ramirez to be coming into the Jerome aid station within the next hour or so. He's followed by Jeff Browning, DJ Fox, Megan Eckert, and Lindsay Dwyer. A really good day of racing. The storyline right now is just that Rachel Entrican continues to push the pace. The two-time defending champion on the course right now, looking to make it a three-peat, followed closely by Killian Korth. That's where the action is at the moment. We're excited to bring the coverage to you live. Again, Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. AJW, what are your thoughts on this morning so far?
Great summary there, Caleb. It's looking like cloud covers dissipated from yesterday. The top five have sort of asserted themselves at this point. We've got a lot of the unknown still to come. And of course, we've got runners stretching all the way back to still on the Senator Highway, making their way to Whiskey Row. I wanted to ask you a question because you might remember last year we had a good time on our preview show that we did along with Chris Warden. And one of the things we like to do on our preview shows is a human interest story. And we asked each of us to bring a human interest story. And at the time, you brought a really, really fascinating one, which was Randy Zuckerberg. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, and Randy is in the race again this year. I think she's still running. You could look that up for me if you don't mind. But I got to know Randy because she came out to one of my training runs. She came out to the Monday training run we did in early April, running from Walnut Canyon to the finish. And immediately upon meeting her and running with her, I was struck by her just infectious enthusiasm. And we talk a lot about like the people in the sport and the way they are inspired to come into the sport and inspired to stay in the sport and the connections that are made. So there's method to this madness. I have a podcast called Crack the Brew with AJW, and one of my sponsors is Mount to Coast Footwear. And I work with a guy named Lynn Zhu, who's their main marketing guy. Well, I was chatting with Lynn coming into the race, because even though we've been working together for 2 years, he lives in Manhattan, we've never met in person. And we're planning some stuff to do as like preview the Western States. Well, he's here. And I was like, hey, I'm going to be here. I want to meet you. I want to go up to Mingus. And he was like, you won't believe it. I'm pacing Randy Zuckerberg.
Oh, wow.
So it was this meandering thing. So all of this is to say, how's Randy doing? What do you see on the track?
Yeah, Randy is at mile 83. So Randy's doing well. Finished last year. Great to see her back out there this year. You know, she shared some miles recently with Joe Corcione. She did a big FKT attempt, and sounds like we've got Joe, actually, who's a part of Killian's crew, out in the field right now. Hillary is going to do an interview with him. So a fun way to connect the two. So Hillary, how is Joe doing? What's it like out on the ground on the course?
Everybody, day 2 at Cocodona. We made it through the first night. Yeah, out here, Everyday Ultra, a fan favorite of the sport and no stranger to these crazy, stupid distances of races. Good morning, Joe. How are you doing?
I am good. I'm good. I think I'm tired. I don't know. The sun's up. I don't know. So I think it's at the point where you lie to yourself and you're not tired because you want to keep going through the week.
It's only day 2. You gotta lie to yourself. If you're not, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, or just take a lot of caffeine, or both. I think I'm doing all 2 or 3 or however many things I said just there.
Okay, well, I mean, you have good reason for it, right? Like, what did your night look like? Walk us through the last, like, I don't know, 8 hours in Joe's world.
Oh, Killian came through to Whiskey Row, I think at about hopped in to go pace him, and then we proceeded to run 48 miles all through the night, and then finished up in Jerome at 5 a.m. So it was a very fast 48 miles all through the night. I'm tired, I'm sore, but I'm stoked for our guy. That is the most important thing.
Oh man, I mean, yeah, that would be a lot of fun. I feel like to just be able to get out there with someone who's just like pushing so hard, and Killian's having an incredible race so far. What were some of the, like, I don't know, highlights, lowlights of your time with Killian out there?
I think the biggest highlight, and this was always the big X factor to him, because, and I know he's mentioned this like on a lot of like interviews and stuff, but you know, over the years at Cocodona, he's dealt with like a lot of allergy stuff going into Jerome, coming off of Mingus, and no issues. Like no breathing issues, no nothing. And that's been the thing that has like caused him to have all these recurring issues year after year of Cocodona. So that was awesome for that to not happen at all. And I think the biggest high point was right at the end. He literally looks at me and he goes, dude, I feel just as good as when I picked you up as a pacer. And I was like, wow, he's about to rip. And we were going like 8:30 down the road. And so, yeah, he's just on a streak. Any low moments. I think maybe the lowest moment was he kicked the cactus at Fain Ranch and got a few, pokers in his foot, but I think that's par for the course for Fain Ranch. So I think not too many lows out there, which is pretty good.
As long as the cactus didn't kick back too much, right?
That's just true. Yes. And we were able to get them all out. It was good.
Oh my gosh. Well, that is fun. Well, did he have any lows out there, or do you feel like he's just like cruising right now? Like,
yeah, no lows, which is kind of crazy. When you pay someone, I was telling him this out there. It's like, when you pay someone, you usually got to remind them to eat. You got to, keep their spirits up. You got to keep them on pace. And I was like, dude, I don't have to do any of this with you, because he's eating on time. He's like totally good spirits. He's moving really well. And it was just like seamless. I mean, it literally just felt like a long run for us. I shouldn't say casual, because like we were running pretty good. And he almost dropped me on a few times, because he was like running up some climbs pretty strong. So yeah, there was, and I'm not even just saying this from like a standpoint to hype up our guy here, but there was like no low points, and he was just cruising on. He came into this aid station. He was like, yep, I'm going to take a 10-minute break. That was the original plan. He came in, he's like, all right, I only need 8, and he left in 4. So I think he's just riding the momentum. He's riding the high, and he's looking real good right now. It's cool to see what's going to happen.
oh my gosh. And you said his brother took him out of here, right? So, I mean, running seems to run in their family. The dad's out here, everyone's running. That's really fun to see. So, okay, what does your day look like? I know that you're also bouncing to help out with another crew, and you're just like everywhere, man. Like, are you going to sleep?
I think my plan is I'm going to go until like my body crashes, and then maybe nap, and then load up on caffeine and do the same thing over and over again. So, yeah, I'm also going to be helping the crew and support Randy Zuckerberg, who's out there crushing it as well, too. So kind of bouncing back and forth between Killian and them. And then we also have like 34 total athletes on our Everyday Ultra roster out there across all the coaches, all the distances. So when Killian finishes, I'll be like bouncing around like and just kind of seeing people out there and cheering our athletes on. And we got like a few of our coaches racing too, which is super cool. So it's a very, very busy week for Joe, but my cup is full and I'm super happy, even though it's exhausting. It's the rewarding type of exhausting, which as ultra runners, like that's what we do it for.
I was gonna say, you're gonna finish this week and feel like you ran the whole damn thing.
100%. Yeah, I know. It's like I might as well should have just signed up for it and just gone for it, but it's good. You know, it puts it into perspective out there, because I always like, you know, Cocodona week, I think whether you're doing media or like coaching or crewing, right? Like there's all this shared exhaustion like that everybody, I think it brings everybody together on the week, which I think makes it so special. And even if you're not running, like it is an ultra marathon in a sense. And I think we can all bond from that, and it makes for great stories, great experiences, and an unforgettable week that keeps us coming back and back every year, whether it's crewing, running, or pacing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and I love that you have so many people out on course because I feel like that is so special seeing the whole arc of everybody's journeys, and you must feel like you can't sleep till the last person is home safe, right? But
100%.
yeah, it's such a special week out here.
It's so good. This is like the best race environment in all of trail running to me personally. Like if someone were to ask me like what is like the best thing, like I love Cocodona week. Now, granted, I live in Arizona, so I'm a little partial to it, but there's just something special because you have people doing, the 38 miler where they might be doing like their first, ultra ever. And then you're doing, you people going up to the 250 mile distance, and, people are trying to find, their own limits and their own goals wherever they're at here too. And you get such a wide range of experiences and personalities and people. And then you meet other crews, and it's just an amalgamation of everything to love about ultra running. And so that's why like every single year, like no matter what, I will be here in some capacity just because it's that good. And I encourage anyone, if you're watching the live stream, even if you live in like Alaska, Europe, wherever, like come out to Cocodona week, race a race, crew someone. I promise you it will be just a magical experience that will stay with you for the rest of your life.
Oh my God. I mean, I could not have said it better. That was, yeah, you're right. It really is. And it's been really fun to see all the people out here in some capacity. Just like you don't have to run the whole thing, but you can be part of it and have an incredible experience. And I mean, you're just starting, Joe. You got a few more days to go. So I do hope you pace yourself.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep mainlining the caffeine, Celsius and then maybe take a nice car nap or maybe a dirt nap in honor of the runners. Who knows? We'll figure it out. We'll make it through to Saturday, hopefully. Yeah.
Try ultra running. It's healthy, they said.
Great. It's good for your body. Yeah, good for your body and your brain and your soul. Yes.
Do we have any questions from the studio for Joe? I know he's been able to run around and see a lot more of the course than we get to. So how are we feeling in there?
I would love to hear about Randy. I was just talking to Caleb about his nomination of Randy Zuckerberg as his inspirational person last year. How's Randy doing so far, Joe?
So the question is just about Randy, and AGW was saying Caleb's nominating her for most inspirational person, and just like how's she doing out there, and just like thoughts on Randy's race so far.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I would agree, most inspirational person. I mean, let's not forget last year when she signed up for Cocodona, like the furthest that she'd ever run was a marathon, and she'd only been really like running super consistently for like a couple of years. And so like to make that huge jump was so inspiring. Then to come back a second year, and I had the opportunity to like pace her for an FKT attempt she did in Mexico, where she like got the overall record, both men and women. She got a PR at the Boston Marathon, which I was able to see her do out there too. And I think what's super cool is like she's taking all these lessons that she's learned over the years and doing it at a time where she's moving better. She's doing with a smile on her face. She's implementing all the things that she learns. And I think like, even if we, no matter what our experiences in ultras, like it keep coming back and you implement the things you learn, and it's all about just getting better and finding like, what's the next level. And Randy's race is doing exactly that. I know that's what she wanted for herself out there. So I'm just so proud of her for being able to do that. And I'm so stoked to see her continue to find those new levels throughout the rest of the race. And I'm going to be hopping into pacer, I think the last pacing section. So it'll be cool to run her into the gateway to Eldon before they go on with no pacers. But I'm just so proud of her, and it's just so inspiring to see her growth. And I think she's just like a perfect example that, it doesn't matter, when you get into the sport, it doesn't matter, where you're currently at right now, like you can always improve and get better. And I think she's the epitome of that, which I will also double in on her being the most inspirational person out there, but everyone's inspirational too. But yeah, Randy is a special friend. So I second that nomination.
Yeah, it's been cool. I've seen a bunch of stories pop up over the year where you've been out like running with her and training, and must be really, really cool to see that journey and to see everything she's learned come to fruition out there.
Yeah, 100%. And she always has like the best attitude, like biggest smile on her face. There's a huge group chat with like her and, a bunch of people and like close friends and stuff. And she's like sending all these videos with like the biggest smile on her face, like right after the big climb into Lane Mountain. She's like, oh my gosh, like I did it, like just so happy. And I think like that attitude is what is so crucial out here to have like a successful day for whatever goal you're going for. Because, if you can go through a really hard section like that, or, a tough part of the course and have that big smile on your face, then, nothing can get you down. And I think she's a good example of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talk a lot about that with these races. The mentality is everything, right? And so to see her so locked in, Although, I mean, come on, like run the race, don't send the videos, send them afterwards. But it is fun. It is fun to get those updates.
100%. I mean, that's why like I always appreciate someone like Courtney too. Every time you see her smiling out there all the time, and you know she's one of the greatest athletes that we've seen of our time. And I think a lot of that has to do with not only how like fit she is and how well trained she is, but also just her attitude. And it's one of those cliche things, but really, I mean, it can make or break how you perform in a race, and also your overall experience. And how can you not be smiling in an amazing place like Cocodona? So yeah.
I mean, seriously, even driving over here this morning and the sun's coming out over the like mesas, and it's just incredible. Like it is a special place, and I'm glad you get some miles. I'm glad you get to see a bunch of the course, it sounds like, and different parts. And thanks so much for just like sharing your thoughts on Killian. And yeah, we're rooting for him, for everybody out there. It's really exciting. It's like anyone's game right now, right? But I mean, he's doing his best to lock it down at the same time.
Yeah, anyone's game out there. It's going to be fun to see what happens. I mean, like, shout out to Rachel, just like so inspiring, so amazing. I was hearing like, through the grapevine that she just wants to empty the tank out there and give it her very best. And like, I love that. And she's doing that. And also I want to say like, shout out to you, shout out to the media team and like the people commentating and providing this amazing live stream. Like everyone in the chat, give it up for like the live stream team, because like without them, like none of this is happening. It's so cool to see you guys bringing this amazing stuff to people all around the world. And such a gift. Like when I first got into trail running, like this didn't exist, and to see how big it's become, it's awesome. And all thanks to you guys, so thank you.
Well, I mean, it is something we all love so much, and I think it is a labor of love. And yeah, thanks for saying that. I feel like every year the whole team levels up, and this year feels like no exception. And I mean, we meet people all the time that are like, I'm here because I watched the live broadcast and I realized this was possible. And that's the power of storytelling and the power of like bringing other people into these experiences so that you too can do really stupid things for a long time. Thank you, Joe. Thanks for being with us. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your adventure.
You too.
We'll see you somewhere along the line.
Somewhere along the lines, maybe on the trail napping. Who knows? Yeah.
All right. That was Joe Corsione from Everyday Ultra. Just paced Killian all night, crushed it out there, off to jump in with Randy Zuckerberg, really like wearing a lot of hats right now. And I did get the chance to talk to Rachel's crew this morning. I mean, we missed her by a few minutes coming in to the aid station here, and that was just because she is so far ahead of all her splits. So the aid station itself was like struggling to be set up enough for her. And I mean, I feel like that's kind of a confidence boost, right? As an athlete, if you're just like there before the aid station even opens and they're trying their best to just like get stuff out to you. And I mean, she's just running the race of her life right now, and it sounds like she has no intention of slowing down. But it was fun to hear from them, and she's just absolutely crushing it out there. And it sounds like she only picked up her energy this morning when the sun came up. She stopped for I was kind of getting the lowdown from her crew. Dom Grossman paced her last night, and her precision crew was just sort of getting ready to head out to the next spot when I showed up. But she stopped for about 13 minutes, and she did a shoe change and took a little bit more time. When we saw her last night at Whiskey Row, she had one of the faster stops and really rolled through in about 5 minutes. And for example, Killian, he took a bit more time. He did the shoe change there. And I feel like it's sort of like you just have to decide when you're going to do these things, but at some point you got to do them, right? And so this was definitely one of her stops where she did a little bit of a reset, but left here with a spring in her step and feeling really good. And so, yeah, I'm so excited for day 2, you guys. It always feels like we head into the second day. We made it through night 1. These front runners are coming off of the technical descent off Mingus. It's pretty incredible. And it sounds like we might have our second place woman, third place overall, Heather Jackson, coming into Dead Horse here, which is also incredible. And so we're gonna go check that out and see if we can get close to the crew and see what's going on. But I'll throw it back to you guys in the studio for now.
Hillary, thanks a lot. Great stuff.
Hillary.
Great stuff.
That was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. That was awesome.
Oh, so great.
Reporting in on Rachel Entrikin's crew and chatting with Joe Corcione, purveyor of Everyday Ultra. chatting about his pacing gig with Killian, as well as going to be out pacing Randy. Yeah, back on Randy for a second. I was just so struck by her infectious enthusiasm. I think there's, as Joe was saying, attitude. Someone like Courtney, attitude is such an important part of any part of life, but certainly this sport. And Randy's positive attitude and just joie de vivre is really, really wonderful. All right, here we go. Here's a runner. Cody Poskin, we think.
Yeah, he looks good.
So that would move him into third place overall, wouldn't it? Yep. Got confirmation. Cody Poskin coming into Dead Horse Ranch State Park and in third place. He has continued to move up. I believe he was in 7th or 8th at Whiskey Row.
Yeah, I think of everybody that we've had a chance to kind of assess their gait and how they're moving today, he looks to be the best.
Yeah,
I mean,
I would agree.
He looks kind of springy. He looks, good as he's moving along here. He was interacting super well with his crew, very excited when he came into Jerome. So it's good to see that momentum continuing to roll for him. He's got a chance to make a move today if he can stay fresh, kind of like this. He's in a good spot.
Yeah, and Caleb, we've talked about how this is a runner's race these days. That he's running like a runner.
He is. I mean, look at this.
He's running like a runner, and there's a lot of running up ahead between here and Sedona, and then once you get up on the plateau.
Yeah, he's got about 132 miles on those legs right now, and doesn't look it. He's also climbed over 19,000 feet in the last 26 hours and change.
Yep, he's down on Dead Horse Ranch State Park, one of the lower points on the course, and obviously not after the start, but one of the lower points on the course after Crown King, and moving well into Dead Horse Ranch. Might recall back at Jerome, he was in the aid station together with Joe McConaughey. They left sort of together, but he quickly sort of separated himself. It's almost all downhill from Jerome to here. He's made really good time. I can't remember the exact time he left Jerome, but man, moving. Great drone shot here, by the way. Also, this is wonderful footage. He bops onto the single track. Dead Horse Ranch State Park. The aid station is set in this beautiful trailhead parking area with ramadas. It's a really popular horseback riding area. So there's kind of a corral off to the side and plenty of parking for the crews.
Looks like he left Jerome about an hour and 20 minutes ago.
Dang, there you go. Thank you for looking that up. That's moving. There's the Verde Valley in the distance. That strip of green is the Verde River riparian area.
Yeah, a little background on Cody. So last year, Cody finished 7th male, 8th overall at Cocodona, finished in a time of 71 hours and 11 minutes. He also ran Black Canyon earlier this year, where he finished 16th overall, 13th male, ran the Black Canyon race in a time of 8:23. Cody is 24 years old. So you think about just the the growth that he has in this sport, how young he is. You know, you and I were discussing earlier, it's just kind of like he's in this range right now where I wonder if he fully understands the weight of the moment. He's kind of charged up the field over the last 12 hours or so. And the moves that he's made, he's looking fresh here. He now finds himself in solo third place, having passed a guy like Joe McConaughey, ran with him in that last aid station or left the aid station and Jerome together. And Cody pulled away from him. No pacer in sight here. So he's appears to be doing this kind of all alone, just him and his thoughts out on the course.
Yeah, I had him on my podcast last year, and he's an old school high volume guy. As I mentioned, he's a flatlander. He can get to some hills, within say an hour of where he lives. But he's a flatlander, and he throws down, routine, 40-mile training runs. Kind of does them in the old school. Stops at the general store and gets his food, and he's got a great spirit about him. Kind of a minimalist. I suspect he doesn't have a whole lot in that pack. But yeah, I do think you're onto something. Maybe doesn't know what he doesn't know. What doesn't show up, by the way, in Ultra Sign Up is last year he went over to China and ran the Ultra Gobi endurance run, which is a 400-kilometer run in the Gobi Desert in China, and won it. And it's a lot of cross country. It's kind of it's an open course, so the Gobi Desert is just the vast expanse of nothingness. So it's a lot of just route finding, and you kind of get from point A to point B however you can. Very few aid stations, and I remember talking to him about it, and he was kind of fascinated with the whole thing, and just had a great day out there, and is obviously having a great day here as well.
Yeah, for those that maybe aren't as familiar with him, his demeanor, that kind of the way that he processes things. Is there somebody that's maybe a little more well-known within the sport that you could think of that you could compare how he approaches running and challenges to?
Maybe Rachel, actually,
yeah.
Quickly, in that he errs on the side of being funny. I would say his Instagrams are his reels are almost goofy. I mean, he's got a goofy side to him.
Yeah.
That he doesn't take himself too seriously. A lot of his Strava, he's one of those guys who, I think tries to be as silly as possible with his Strava run titles and stuff like that. If you go look him up, you could see that he's just kind of that kind of guy, and I think there's something endearing about that. And when you're more than halfway through a 250 miler, it's probably a good quality to have.
In your conversations with him, is he kind of like a stats geek when it comes to stuff? Is he like one of those that highly leans into, sort of almost fads of the day of how do you get the most out of your body? Or is he more that kind of old school, I'm just going to run and I'm going to sling pizza and candy and whatever?
He's more of the run and sling and eat sling candy and eat. I mean, not completely.
Yeah.
But I think his training is a lot on feel when I talk to him. His, he's planning on running this entire race with one pair of shoes. He comes from the old school, at least in that, bearing it all down to the minimum. He's also confident. I mean, he has not been shy about saying he wants to win Cocodona.
Yeah.
May do it this year, may not. But youthful confidence and exuberance combined with sort of a simple ethic and working hard, training hard, could be a good combination.
Yeah, and again, this is Cody Poskin on your screen right now. That's who we're talking about. 24 years old, finds himself in third place, all alone in third place, chasing down Rachel Entrikin, who's got the lead right now. She's, let's see, how far is Rachel ahead? Rachel's Rachel's at 140. Cody here's at about 133, and then Killian Korth is about 138. Okay, so they're kind of spread out 3 to 4 miles between each one of them. And I asked that question about Cody and kind of how he approaches it, because I think there's an interesting dynamic there too, in that Killian is much more, I think, leans more heavily towards the science side, towards testing things, right? And being much more sort of prescriptive in how he goes about racing. And it's going to be fun to watch those two, in addition to Rachel, who seems to fit almost kind of in between,
I would say. Yeah.
You know,
I mean, I think when she first came into the sport, she was maybe a little bit more Cody. But she's realized that certain things need to work for her better on the nutrition game, has sort of come in the other direction. By the way, Cody's just about 15 seconds out from Dead Horse Ranch State Park parking lot. There you can see it. But yeah, I would. That's a great assessment, because Killian is a very scientific, very stats oriented in a very positive way, but leans on the science and data side, and obviously has led to some incredible success. But could be an interesting sort of compare contrast between our second and third place runners.
Yeah, we'll see how he approaches this. When he was at Jerome, pretty quickly in and out from what we saw, right? Just kind of took care of the necessities and got moving. Great shot here by the team out in the field.
There he's doing that stretching again.
Doing the stretch, yeah. Got the full vest swap too. This is something that, a lot of ultra runners, especially kind of at the top of the field, have incorporated, rather than reloading the current vest. It's your crew already has the vest, the new one packed out and ready to go, so it's a quick swap.
Yeah, literally just that's a good move. I remember that was years, I'm going to date myself here, when Matt Carpenter set the then Leadville course record in 2005. The only company making these packs back then was Camelbacks, and he just literally swapped out a Camelback. He barely broke stride for the entire 100 miles, and it started to become a thing. And that was a full 21 years ago, that swapping out the pack. And yeah, you're right. Preloaded. It's got the instructions. The crew knows what he wants in it. It's just ready to go.
Yeah, and here, you're seeing again, he's kind of doing the full sort of reset, right? He's wiping himself down. To our point earlier, he's becoming a human again.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
he's taking the bath with the kind of the wet wipes there. Got a great crew around him who all kind of seem to know exactly what their goals are. And that's what you want as well. There should be no confusion when it comes to your crew. You need to be able to come in and they should be able to kind of take care of you, and they operate almost like a NASCAR pit stop. Everybody's got one task. They execute that task at a high level, and it allows you as a runner to just do your thing, and that's run.
Yep, absolutely. And that in and of itself, the crewing and the pit stop mentality has really become an art in and of itself in the sport these last several years.
So, and somebody was asking about the splits. It looks like it took Cody, kind of approximate numbers here, but about an hour and a half to cover 8.7 miles.
So yeah, just a tad over 10-minute pace. Not so bad with that many miles on your legs. Another runner coming into Mingus. Back on Cody's crew stop here. Again, third place overall, second place man, Cody Poskin, 24 years old, his second Cocodona. Taking a little time. The chair's out, but he's not in it, Caleb.
That's a good sign.
That's a good sign.
Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes these moments are as much about just like the mental reprieve.
Oh, yeah.
It's just being able to disassociate, disconnect from this really hard thing that you're trying to do. and having some time around other humans to just like check in, let your brain think about something else for a quick second, so that then you can re-engage. Almost similar to like a dirt nap, right? It's like 5 minutes, 10 minutes that just gives you a chance to kind of flush the mind and then refocus.
Yep, a little, as you've said, a little feeling of normalcy in the midst of what is anything but normal.
Yeah, and you know, another kind of way to think about this too is, and you know, he's been very in tune with making sure that everything is kind of limbered up and ready at these aid stations.
You don't see this very often, you
No.
know, with a kind of a nice little. He's taking care of himself. You can just tell. And chatting.
It's you know, even a guy like him, let's say, so last year right around that 70-hour mark, he's gonna likely be, you know, under that maybe by a wide margin this year. Even if, let's say he finished at 60. Even at 60 hours, which would be super, super fast, right? That's a long time to stay focused on one task, right? So you have to find ways to like let your brain go. I mean, 60 hours of thinking about the same thing over and over and over again, that'll wear on you in ways that few things in life will. So these moments are super important.
I remember talking to an old friend of mine, Eric Skadden. He was a 10-time Western States finisher, and he would talk about after Western States that it took him weeks to recover mentally.
Yeah.
And when I asked him why, he often said exactly that. You know, just concentrate, and this was a 17-hour event, just concentrating on one thing for so long is exhausting. It's mentally exhausting. So to your point, for 60 hours, even Cody here taking 5 to 8 minutes to sort of disconnect from that just a little bit. Chat a little bit, joke, stretch, could do a little mental refresh,
right?
In addition to a physical refresh.
I think it's also interesting to see, you know, from his generation, 24 years old, it can be hard to focus on things because of you have social media that's always in front of you. Everything is meant to like quick dopamine hits. It's all trying to force you to on to the next thing, headline. And that can be really hard. And that's what, you know, somebody who's 24, his entire life would have had kind of that impact of those things. And for him to show the maturity in year 2, this isn't like a flash in the pan thing. He showed himself as capable of doing this last year. Now doing the same thing this year, and that ability to focus and lock in, right? Had a great performance here last year too. It just says a lot about him as a human and just how strong he is. For being 24 years old, again, he's from Missouri, recent graduate of Ole Miss.
Yeah, he mentioned that he, you know, he tried to walk on at Ole Miss cross country. It just wasn't his cup of tea. I mean, SEC school, big time, but just wasn't his cup of tea. And instead, he just went for long runs, found some friends, and just went out and ran. And but yeah, I would. I mean, it's cliche, but wise beyond his years, I would say.
Yes.
And not overcomplicating it. But definitely taking care of himself in this aid station. No stress, no pressure. Knows he's got a lot of running ahead between here and Deer Pass. Lots of nice single track.
Yeah, and just a kind of a comment in the chat about also, you know, don't forget about the pack of the Packers and whatnot. We won't. We definitely won't. Keep in mind, this is a 125-hour race. And we are 26 hours in. We're going to bring you the coverage of the front of the Packers here because of what they're doing. But remember, most of these that are going to be in kind of that podium position are going to finish within, let's call it 70 hours or so, which still leaves us 55 hours of coverage to be able to tell the stories of the mid and back of Packers as well. And that's really the beauty of Cocodona Week is the ability to story tell all across different age groups, capabilities, races, all of it. And there we've got Cody leaving the aid station, probably 5 to 10 minutes he was in there for.
And I think this is Joe now. Yep, Joe McConaughey. We got confirmation of that. But yes, we will give plenty of attention to the back of the pack, middle of the pack, back of the pack, and we will not forget, including, by the way, footage, if we can, running up and down the road in Flagstaff of every finisher. We really pride ourselves on covering every finisher on those final key roads from Buffalo Park to the finish. As we transition here, I am going to Caleb. I'm going to sign off and hand over the microphone to Alyssa Clark, who's going to take us over for the next several hours. And thank you. And I'm going to head up to Mingus Mountain Camp, play some basketball, and
NBA action,
and see how things are going up there. We will take a break for some ads, and Caleb and Alyssa will be right back. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you this evening for Aravipa After Dark.
Welcome to Sedona Parks and Recreation, where adventure meets community, and every day is an invitation to explore. From sunrise rides through red dirt trails to vibrant gatherings that bring people together, every corner of our parks invites you to move, connect, and play. Music drifts into the evening sky, and the spirit of Sedona comes alive. Creativity rolls through every curve, and adventure fuels friendly competition under the sun. Families gather, kids laugh, and memories are made in and out of the water. Imagination runs wild on every playground and open space we share. See what we mean? Sedona parks are awesome.
I'm Steve Adderholt, race director of the Cocodona 250. Janji has provided these Sun Chaser hoodies for each of the race distances for Cocodona. It's our runner shirts. First thing, they're great because they have a hood. So if you're wearing a ball cap, man, it's such a great way to protect your face and your neck fully from the sun when you're out there playing. Integrated thumb slits, so you can cover up some of your hand. It's got a watch slit on both arms. It's UPF 50, so you don't even need sunscreen. Thank you so much, John Chief. Thanks for supporting Cocodona.
Hi, I'm Bryce Thatcher, founder of Ultraspire. I'm so excited to be at Cocodona this year. It's an incredible event, and I am inspired by those of you that are running this event. It gets me so excited. In fact, I'll be at Lane Mountain again this year, and I like watching, observing, and communicating with you and realizing those things that can be done in development to help your runs go better. Hence, the Traverse and other products that we've developed specifically around you incredible athletes that are able to go so far and do such incredible things. I'm so excited for you this year.
All right, welcome back to day 2 of the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. Caleb Stevens here, joined by my new co-host, Alyssa Clark. Alyssa, how are you feeling today? Day 2 of Cocodona.
Oh, I am so stoked. I'm excited to be on with you, Caleb. We have just met yesterday, and I've followed you on Instagram. I've been so excited to sit down with you, and I feel like we're going to get into some really fun topics today while we're covering the race and have a great start to this Tuesday morning.
Yeah, I'm so excited. We've got a lot of really good action unfolding. We've got a great race going on right now. We are actually in the Run Flagstaff shop. So if you're going to be up in the area, come say hi today or anytime throughout this week. Great location for us. The Run Flagstaff team has been so hospitable. We've got a great setup here in the studio. And we would love to see you if you're in the area. Come out, say hi. Or if your crew or your runner, or anybody needs anything, they've got a ton of great gear here that you can pick up to support your athlete or yourself as you traverse the course here at Cocodona.
Yeah, I think that all crew and pacers deserve a little gift for themselves. So I'd say reward yourself.
Yeah. And, listen, it's okay, too. When your runner is a little bit delirious, just ask them if you can use their credit card for a few seconds. Treat yourself to a gift on their dime, right? You're doing a lot of work for them, and just let them buy you a T-shirt or something.
I will admit that I have been trusted with more than one credit card of my runner, and I've yet to take advantage of it, but maybe one day. I don't know, Run Flag might be the place to do it.
Awesome. And it sounds like we've got the opportunity to check back in with Hillary out in the field. Hillary, what do you have for us? We're going to pause here briefly, and then we'll check in. Oh, we've got Rachel out in the field here. This is our overall leader of Cocodona 250 right now, Rachel Entrikin. She is absolutely throwing down. Alyssa, as you look here at her on the screen, looking at her gait and how she's running, what are your thoughts?
I mean, it's funny. I was reflecting on this morning of, you look at Jim Walmsley and he just has this beautiful stride. I mean, he's one of the prettiest runners. I think Ann Flower, also David Roach, just are these absolutely iconic running gaits, and Rachel truly has a turnover and just a cadence that is unmatched. Her ability to just continuously move forward with efficiency, and she does have a really nice gait, but I'm just so impressed by how quickly her turnover is and how well she moves over terrain. That's what I notice about her. It really fits so many different types of terrain, which I think is why she's been so successful across the board.
Yeah, her feet almost remind me, it's like watching the wheel of a unicycle.
Yeah,
it doesn't
I love
stop,
that.
right? It just continues to move, and she just continues to move her feet. And right now, she just looks unstoppable. I mean, the experience that she's had here in the last 2 years, obviously two-time defending champion, trying to go here for the three-peat in a great position. From year one of winning it into last year, about a 10-hour improvement on her time. And she's credited a lot of that to dialing in her nutrition. And so it's interesting. It's going to be interesting to hear what's contributing to now the performance this year, right? Is it continued dialing in of that? Is it a different training approach? Obviously, she became a full-time sponsored athlete, a pro athlete, and so she's had a little bit a change in life as well, and being able to focus more on training for this event. And so, all of those things together are just really making her such a formidable athlete out there, and obviously, again, two-time defending champ, so it's no surprise, but it's just so impressive.
And we've had a couple of questions of who is pacing Rachel right now, and this is Addie Bracey, who is an absolutely incredible Nike athlete. I mean, one of the legends of, oops, I said legend. All right, 25 cents, sorry, AJW. Addie is such a pro of the ultra running sport. She recently got into the Western States 100, a golden ticket off of the Havilita 100. So I really love seeing athletes work together and support each other. So I know that, or I've heard that Addie and Rachel have done a lot of speed work together, and I love seeing this come to play on the course. So this is Addie Bracey pacing Rachel. Also, I just think that one of the biggest differences, I would guess from just kind of Rachel's demeanor, is that I feel like the first year Rachel did it, the look on her face when she won was like, oh my gosh. And I think she said this, I can't believe I won.
Yeah.
And then the second year, we had Courtney in it last year, and they wouldn't tell her that Courtney had dropped.
Yeah.
And so I think Rachel believed in herself more, but there was still Courtney's here, who kind of knows what's going to happen. And then this year, it feels like Rachel has fully stepped into her own.
Agreed.
She belongs here, she knows it, and that's really powerful. And I think that goes to how mindset is 90% of this. I mean, obviously she's got time, she's fixed her nutrition, but I think her mind is just really there. Like, I don't think Rachel believes that anything isn't possible at this point.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak for her. But from like a viewer's perspective, it almost feels like this year, in the first 2 years, let's start there. First 2 years, maybe she's competing more against the field. This year, it just feels like, in the way that she's led this thing now for, I don't know, 12 plus hours, it feels like she's more competing against herself and is just out there on this epic long run, pushing her limits, and just not worried about everybody else. And so, like, that's a very interesting transition too. That's kind of my view on it. I don't know if that's actually what's going through her mind, but it sure seems like it, because she's just doing her thing and just kind of complete disregard for everybody else. She's just out there running.
Agreed. Oh, I had someone ask, is Cocodona on your radar soon? TBD. Yeah. Every year I think maybe, and then I really love 100 miles, so kind of leaning towards digging into those as much as I can.
Yeah, and we do have String Bean here on the right of the screen. This is Joe String Bean McConaughey. Joe, similar approach here to what he had at Jerome. Just kind of looks like he's maybe dealing with some things. Obviously, everybody is at this point. You know, you're 130 plus miles into the race. So it kind of just looks like he's sorting through stuff. It doesn't look as, I would say, chipper as what we can see Joe at times during a race. I remember last night watching the live stream, Joe was leaving Whiskey Row and was chest bumping people and kind of jumping and big high fives and all of that. And, that's the kind of, when Joe is feeling really good, he brings that no matter what mile of the race it is. So right now, obviously, he's just controlled. He's sorting through some stuff. A previous champion here at Cocodona 250. So it's going to be really fun to kind of see him kind of progress through what seems to be just maybe a little bit of a darker moment of the race for him, and kind of get him back out on the course, but still performing very well. Right now, Joe is refreshing the tracker here. Looks like we've got Joe in 4th place. So he's at right around mile 133. Cody Poskin is in 3rd. Killian Korth is in 2nd. And then obviously Rachel here on the left side of the screen is leading the whole thing, 1st overall.
All right. And I know that there's been questions about runners DNFing. We do hold off before we get official word to share because, as you know, sometimes runners will take a second off course and then come back, or it might take a second for the tracker to update. So we will let you know if we get official word, but we do want to be respectful and careful to share runners' information before we have it confirmed.
Yeah, and I just want to take a moment to just appreciate the shot on the left of Rachel. You can see in this screen that there's nothing around her, right? Very, very remote. And so if you're tuning in with us on the live stream and you're taking this in, there's so many moving pieces to be able to deliver the shot that you've got right now. A lot of people out into the field. It's a lot of logistics of moving camera crews around, right? There's tons of work being done here in the studio to bring you guys the best shots possible. But if you think about 250 miles, that can stretch a lot of the resources thin as they're moving from point to point to point, especially as the field kind of stretches itself out. And so for us, it's this balancing act of bringing you this awesome content like you see with Joe here at an aid station, but then having the resources out on the field too to be able to bring you these epic drone shots as runners are making their way to Flagstaff. And so for the team at Mountain Outpost and everybody out in the field that's making this possible, thank you. This is incredible. And it's not very often that you get to see an elite performer like Rachel Entrekin navigating the desert, right? She's out there in the desert and we're watching this. There's people all around the world right now that are getting a chance to see her do this with just her pacer, nobody else around. Pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that one thing I always want to remind everyone is that, you see the London Marathon, you see Paris or New York City or the Olympics. These are all in cities. They're all with
Exactly.
a lot of resources, and it's just incredible. I mean, so many of these places have no service. And so it is just, wow, that is a shot. Holy cow. Just what they're able, like the production team is able to bring to everyone. Hats off to them. Oh, I did want to say that I was watching Scott Jurek's stories from yesterday. Also,
Oh yeah.
Michael Versteeg, how your van, please, sir. That is the most things I've seen in a van.
I didn't see it. What
it was wild of just the amount. I'm sure there's some really cool Satisfy stuff in there, but it did start. Scott was a little bit worried about that, and then Scott drove it up to Prescott. But apparently, String Bean chest bumped Scott so hard that he almost fell over.
Oh yeah, that was
or hugged him so hard.
at
Yeah,
Whiskey Row. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great. Just the excitement there between those two.
Yeah, I really love the camaraderie on the Brooks team. I feel like there's a really strong sense of team there. And that's actually something we're seeing a lot more on these pro teams, is that it's not just the athlete off by themselves. It's, you know, a whole community. They're pacing, crewing each other, working together. And I think that's really elevating the sport. They're also bringing in sports nutritionists, strength coaches, giving facilities for these athletes. And so I just think that we are, continuing to see the sport evolve. As we're watching Rachel throw down an incredible performance, I just see Cocodona getting faster and faster.
Awesome. So we are going to now cut to the field. We've got Hillary Yang out there. Hillary, what do you have for us?
All right, so we're here with Clara Freshner, who just finished pacing Joe McConaughey. How far were you guys going, or how far did you go with Joe?
I started at Fain Ranch and then came here, so I think it was like 36 miles.
You got a good run. That was a solid outing. How was your night?
It was great. It was super nice. It was a little chilly, but going to Mingus kept us nice and warm, and then coming down, we just kept grooving. So yeah, it was great. It's beautiful.
Have you done Mingus before? I keep hearing how technical that backside is.
No, I've actually never run on the course at all. So I feel like I got to experience some really cool sections and some really sections that I was like, is this a trail that's only used for Cocodona? Because I respect that, but it seemed likely.
So it's one of those where you're like, okay, yeah, they just made this. That's amazing.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Do you guys have any, Zach Howard coming in behind me here. Did you guys have any moments where either big highs or big lows?
Yeah, definitely. Going up Mingus, Joe was like, this is the best I felt all this whole time. And then going down Mingus, we had a bit of a electrolyte imbalance. So
this is the worst I felt the whole time.
Yeah, it was. There were definitely highs and definitely lows, but yeah, it was a really good time.
That's awesome. Did you play any basketball? I heard that there was some hoops that were being thrown out there.
Yeah, okay, so it was early in the game, but he did score 5 points, which was number one on the leaderboard at that point in time, which was one of 3. So I think Zach quickly came in, scored a 7, which bumped him down, but I got a pretty sweet trick shot video, and he was crushing it. Yeah.
Nice.
That's amazing. Yeah, Cody came in before and he was like, oh, Joe, he's got those long arms, man.
Yeah, he got really low and super into it and started dribbling all fancy. And I was like, okay, Joe, let's get it.
That's fine. We got time. No problem.
Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah.
That's amazing. And yeah, where's he off to now? Did you pick up another pacer here? What do you feel like Joe's vibe is for today going into day 2?
Yeah, he just picked up Caro, and they're doing this whole solo section together. I think it's 26 miles, and they're feeling good. Caro has great energy. She's just such a light, so he's in good hands. Yeah.
Nice, sweet. All right, well, thank you. We'll let you get a little bit of rest. I grabbed you right as you came off the trail, but good job getting Joe here, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, thanks so much.
All right. How's everyone doing in the studio? Good morning.
Morning, Hillary. What's the consensus today, from the crews that you have there regarding Rachel? Are folks trying to hunt her down, or does it feel like everybody's just kind of staying within themselves at the moment, kind of running their own race and just knowing that there's still a lot of miles left?
I mean, super great question. I feel like I had a good chat with Killian's crew. Killian and Rachel have trained together a bunch this last year, which makes it really interesting because they know each other's styles and strengths and weaknesses, I think, quite well. And I did hear from Joe Corsione that Killian is so stoked for Rachel. Like, he knows this is the day she's dreamed of. And so that's really cool to hear. But at the same time, I don't think that's making him go any slower or not try to chase her down. And so it's a really fun kind of matchup. And I think they are both pushing each other. The fact that they're only a few miles apart, you know, like, and Rachel took a bit of a longer stop here. Killian was in and out. He was definitely on a mission to try to catch her as much as he can. But I know Rachel is just like eye on the prize. She knows what she wants and she's not going to slow down for anyone. So it really is going to be a game of everyone else chasing her. Cody Poskins, who came in 3rd place, he looked incredible. He looked so calm and so cool. And he sounds like he's just executing a really smart race and not slowing down at all. So I actually think they should watch out for Cody because he's running a very well-paced race and he's not burning his matches. I got the sense that he was like very well contained. So we have Heather Jackson coming in right now, guys, coming in behind me
awesome.
here.
Yeah,
amazing.
We heard that Cody added matches in the first part of the race, so this is exciting. But we have Heather.
Oh, he did, and he wanted.
Go for it.
He wanted everyone to know that the chili mac at Watson Lake was life-changing and his favorite food of the race so far. So just if any runners are listening in, you got to have the chili mac. But Heather Jackson just got here, our second female, and just went over to her aid seat or her little crew area, and we'll wander over and see if we can get some thoughts from her. But she looks freaking great. Yeah. She looks awesome.
She does, and this is by far, I think, the longest she's ever run. So this is incredible.
Uncharted territory.
Also, I do want to give a couple of updates while we can. We have Zach Hauer in 4th right now. His tracker is a little bit off, but we do have Zach in 4th, and we do have confirmation that Max has called it a day at Mingus. We are wishing him the absolute best, but unfortunately, Max has called it a day.
All right, so on the screen here, we've got Heather Jackson. Heather's such a light in kind of everything that she does, but it's so good to have her here at Cocodona. Heather has a big-time background in endurance sports, specifically Ironman triathlons. She's won 6 of them. She set the fastest all-time Ironman by an American woman and finished 3rd at Kona. So in 2022, Heather retired from triathlon, and that's really when we saw kind of her start to come into this ultra space, and she's done incredibly well as she is this week. Finished 7th at Western States. She's got that under her belt. But to your point, Alyssa, this is her first 200+ mile trail race. And so she is in that uncharted territory. This is kind of new for her.
Oh, look at the smile.
Yeah, but you can see, yeah, exactly. The composure that she has, the happiness, the joy to be out there doesn't seem to be affecting her in a negative way, going farther than she's ever gone.
Yeah, and I will say Heather does have experience biking well over 200 miles. She has won I believe it's a 300-mile gravel race. So she does have experience with these longer efforts, but this is the first time on her feet. So she looks great. Just getting down some pretzels. I'm sure that salty food after all of the gels is really hitting. And I'm just excited to see. She's a great runner. Anyone who is coming from an Ironman background has to throw down some fast marathons. So she is on terrain that is incredibly runnable, and I am stoked to see what she's going to throw down on this next section.
Yeah, and you think about just what makes a successful athlete at Cocodona, and I think, being able to be well-rounded as an athlete and durable, and so having that triathlon background where she has worked her body in a lot of different ways and has this wide base of different types of fitness and different types of training. it's fun to see that being so successful out here. I mean, years and years and years of not just running, but everything else that she was doing. And it's been a really successful, race for her so far.
I think also one of the things I learned, at least from the Distance to Empty pod, their interview with Heather, is that Heather almost made the U.S. Olympic team in ice hockey. Grew up in New Hampshire. I'm from Vermont, so feeling the New England love. But Heather is just a great athlete. Like, no matter what Heather does, Heather is good at it. And so I love seeing an athlete that she didn't even, I think, know how to swim when she started getting into triathlons, and then works towards, third at Kona, an incredible pro triathlete, and then decides, what's going to be my next chapter, and moves into trail running and gravel biking. And so I love seeing good athletes do great things. I mean, great athletes do amazing things, we should say. So Heather is just an example of that. I used to be a hockey player, so Heather, I'd love to get on the ice with you and see if we've still got it.
All right, we've got Jeff Browning here as well on the screen now. And Courtney on the right. So just a great screen here. Heather Jackson on the left, Jeff Browning in the middle to the lower section of your screen, and then we've got Courtney on the right.
Oh, awesome. Also, what incredible weather they have right now.
Yeah.
I mean, this is perfect.
Yeah.
Like, it is cool right now. It is a bit overcast, so, it's overcast, but it's not any blazing sunshine, but it's not raining. Like, I could not ask for better weather for them.
No, these have to be a rank up there, like 1 or 2 in terms of most favorable conditions for Cocodona 250 that we've ever had.
I would say I think this is the best year that's ever been, because it's either been really hot and it wasn't even that hot on the first day, or raining. And of course, there are some potential storms on the forecast today, so we'll see what happens later on. But I'm fingers crossed for them that they'll keep up this good weather. And we have Jeff Browning. I know that he at one point is going to be paced by the one and only Scott Jurek, so I don't know if... I know Scott did a section last night. I don't know if this is Scott with him currently, but what a power couple. I want to run with them.
Yeah. The stories that they can tell as they're moving along would be endless. All right, so Heather Jackson is leaving the aid station there. I should have written down a time. My apologies, but I would say around maybe 10 minutes or so that she was in the aid station, give or take.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. She wasn't rushing, took some time to sit down, but wasn't taking a break there. Definitely not sleeping, anything like that.
Yeah, and here we've got Courtney on the left side of the screen. That's Courtney coming in. This is kind of interesting because we saw Courtney coming into Jerome at the same time that Heather was leaving. So it was a pretty memorable moment where they were kind of high-fiving each other, big smiles as both of them have. So both tracking at about the same pace based off of what we saw at Jerome and now what we're seeing here. And then Jeff making his way into the aid station as well.
So Jeff, I believe, is at Jerome.
Yeah, that looks like Jerome.
Yeah, and Courtney's at Dead Horse.
Yeah, Jerome famous for the cinnamon roll waffles. Those things, they are freaking amazing. I'd never had a cinnamon roll waffle until I ran Cocodona in 24. I remember coming in and it smelled like nectar of the gods when I got there, and it was like, what is that smell? And they said, oh, we've got cinnamon roll waffles. And I think I had 3 or 4 of them. And it was the most delightful, meal I think that I had of everything out there, which the aid stations at Cocodona are fantastic. That's one of the things that separates this race from most races is that every aid station has its own flair. And when you're running 250 miles, like the last thing that you want is to have the exact same meal every time you get to an aid station, just because of palate fatigue and all of that. And when you come into an aid station at Cocodona, they're all different, and it seems to be almost whatever you could dream up that, oh, I wish I could have this. That's what they have. It's so funny, but it's great. Here, Courtney on the left, getting some work done on her feet, and we've got Jeff getting a meal in.
Well, I think he's Yep, he's getting a meal in. Sorry. I love the colors of his kit.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a big fan. I love that turquoise. Yeah. Also, Jeff has had Chrissy Mole as a pacer, so my God, like you could just interview them for a book. Chrissy Mole, the first winner of UTMB, Scott Jurek and Jeff Browning. Again, I want to be in on that party. Yes, Courtney getting some footwork done. Looks like she got a slice of pizza out there. Love it. I'm sure that real food is really helping out right now.
Yeah, and that's a big thing, in a 200. There's so much talk, and this is especially important for folks that are kind of mid and back of the packers. Like, it's very easy if you consume content regarding trail and ultra running that there's a lot of, hey, like high carb approach or like, maximize what you can take in from that perspective. 200s are different, especially a 250, and that like you need a well-rounded nutrition strategy. You need fats, you need protein, you need carbs, you need all of it. And yes, it's great to index higher. And here we've got Killian on the right side. He's looking fresh as well.
I believe he picked up his brother, who's going to pace him for like 80 miles. Wild. Killian's brother has done a ton of miles. It's a whole family affair. Love to see that. So we are going to move to a few interviews at Fain Ranch. We have Luke, our guy in the field, who's going to give us some thoughts from the folks down at Fain Ranch. And we're just waiting on those interviews, but right now we have Killian Korth, Jeff Browning, and Courtney Dauwalter. Oh my goodness. Yes, we are going to get to the interview shortly, but we have Courtney, Killian, and Jeff on the screen here.
Yeah, and shots like this, just soak it in if you're a fan of the sport. Everything that you can learn. Look at the way that Courtney, even 130 plus miles into the race, is still just taking care of her body, taking care of herself, making sure, there's still a lot of running here. There's a ton of racing left, 120-ish miles left for her. And so she's doing everything she can to set herself up to have a good, strong finish, minimizing any things that could potentially cause little setbacks. She wants to be able to just switch her mind on running mode and focus on nothing else. We don't need to be focused on blisters. We don't need to be focused on chafing. We don't need to be focused on anything that can pull the attention away from what's most important, and that's moving forward. And so she has taken her time here with her crew. Everybody's got a role. Everybody's got a task, and she's setting herself up for a successful back half of this race, which is so important. Same thing on the right side of your screen with Jeff. Jeff's getting food in. He's getting calories in. He's recharging the battery, doing everything that he can to get that body reset. In a race like this that has so many miles, you're burning so many calories. You've got to keep that tank full. And kind of in regards to that, we're going to jump to Fain Ranch, and we're going to get some interviews of folks that are out on the course. Luke, what do you have for us?
Hey guys, I'm here at Fain Ranch, presented by Satisfy. So, this hits mile 96 on the Cocodona course. Chris, you're up for a quick interview, right?
Yeah.
So this is Chris. I know Chris. He's a Montrose, Colorado guy.
Yeah, that's right.
First Cocodona, right?
First Cocodona. I've done Moab 240 3 times, and I'm done with that race, and I wanted to try something different. And so far, I've been so stoked. Like course marking, aid stations, the whole thing has just been top notch.
Yeah.
Super pro.
When I saw you when you came in, you said, I'm coming back from the dead.
Yeah. I ran out of water before Lane Mountain.
All right.
It was like a mile.
Oh no.
And I was full cramps. I was like, I was gonna die out there.
Minutes.
And so I had a couple trail angels give me a little bit of water, some salt tabs, and I limped it in. But since then, like, I'm still really sore, but this guy helped me. And the last stretch went a lot better. So yeah, I'm feeling a lot better.
Right on. Were you pacing him during this section?
No, just at the aid station.
At the aid station.
Quads and
all right.
moving again, yeah.
Shout out to the crew.
I think that helped more than the elbow and the thigh.
Yeah. Hey, a little dirt naps always helps. So, all right, man, get back out there. See you at the next spot.
That's great.
So as you guys can see, we'll pan over here. We got runners getting ready to head out on the course. After getting some aid, fixing feet, rubbing legs. Good job. Good job. Nice work. Do you guys mind if we catch this action on the live stream? We're going to keep, this is as real as it gets right here. So
Don't stop.
never stop. What's your name?
Tandy Sherlock.
Where are you coming from?
Well, today I just left Prescott. I was a half mile from my house and I was stupid enough not to just go there.
No. That's got to be tough at being that close. But
My amazing
Forgot to
crew,
go home.
yeah,
crew chief Ginger and assistant crew chief today, Susie.
they are doing their best to get you taken care of. We're getting the shoes on. Enjoy your run out there.
I get more.
She's making it hard for them, but that's all right. That's all right. When you're at the Satisfy aid station, you can get some Flota. If you didn't see Versteeg out there and you want some Versteeg Aura, you can drink some Flota while you're here. I won't take it from you. Yeah, you bet. Yeah, I know. Those things are hot commodities. Oh, we got a runner under the blanket right here. All right.
Luke, what's the coolest? Do you think Flota is the coolest thing you're seeing on the Satisfy menu this year?
Let's see. If we'll cruise over here. Last night we did like a little menu rundown. But when you come into Fain Ranch, they have these beautiful, lovely couches. You can hang out. Your crew can hang out. And then, this is the hot item. You get a Satisfy space blanket.
Nice.
Which is pretty cool. We have a few people wrapped up in these earlier, but right now we're just deep in the action. We got a hot Fain Ranch going, and then over here you can get your veggies. We got some steamed veggies.
Ooh.
We have chicken strips. We got pancakes, fresh fruit, and then you have your typical snacks, your nutrition. Yeah.
I feel like the veggies might be more for the crew at this point.
Yeah. Oh, dude, we saw you earlier.
Really?
Yeah, mile 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I said hi to my family then.
Yeah. Say hi to your family now.
Hello again, everybody.
This is Jacob. Remind me where you're from.
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. So we saw Jacob at mile 7.
Yep.
And when you say you
Still
gave a
doing
shout
good.
out, you're 100 miles in, you're still
100
smiling.
miles in, still smiling.
Yeah.
And sending all you guys hugs and kisses.
That's awesome, dude. You're doing great.
Thanks.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
All right. I remember talking to Jacob at mile 7. So that's cool. Cool to see. He's looking good. So we have a good mix of runners here. People that are, Cocodona runners that might be taking a little bit more time at the aid station, as we saw, taking a little nap, changing out socks and shoes. And then we have some of the Mingus Traverse runners who are doing the 80-mile race. So they're coming in and leaving a little bit faster.
Nice.
So.
Yes, we also have the Mingus Traverse happening today. That is about an 80-mile course that starts in Prescott and ends over in Sedona.
Hey, I got a second interview with these 2 ladies I met at the start of the Mingus Traverse.
Space in the lives.
Get over here.
They're doing their longest.
Friends.
Yeah. Still best friends. It's still early. What mile are you guys at?
13 and
Okay.
range. Yeah.
So these ladies are 13 miles into their 80-mile race. best friends, train together.
Aw.
This is going to be their longest run, and they're still friends.
Yeah, no strollers. Still,
No strollers. Doing it no crew.
yeah,
Yeah, all you need is each other.
that's right. We have solved all the world's problems on all of our long runs. We discussed everything and we got it all figured out.
You guys got 67 miles to
We're trying to continue to work on the world's problems. Yeah.
go get it. Great job.
We'll see you at the next one.
Yes, we'll be there.
What'd you say?
Right on. I love the difference in demeanor between a runner who's run 13 miles and a runner who's run 96 miles. So
Okay, Luke, thank you so much for the on-the-ground coverage at Fain Ranch. We are going to throw to Hillary, who was just able to chat with Courtney's crew. Courtney just left the Dead Horse Aid Station. So, Hillary, what do you have for us?
that's it, right?
We will be right to Hillary. We're coming there. But on the screen right now, we have on the right side, Killian Korth with his pacer. We have Courtney, who has left the Dead Horse Aid Station, which is mile 133.3. She's got a few camera people, has her pacer as well.
She's running well right now. She looks very, like, of all the kind of shots that we've had here recently, I think this is the best that she's looked in the way that she's moving. This is great to see.
You know, there's something about the sun coming up, the body starts feeling good. I always say that the hardest part, I think, of running overnight is that like 4 to 5 a.m. where the sun is just about to come up. It's very cold. Your body's trying to reset. Your stomach's trying to reset because you haven't gotten that sleep. And so once you can kind of move through that, and, you know, the sun starts waking you up, warming you up, that this is the time to move and groove. So I'm excited to see her moving so well. And we are going to throw to Hillary at Dead Horse. Hillary, how you doing?
Hi guys, I'm great. I'm here with Kevin, also known as Courtney's better other half, at least the more logistically organized one. But Kev, how are you doing? I just wanted to check in, and I mean, I see the coffee in hand, so I feel like that says everything. Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely helping. I got a little sleep. The crew took over last night, and I'm feeling refreshed. And got the update on Courtney, and the night, like, everyone's feeling, I think, is a roller coaster, but she's on the upswing. She like chugged one of these awesome vanilla lattes last night and was fired up and powered down the hill here. And she's off with her friend Marianne from the Solomon team.
I saw the matching shorts as they left. That was very cute.
Yeah, they got the matching outfit. They're so pumped.
They're dialed. Now, I know that last year, Courtney probably was having a bit of flashbacks to just like, you know, her last trip up Mingus and just everything that was different this year. Do you feel like this is like a fresh start, new day sort of thing, like uncharted territory, so to speak, when we're now heading into day 2 for her?
Yeah, totally. It was awesome getting through Mingus, and just we moved through there as quickly as possible because we're like, we're not stopping here again. We're just going to get her out and move into new territory.
Yeah, totally. We don't need to see the inside of that aid station any longer, right? Yeah. And you paced her out of Whiskey Row last night. So how was your time with Court? Just sort of like first pacer, getting to check in and see how the race is going for her.
Yeah, it was so fun just getting to chat our way from Whiskey to Watson to Fain, and yeah, we had a great time last night.
That's awesome. Has she be sampling the food at the aid stations at all? We've heard good things about the chili mac at Watson Lake. I don't know if she got a chance to try that.
Oh, we didn't get that, but yeah, you might need to go back there.
So I'd say next time, but you might not want to ask her that right now. How far is Marianne taking her today?
Marianne's taking her all the way to Sedona. So she's got about 28 miles or so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then what are you kind of excited about when you see Courtney next? Like, what are you hoping that she's either in the zone for, or just like, what do you want to see when she comes rolling through there in a few hours?
And she's just been willing to like try any food or drink or anything we give to her. And I love seeing that because it's just like, yeah, we'll see what works. Like one thing stops and one thing starts, and just keep rolling with it.
Well, I know she's got an amazing team here. You got Meredith Terranova and all the nutrition stuff. I'm sure you guys are feeling very dialed on that, but it's great to see Courtney eating. And I feel like that is like the crux of this race, right? Like it's kind of a food competition, really.
Yeah, it totally is. And just like figuring out what you can eat in any given time of day. And yeah, just an eating competition to Flagstaff.
Has she taken any naps yet?
She took some trail naps. Yeah, out there with Paul on the way down from Mingus.
Perfect. Love a good dirt nap. And the weather's so much better this year. I feel like that makes a big difference for being able to nap on the trail, right?
Yeah, it's been beautiful. Last night was amazing. It's so much better than last year.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, onwards and upwards. Can't wait to see Courtney crush day 2. Thanks, Kev.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you at the next one. Awesome. Yeah, it was a whirlwind in here. We had Heather Jackson come in, and then as she was leaving, Courtney came in. And I was really happy to see Courtney took her time. She did the shoe change. She did all the things and didn't just rush out of here. So everyone is just playing such a smart game. We also had Zach Hauer come through while the ladies were doing their thing. And I feel like, I'd be remiss if I didn't call out how great a race he's having for his first Cocodona. But I've such a fun morning already. And I feel like this race is so tight at the front. It's like, the fact that Courtney and Heather are like seeing each other on their way in and out of the aid station, like they're very aware of who's where and just sort of controlling the day right now and seeing how it all plays out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Hillary, thank you for that. That was such a great interview. And, you keep giving us such great insights through these interviews and the teams that are out there on the course. Just awesome. Have you gotten any sense from anybody out there of crews that are awaiting runners to come in? So we know we've got Ed Air, we've got DJ Fox, Jeff Browning, are all kind of, that's their next stop. Have you gotten any sense from their crews? Are they there yet? And what are they looking forward to with their runners?
I haven't seen them roll up here. I think there's a little bit of a gap now between our F3 and then the next group. But I did see all of those crews last night at Whiskey Row setting up and had a chance to talk to Scott Jurek before he paced Jeff Browning. This is Scott's first time out at Cocodona, so he was absolutely loving the whole atmosphere and everything. Yeah, he was so stoked. It was really fun. He was like, we're sitting in Whiskey Row. He's having a vegan pizza, and he's like, this is freaking rad. So I don't know if the wheels are turning for Scott Jurek, but it was really fun to see him just enjoy it.
I was going to say,
right?
is this the start? Can we get a Scott Jurek 2027 Cocodona? Can we make this happen?
I feel like this is as good an advertisement as any. He's getting all the good aid station treatment. He got some beautiful trails last night with Jeff. Like, we're selling it really hard, guys.
Yeah, come on, Scott. Scott, like we say, Scott Jurek for president. Scott Jurek for 2027 Cocodona.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just Scott Jurek for everything, right? Like solve the world's problems right there. Yeah. But it was really cool to chat with him. And I do hope to pick his brain later on after he's done. I know he finished pacing at Fain, I believe. But yeah, I'm curious to see how his experience was. And I know he was really stoked to be out there. Browning looked great. Eder also, I really enjoy seeing Eder race, and he's got an incredible crew. His family are always out here. He's got his kids who are young. They're like under 5 years old running around helping crew, and they're just like a really, really cool group of people. And Eder's had some amazing races. Watching him crush the Mammoth 200 in the fall, I have a lot of respect for Eder, and I think he's a very smart athlete. And so, he's just right in there still. None of these top folks you can count out. And we have so much race left to run that I feel like it's sort of anyone's game still. And if there's any mistakes made on that front end, then these guys are right there already, right?
Yeah,
totally.
When you think about the difference last year from a weather perspective and into this year, and you've spent so many hours out on the course between this year's race and last year's race. What is the vibe like, just in general, from the runners, the crews, the volunteers, this year versus last year, with the conditions being so much more favorable?
It's night and day. It truly is. I think rain in any race like this is a challenge because you end up sort of hibernating. I remember all the crews were sort of hiding out in their vans. No one wants to come out before the runner's ready. So you don't get that real sense of what's going on. And right now it's been really fun because I've been walking around and everybody's sort of hanging out in the sunshine, and you really get to sort of talk to people and be like, how are they doing? Give me the inside tea here. And that's really cool to see. And I just think also from the runner perspective, couple things. Obviously the dirt naps we talk about, it's impossible to nap when you're cold and when you're wet. And so the fact that they're able to take these naps when they need them, hearing Kevin say that Courtney's able to take a few dirt naps, that is everything. Yeah. Because otherwise you're trying to take these scheduled naps and you're wasting so much time. And I really do think the dirt naps are the move for this front pack. And so that like head and shoulders, I think that's the biggest advantage in the weather this year. And then also the fact that the trails aren't caked in mud. Like you get this desert kind of clay, and then the water gets in there. And like last year, the runners were coming in with those like moon shoes, I call them, where they have like 2 inches of mud on the bottom of the sole. Yeah, we've all felt that. Like it feels awful. You bang it off, and then like 2 minutes later, your shoe has like 2 inches of mud on it again. And just even that, like that can affect your running gait, that affects your pace, that affects everything. And so right there, like 2 major differences in how they're pacing. It was really interesting too, like they're going so fast and they're all ahead of their splits. And listening to Heather Jackson talk to her sister Becca, she paced her all night, which is really fun because she's like the spitting image of Heather. They have the same laugh, so it kept tripping me out every time I heard her. But she was sort of saying, she was like, oh, I was moving so fast and I feel like I slowed down a bit at the end. And her husband Waddy and Becca looked at Heather and they said, you're an hour and a half ahead of your projected splits right now. You know, like let's just pump the brakes here a little bit. Like you are doing so good and it's incredible. So that's really fun to just sort of see the crews reminding the runners at the front here, like we are so far ahead. And I mean, when we got here this morning, the aid station wasn't even ready for Rachel. They're scrambling, and for Killian, like these runners are so far ahead of pace. And some of these projected paces are wildly ambitious. Like I heard Cody Poskin's crew saying that his projected A goal time for Cocodona was like 54 hours, which kind of blew my mind. And it's super bold, but he's executing a really good race. So I think just sort of knowing that all these runners have these like really big time goals in their head right now tells us that they are going to be pushing themselves so hard and that they're also saving energy for that. Like if that's your end goal, you know how much it's going to take to get there, and they're not coming in here seeming like they're burnt out or they're not able to hold this pace. So it's kind of scary.
Yeah, we definitely have an exciting next 24 hours, 20 to 30 hours of coverage coming up. So much good racing. Hillary, thank you for everything out in the field. Is there anything else that you feel like the audience would want to hear? Any other learnings or anything that you've gotten out there?
Just say the last thing that's been really cool is the foot care. I feel like foot care game has been really good. I mean, at Whiskey Row, there was a lot more shoe changes. At Crown King, there was a lot more shoe changes than I thought. And then here again, Heather and Courtney both did a shoe change. Heather was doing, I can't remember the name of it, but like the white powder that basically dries everything out on your feet. So she had like that strategy going. They actually had like a whole towel system for her. And I was like, oh, so smart. They've like really, they're dialed on this. And then Courtney was kind of doing the squirrel's nut butter, like, classic, like just get as much like lube in there as possible. But just really seeing that foot management, I think more and more we're realizing these things can derail your race. And, for Courtney, like she's coming in as Heather's leaving, it doesn't matter. Like, that if you don't take the time now, you're going to pay for it later. And so I think to me, that was really exciting to see from these lead women who clearly know so much about what their bodies need to do this stuff, but also making sure they're taking the time and not skipping that step. So yeah, seeing a lot of just like really smart racing right now. And that's awesome.
Awesome. Yeah, no, thanks so much for the coverage out there. We're excited to check back in with you soon. Great coverage from the field there.
Yeah,
from Hillary. It's super exciting day, and she's been so great at just giving us the insights from the crews, from the racers, from the interviews. All of it helps paint a picture of what's going on behind the scenes of this race.
Absolutely, yeah. Having her perspective, and then having Luke, who's seeing the more of the middle of the pack for Cocodona and also the Mingus runners. It's great to get the perspective from different points on the course.
And on the screen here, we've got Killian Korth is having an excellent race. One of the things that he was worried about coming into this based off of previous races was just issues he's had with allergies. That section that he kind of struggles with it the most is in that Jerome area. He's through Jerome.
Thank goodness.
Isn't experiencing anything to our knowledge. Sounded like when we checked in with Joe Corcione, who's on his crew earlier today, hadn't had any issues, said he was feeling really, really good. And it's apparent here watching him. He's running with his brother who's pacing him on this section of the course. Looks really good, running strong, currently in second place.
Yeah, just having known Killian's history with this race, it's one that I think has been a little bit of his, we'll say, white whale. And I'm so glad to see that he's made it through the toughest section for his breathing. I really hope that stays the case, and just excited to see him do what he's capable of, because I know he's been limited in the past by kind of things beyond his control. So keep it up, Killian.
Absolutely. All right, so let's kind of run through where we're at on the standings so far. Doing a quick refresh here. So we've got Rachel in first, continues to be in first. Actually, looks like, and Killian's tracker hasn't, I don't think it's updated in a while.
Yeah.
So the
It's a little hard to tell.
difference here is kind of deceiving. But we've got Rachel in first, Killian, who's on your screen here, in second, Cody Poskin in third, Joe McConaughey in fourth, Heather Jackson in fifth, Courtney Dauwalter in sixth. We just saw Courtney on the screen probably 5 minutes ago. Courtney looks great right now. Excited to see what she does here in the second day. A lot more runnable terrain than yesterday. Sounds like she's done a fantastic job of taking care of herself. Hillary's update that she just shared, we saw the foot care that she was doing. Being able to eat was a big call out of,
Totally.
That's something that was a big bullseye for her, of making sure she's getting in the calories. And her husband shared, hey, yeah, everything we're giving her, she's eating. There's not an issue of, saying no. And so that's a good sign. She's keeping the fuel tank full. After Courtney, we've got Adair Ramirez, DJ Fox, Jeff Browning, Megan Eckert, Lindsay Dwyer. And so that's kind of our core group. As we talked about earlier in the day, right now the coverage, yes, we are supremely focused here on the front of the pack. And we expect, most of these folks, this is very exciting stuff to see. Most of these folks are going to be done within 70-ish hours, give or take. Some much earlier than that. We're going to bring you that coverage, and then throughout this week, we'll continue to bring you coverage of the mid and back of packers. But once we kind of get through this first wave of finishers, everybody's going to have a chance to have their story be told. We'll have follow cams out here in Flagstaff, so from the first finisher to the last, you'll see them running the streets of Flagstaff, crossing the finish line, regardless of which race they're running. You're going to see some great coverage and content of that. And that's one of the cool things about a race that stretches 125 hours, a live stream that stretches the duration of that race, is we get to cover everybody. And right now we're focused on the front of the pack, but you're going to see coverage all throughout this week of everybody in all of these races, which is so much fun. And if you're waiting to see your runner, just hang tight, keep watching, you'll see him eventually.
Absolutely. Also, we do believe that Zach Hauer is just behind Heather Jackson. Or he may have passed Heather Jackson. His tracker's been a little bit off, but Zach Hauer is in there in the mix, I believe, in the top 5 overall. Yes. Also, I am so impressed by the camera woman behind Killian. She's been running for a hot while. And this is awesome. Thank you so much. I'm not quite sure who that is. Maybe we'll get some info on her, but she has been giving us, along with the drones, some incredible footage of Killian, and just love to see it. We appreciate all of our in the field teams out there.
So with the current standings and kind of, we've had a chance now today to see a lot of the lead pack and various stretches of trail and different aid stations and whatnot. Who right now stands out to you, or maybe a couple of people that you're just like, okay, they're going to be there at the end, regardless of where they currently stand today, they're going to have a great back half of the race.
Yeah, the two, I would say, I have full faith in everyone who's running in this top 10, truly. Oh, she's peeling off. Good job, camera. Oh, okay, we're all peeling off.
Yeah, we're all.
Killian, have a nice time out there. I would say that I'm really excited to see what Courtney and Cody do in this back half. I feel like they're being really smart. And that being said, I think everyone is running so well, so smart. But those two, I just feel like there's a little fire in there. Yeah. And though I'm really excited to see, I feel like they're being really patient.
Yeah.
Also, I will say, as someone who has had some DNFs in their life and brought demons to a course, I'm so glad that Courtney is past that point, because I will say it should not be taken lightly how much those memories just really stay with you.
Yeah, they linger.
They linger, and it sounds like it was a pretty rough situation last year with just the weather and everything. So I am just stoked to see her get fresh territory where she can make new memories. She doesn't have to be holding on to what happened and kind of being like, oh my gosh, is that going to happen again? I think that's a really big mental hurdle to get past. So I am just stoked to see her in new territory. And yeah, I'm loving what's happening right now. And those two, I'm seeing the fire burn. I mean, the fire's burning for all of them. Like, this is so impressive. Yeah. What about you, Caleb?
Yeah, I'm excited to see, obviously Courtney, the way that she was moving, and the views that we had of Rachel. I mean, there just doesn't seem to be any stopping her. Killian looks so strong here too. I think what I'm most excited about is everybody that's at the top right now still looks so strong. There don't appear to be any kind of chinks in the armor for anybody at the moment, which is going to make for some really exciting racing here on trails and terrain that is incredibly runnable. The back half of this race. And then, the interesting thing when we think more towards tomorrow, right? So you've got to set yourself up today. Tomorrow, that Eldon section this year is no longer able to be paced. And so it's going to be kind of roll up your sleeves, 1-on-1 or 1-on-5, however many people are left out there, right? At the top of the field. And you're going to have to go head-to-head, and you're going to have to battle unless somebody really stretches this thing out. And you're going to navigate Eldon, which, if you're not familiar, is about a 2,000-foot climb. And so it can be difficult, as you get up to over 9,000 feet. The air is a little bit thinner there. And it can tax your body when you've got 230-plus miles on your legs. And so there's going to be some challenge there, and folks are going to have to navigate that, and you're going to have to finish the race by doing that alone. And so that's going to be a fun wrinkle with this year's race.
I actually think that the real crux is going to be the downhill of Eldon alone, because it's from what I remember, what I've heard, and I'm hoping to get out there. I think some of us are hoping to get out on a loop maybe on Friday and do a reverse and cheer some people in. Yeah. But it's a very runnable / hikeable uphill on a smooth dirt road. And so that you can kind of shut your brain off and just power hike or run depending on where people are. But the downhill, it is truly incredible how much time you can lose on a downhill. Like, you can throw down a 30-plus minute mile if you are moving slowly on a technical downhill. And with this sleep deprivation, I'm hoping like the pull of the finish line will help runners get down safely. But that, I think, is going to be a really difficult aspect of the race for people without a pacer to kind of, because a pacer can be like, hey, watch your feet. Exactly. Okay, we're going to step here. Like, you can really just follow the exact footsteps.
The line. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And when you're that tired, picking your line can be a lot harder. And I know I've fallen asleep on my feet during Moab. So I truly, really hope that these runners are being safe on the downhill and there's no sleep downhill running, we'll say.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's a tough section. We last year, we had some great camera shots up there. I'm sure we'll have the same this year. Just showing the difficulty of that descent, the large step downs. Dan Green navigated it so well last year, but we saw some separation with different packs of runners that were kind of coming through there. Some were a little fresher, to your point. Others had to be a little bit more diligent going down that. And if we continue to see this kind of like core pack, and mind you, there is a several mile gap here. We're not talking where everybody, in the top 5 is all within a mile or two. There are some spacing, but again, we still have 120-ish miles, 110 miles left. It's a long time, and there's going to be sleep that comes into account, factors in here. Maybe some small rain showers later today, potentially. That's going to be hit or miss. But you're always kind of one stomach issue away from somebody letting a few miles slip, right? Or other factors that can come in on race day. Killian's on the screen here. He's talked about the allergy issues. There's different things that can come into account. 2024, there was a controlled burn in Flagstaff. So the air was pretty heavy and smoky, when you got up here. And so all these different things can come into play. And this isn't like your typical race where you think, oh, this person has, a 45-minute, hour and 15-minute lead. No, like everything can change on a dime when you're running this far and you're pushing your body to the max like this lead pack is.
We are getting eyes on the Mingus Basketball Association. I was catching up on everything this morning on Instagram, and oh my gosh, the shots and Jeff Browning, I'm so sorry, but your air ball was the funniest thing I saw this morning. I don't blame him. I don't think I could do anything. I do want to know, is the adjustable, did they put up the adjustable?
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
I haven't seen anything with that. I do know they have the 2 different size basketballs out there. AJW is going to be heading up there today, so maybe he can give us the inside scoop when he gets up there.
Cam on him.
Well, one, we got to get a cam up there because I want to see his form. I mean, he talked about being a high school basketball player, and so we'll see if that transcends the generations here. It's been a while since AJW was in high school, so we'll see if he still has the shot, and I'm excited to see that. We'll bring that coverage to you hopefully live when he lines up. His thought process was he was going to go for the layup first, then the free throw, then the three.
I like it.
But as we were watching it, we saw that the corner shot is worth 10 points.
Oh,
yeah. So each one of those cones has a different point total, and so we'll see when AJW gets up there if he just decides to go for 3 shots all at the 10-point range or how he handles that. And so that'll be great content. I love what they've done up there. It's so fun. And those are the types of things that make Cocodona so special, right?
Yeah.
There's these little interesting, fun storylines and different things that make this course feel alive. And every part of this course has its own little characteristics. And the longer that this goes on, this race, over time, it will continue to develop those. And that's going to be something fun to watch as a fan of this race and, hopefully a competitor in this race again at some point down the road.
And we are getting eyes on Rachel Entrikin coming into the aid station. Sorry, just pulling up.
There we go.
This is
Great
Deer
shots
Pass. Deer Pass aid station, which is at mile 146.9. So Rachel is coming in right now with her pacer, Addie Bracy. What do you think, Rachel? Do you think Rachel's at the point where she actually wants food, or it's just like, well, I'm going to pick something up that I can eat?
That's a good question.
She's getting watermelon. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. She's really cruising. She the demeanor right now, very Rachel-esque, right? Just in command, in control, knows where she's at, isn't rushing. I think that's another interesting thing to watch here. She's knows what she wants, getting food, kind of taking her time. But if you look at this, you wouldn't expect that this is somebody who has been leading Cocodona, running hard for over 28 hours, and she's just so well composed here.
Addie, thank you for the coverage. Missed the shot. Rachel. That's okay. Still number 1 in our hearts. Love it, though. She's taking some time, really being thoughtful. And yeah, I think that's one of the things we're really noticing is that people are taking their time at aid stations. They are not rushing. They are being really thoughtful. So we are seeing Rachel Entrikin. She is our first overall. And this is at mile 146.9 at Deer Pass. I think we're getting some audio from the aid station.
Yeah. All right, thanks for hearing it, guys.
on. We have Howie Stern at the aid station. One of the best photographers in the sport. I'm going to say the best. Howie, you're the best.
Actually do it.
Can you tell them to go to Andreas as they leave? Yes, I get ready to go. When they leave.
Got Addie doing a little pack fix, and then I'm sure they will be on their way soon.
Race leader Rachel Entrikin, mile 147.3 at the Deer Pass aid station.
She is on her way out. It's also so impressive to see these front runners. You know, a lot of times it can take a few minutes to be able to move back into a running gait when you've taken a second. And we see all of them are just going straight back into a really strong run. And that just shows, I think, the absolute incredible fitness and just muscular strength of these runners this late in the race.
Yeah, so I'll make a note here. She left right around 28:10. So we'll see what time Killian comes in.
Yes, thank you for doing that. Also, just to give you a little idea of who you have on the mic, this is Alyssa Clark and Caleb Stevens on the air for the Cocodona 250 2026 edition, presented by Ultra.
Yeah, thank everybody so much for being here. This is such an exciting week. We're at Run Flagstaff here in Flagstaff. If you're in the area or if you're making your way up to Flagstaff as a part of a crew or a spectator, come say hi to us. The studio is right in the store. Super cool. This Run Flagstaff shop has so much great gear. If your runner needs anything while out on course, nutrition, any type of fueling or anything, clothes, shoes, poles, all of it, you can get it here. They've also offered to deliver this to certain sections of the course. So call the shop, ask them, what they have, what they can deliver, and they're more than willing to help and support Cocodona athletes out there. So a great business, and we're appreciative for the opportunity to host the show from here. On the screen, you've got race leader Rachel Entrikin. She just left the Deer Pass aid station and left at a time of 28:10. Looks fresh. Had some watermelon in there. Didn't see anything else that she was eating.
I know. I wanted her to get some real food down. I was like, I love watermelon too, and it tastes so good. But I want her to get some calories in there. But she does seem to be, doing a great job fueling. I know that's been a little tricky in the past.
Yeah.
But I believe her work with Precision Nutrition. They have a nutritionist working with her who we will actually have in studio on Thursday evening. We will have an hour long to chat with Rachel's Precision nutritionist. There we go. And we would love to have questions for her nutritionist. We believe Rachel will also be in as well. So we're going to start collecting those questions. And we'll have an hour with an endurance nutritionist from Precision on Thursday night.
Yeah, that's going to be fantastic. That's going to be she's improved her time. Cocodona, the first time that she won it, to the second by 10 hours, looking great here this year. And again, she's attributed a lot of that to her nutrition strategy and the work that she's done with nutritionists and with Precision. And so it's going to be really great to kind of hear the nuts and bolts of what she's doing, right?
Yeah.
We can talk about it and we can tell you how much she's improved from a nutritional perspective, but to actually have the nutritionists that she's worked with share insights and the kind of the in the weeds details of all of that is going to be fascinating.
It is, and I feel like that is truly one of the things that we see continuing to evolve in the ultra running sport is the fueling piece. When I first started, there was just so many fewer options. There were only a few brands that were really digging into nutrition. Liquid carbs, it was like, hey, Gatorade, that's amazing. And now just the range of options that we have and the just advances that have been made, it's not surprising to see how fast the times are getting with the support that runners are having.
Yeah, and when people think about, like, I wonder what it takes to throw down at Cocodona. Well, on your screen now, you've got a chance to see it. And
Yes.
That's a really, really special thing here. Almost 150 miles into the race. Imagine yourself running like this if you're watching the live stream. The grit, the strength, right? The discipline that it takes to train and be ready to do what Rachel's doing and has a history of doing. This isn't the first time that she's done it. And honestly, Alyssa, I think that is one of the most impressive things about Rachel is that the training that it takes to get yourself ready for Cocodona, then the recovery of, and as much on the mental side as the physical. I mean, it's just such a mentally taxing event, training for it, getting through it. For her to be able to have done it 1 year, won it, recovered, got back, willingly signing up to go through that whole process again, winning it again, being a 2-time defending champion and say, you know what, I'm going to come back again, and signing up for that whole process once over. It's grueling. And all of ultra running is, but this 200-mile distance, all the pageantry of Cocodona as well. There's a lot of media requests and different things that come along with that. There's a great weight to Cocodona week, and she's handled it, and it's become a core part of her year now in the 3rd year. And so for her to be able to handle all of that with such grace, but also to elevate her performance level, her training, all of the details that go into it, it's impressive.
It is. And to handle this pressure, I mean, this is, all eyes are on her, and she is handling it so beautifully. She's stepping up. I mean, not just stepping up, but just absolutely killing it. Mm-hmm. So I am super impressed. Excited to see. I mean, buckle up, folks. We still got 100 miles left on this course, but man, she is moving so well. So Caleb, I want to dig into your Cocodona experience. Also, I know you literally have a coaching hat on.
Yeah.
And I want to chat a bit about kind of some, questions that came up in my head about your experience at Cocodona, also coaching athletes for it. But what was the best piece of advice that you received going into Cocodona that you're like, wow, that really made a difference out there?
I think my mom told me don't die. And so that was probably the best piece of just like, it's kind of that humbling reminder of like, hey, this is going to be a really epic adventure, a really great journey. And don't like overstress too much, of just kind of let the race come to you. Enjoy the process of getting through it, because there's so many variables in a race like Cocodona, and you have to be able to handle them as they come to you without kind of overreacting in a positive or negative way.
Totally.
You have to try to keep baseline no matter what's going on. Otherwise, you're just going to tax yourself even more, and that's something that you really want to avoid. It's too difficult if you're not able to control your emotions. And yeah, you're going to have swings like you always will, but you have to be able to try to mute those as much as you can until you get across the finish line.
Yeah, there's this, I'm getting really philosophical, but there's this great quote that's, I am a transparent eyeball. I see all but am nothing. And I feel like in a way that is something it's a very useful way to think about the highs and lows, where it's not that you want to be so emotionally detached that you can't feel them, because that's part of why we do it, is to feel that life experience. But we need to be able to separate from what's happening a little bit to have perspective. And so I always think of it as like there's a self that's watching. Also, I'm going to cut the philosophical. We have Jeff freaking Garmeyer on the basketball cart. I have been waiting for this moment. Oh, he's walking off. Darn it, did we miss it? No, come back, Jeff. Jeff, I'm so... Okay, Jeff, we've learned, had 2 air balls. I think he's got his last shot coming up. Okay, we're catching it. This is truly Cocodona history right here.
Last I heard, the leader had 7 points. So, we're doing 1-on-1. Okay.
Ooh. That was impressive. Honestly, that's one of the most athletic things I've seen. Oh, wow, we're doing more. Kevin, what an outfit you've got going on, too. No one can miss you. You match the cones.
Yeah, I wonder what his favorite color is.
Yeah. Wow, that was a highlight. Thank you, Jeff.
Another just incredible shot here by the Mountain Outpost team, and
we're going
crews
to
in the field.
Yeah, we're going to start getting to see Sedona coming up. That is going to be incredible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that Sedona section, it almost there's certain areas on the course that just feel like
otherworldly.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like the wardrobe in Narnia type deal, where you're like, oh my gosh, all of a sudden I'm here. And you know, if you've consumed a lot of the races in the past, or maybe the Chase film by Dylan Harris, or the Cutoff, or any of the other things that you can find online relating to the storytelling of this race and the beauty of it, areas like Crown King, Whiskey Row, Jerome, the Sedona, kind of coming into Sedona, Eldon, obviously. There's these areas throughout the course where all of a sudden you get there the first time that you're experiencing the race, and you just feel like you're somewhere else, and you've entered into this portal of a place that you've dreamed about for so long, and all of a sudden you find yourself there. And this race is so perfectly crafted, and that it gives you these opportunities to weave and wind through this really beautiful terrain that's super challenging. You're digging to these like depths within yourself, and then all of a sudden, and you may be alone for long stretches, and all of a sudden you just pop into a Crown King, or you pop into a Whiskey Row, or a Sedona, or one of these places where all of a sudden you have humanity again, and you have civilization, and it brings you back this like jolt of, oh, like I'm alive again, I'm not alone. And you have those interactions with our volunteers here, like you see on the screen, and all the people that are supporting this race that are so great at helping runners achieve their ultimate goal, and it's crossing that finish line. And it's just so special. All of it is iconic. And so, yeah, to your point, is like we see runners start to trickle into Sedona. If you're watching this, just know that's another one of those places that runners will feel that way. And hopefully that's one of those areas where you really want to go into it during the day, if at all possible, because it's so beautiful. I feel bad for the runners every year. Obviously, if you're progressing forward, that's awesome. So like, that's it. Like that's the goal. But if you can go through Sedona during the day, it is. I mean, whether you're running the race or not, it's like being on Mars. It's just, and it's so strange how it's these red rocks and it's beautiful, but nothing else really looks like Sedona around it. So you're kind of running, and then all of a sudden, bam, everything changes. And then when you leave Sedona, everything changes again.
We have Meg Eckhart up on the screen. Oh my gosh, she's just been smiling the whole time.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
I just think, like, I've known Meg for a little while and got to chat with her at the running event in December, and she just has such an incredible attitude about ultra running. She doesn't take anything for granted. She is just so gracious and grateful. You can tell, and I feel like she has run this race with that spirit, and she's been pacing really strong. I mean, that's one of the things that I have really been excited to see with Meg because she is a pace master. I mean, being able to do a 6-day event and have that consistency, I know that she is really sticking to her plan. I'm sure that she is super dialed and knows what she's doing out here. So Meg, keep it up. Looking good. I believe this is coming into Jerome aid station.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, this is Meg's first, point-to-point 200. So if you hear that, it's like, oh, wow, she must be in, brand new territory. She's not.
No, not at all.
Not at
She's
all.
like, this is short.
Yeah, like she's used to doing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles. And so although first point-to-point 200, like she knows how to operate this. She knows how to deal with a lack of sleep. She knows how to listen to her body, how to push it. And I'm really excited to see her in the back half of this race. Like I think she's ran one of the smartest races so far, kind of preparing herself and setting herself up for the back half. Back half, as we've talked, much more runnable. And so somebody like Meg being able to be out there with all the experience that she carries in multi-day efforts, although different than Cocodona, she's going to be able to take the experiences that she has of being incredibly sleep deprived and pushing the limits of human potential. I mean, seriously, she's an animal. And seeing what she can do here on the back half of the race is going to be incredible.
Also, do you know who she has right now as a pacer?
I don't. Who is that?
This is the one and only Harry Subertes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's Harry. Okay.
What?
Great.
An absolute...
It's a weapon.
Yeah, absolute weapon to have. I know that Harry, I believe, was going to pace Mika and Meg. And so right now he's with Meg. I mean, talk about course knowledge, the ability to move up through the field. So, gosh, that is an absolute weapon to have with you. So, love to see this pairing. There was a question about some weather. So there is the potential for rain and possibly thunderstorms today. I believe I was only seeing like a 40% chance. So, it's possible, not 100% certain, like, oh yeah, it's going to start pouring out there. But you can see that there are clouds in the sky. So they could open up at any time. And, what would be a 250-mile race without a little bit of weather thrown in there.
Yeah, and I probably shouldn't say this out loud, but it's like it can't be worse than last year, and it's not projected to be. So, you kind of have to roll with the punches, expect the unexpected in a race like this, but nothing that's too concerning out there. If you're new to Cocodona, something to keep in mind is this race starts much lower, closer to Phoenix, and then it works its way up to Flagstaff. So the finish line sits at about 7,200-ish feet, but there is a big climb there in Flagstaff 2 on Eldon, which is 9,200 feet. And so runners really experience a change in seasons almost. We're in Flagstaff. Alyssa and I are right now in the studio, and
it was like 40 degrees this morning.
Pretty chilly.
Yeah.
So that brings into here, you can see Meg and just kind of looks like just like the arm sleeves. And, as runners continue to progress, that'll turn likely more into heavier weight gear, especially going up and over Eldon when you're going to be alone and kind of isolated. If you're going through stretches like that, and even just making your way up to Flagstaff once you leave Sedona, it's going to get pretty cool and it can get pretty windy. And so that's another variable for these athletes, even if it's not rain. The colds can become a slight factor depending on how you're feeling. And then especially, that's the risk of if you start to bonk or if you start to have to slow down. You might be running at a great clip, 10, 12-minute miles, and then all of a sudden you're running a 30-minute mile because you're bonking so hard, and then you start to feel the cold, right? The body temp starts to drop, and you start to feel the effects of that. So those are things that these athletes have to be prepared for, and as they leave these aid stations with real food and being able to kind of bring their bodies back to life, they've got to be prepared for these longer sections where they're going to be out there alone.
We have Meg getting down some protein here. I will say, we were talking about it a little bit earlier, but it is in these 200-plus mile races, getting in a little bit of protein and fat for the muscle recovery, for the satiation, truly, is crucial. And so we see a lot of runners throwing in real food options. Also, I don't know how you feel, but after a race, and I mean during, obviously they're well over 100 miles, I just want salty food.
Yeah.
Like I have sweet fooded myself out. So I feel like I'm having recently just run 100. The past week I've been like, I don't want anything sweet. No, thank you. Just all the saltiness. So we can see Meg is getting down some eggs. I'm sure she's at this point leaning more towards the salty foods at this point.
Yeah, I was talking with Adair Ramirez before the race, and he said, you know, one of his go-tos are hard-boiled eggs, which I hadn't heard that. And he likes to salt them up, but that way he can take them with him, and he relies heavily on them. And so it's a interesting thing. I don't know that I would love that. The texture might be a little bit rough for me, depending on what stage of the race I was in, but he kind of swore by those, and those are always a core part of his nutrition plan race week.
Yeah.
But yeah, one of the first things when I ran it in 2024, what I saw in a lot of the drop bags that I just wasn't prepared for was just the protein like shakes that you can get at any convenience store, and that's a great idea because then you don't have to mix it or any of that. You can drop it in the bag and give yourself a boost. And then a lot of the nutrition companies do have the recovery mixes. And if you are running a race like this and take one of those recovery mixes every like 4 to 6 hours, just give yourself like easy to digest kind of a meal replacement almost. That can help keep the stomach in check a bit.
We are getting some footage of Cody out on course. This is, I believe, is he third overall or fourth overall right now? We're getting
I think he's third.
Confirmation of third overall.
Yeah, he's had a great day.
So patient.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cody Poskin, 24 years old. Ran well at Cocodona last year. Kind of back half of the race, I think, got him just a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see here. You know, he's kind of in that stretch now where he wants to push compared to last year. But he has looked so solid all day long, every chance we've had to get eyes on him with the camera.
It sounds like just he's in it. Like his mind is ready. He's excited.
Yeah.
He's being really patient, as we've seen. There's been a lot of talk about burning matches and what that means. And I think that he's been very, very careful not to burn those matches. So Cody is moving really strong. Exciting to see younger athletes like Cody making moves on these races.
Yeah, he also brings kind of like this like flair to the race too. That's pretty cool. You know, he's just like, he just seems very, very confident every time he comes into an aid station. And for being such a young guy, he's done a really great job of staying patient in the aid stations and of just like taking care of his body. He's done each time that we've seen him in an aid station, he's done some sort of stretching. And he's not rushing. He's just making sure that his body, which is a machine, is kind of tuned up and ready for the next section. And for 24 years old to have that composure is very impressive. And it's paying off here. He's moving pretty well. Again, we believe he's in third. So we'll keep an eye on that and see. It looks like he's got his pacer out there with him, who's kind of helping to pull him along.
Yeah, I saw him at Whiskey Row using actually one of my favorite recovery tools is the Roll Recovery R8 Plus. It's that crazy kind of, I'll say, torture looking machine.
Yeah.
But it does such a good job of putting different pressures. So I was psyched to see him have that out on course. And I'm sure that will be coming up in future aid stations. But that really helps get kind of some of the movement on the fascia in the quads and the hamstrings. So seeing him using that, I love that he's employing recovery techniques in here as he's moving along the way, because a lot of this race is also like, how do you recover while you're still running?
Yeah.
That's kind of the question. And we see Meg, I believe, moving out of Jerome right now, still with Harry as her pacer.
Yeah, so Cody on the screen here is at about mile 142, and then Meg is at about 125.
And I believe Harry and Meg are both John G and Mount to Coast athletes. So again, as I was saying earlier, I love seeing these teams, like companies supporting teams.
Yeah.
And these teams supporting each other. It's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like we're getting eyes on Killian Korth, who is our first male second overall. He's running with his brother right now. So I believe that he will probably be coming into the Deer Pass aid station, which is 146.9. Caleb over here wrote down what time Rachel came through, so we will be able to give you a pretty accurate split on Rachel to Killian.
Yeah, Rachel left the aid station at 28:10. So about 25 minutes ago.
And we are at 28:35 elapsed on the Koros official race clock. There's been a lot of questions about sleep. We've heard that there have maybe been a few trail naps, or Courtney took a few trail naps. Mm-hmm. We haven't got any word from Killian or Rachel's crew, but honestly, they're right on the edge of being able to push through without sleep. I know that Killian and Rachel have done, I think, pretty much full 200s on like 5 to 10 minutes sleep total. I think Killian at, I believe it was Bigfoot, only took like a 10-minute nap. So really these runners are, if you're kind of in that like sub 60 hours, I'm not saying it's fun, but it is doable to push through those 2 nights. So I would not be surprised if maybe they're in total sleeping 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, Killian talked about his strategy coming into this and what he's done in other 200s where he's obviously been incredibly successful, is more around, trail and dirt naps versus kind of taking advantage of, a van or things like that. I think there's something to be said about if you can rely just on trail naps, it takes some of the comfort factor out of it, and it doesn't allow you to relax in the same way that maybe hopping into a bed in the back of a van does. And so here we've got him going into the aid station. We'll get the audio here and just have a listen.
Third place. Third number. You got it? Nice. We're doing it. Oh. Hey. All right, we'll be safe.
What kind of gels you got?
Hey, Gillian, how you doing?
What's up? 200 feet.
How you feeling, man?
Not too bad.
Where do we get you?
What kind of gels do you have?
This guy right here.
In your red one.
Second place right. And then I guess this guy behind, this guy's third place right here?
Yeah.
Your third place?
Second
and third?
Yeah,
that was his best.
seconds, please. I'll take
The pacer went to face all. About staying.
Who's patient who?
Well, this guy's got a number. Killian and this guy's a bit.
Did he run the whole time with him?
He does some of the solo with him.
How was it going?
Oh,
this is good. Yeah.
I'll tell him. Okay. Okay. Yes, I think that's it. 5. So then, warming up our layer.
All right, thanks all for being here.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Killian. Yeah, you're doing amazingly well. Keep it going.
We have Killian Korth leaving the aid station. This is the Deer Pass aid station, mile 146.9. So it looks to be he's got about a 30-minute gap on Rachel at this time. So Rachel left at, Caleb, it was 28:10?
Yeah, 28:10.
Yeah. So about a 30-minute gap right now. This is our first male, second overall, Killian Korth, leaving the Deer Pass aid station, 146.9. I keep having to look at my notes of Dead Horse versus Deer Pass, making sure I'm getting it right.
There is a little bit of mental fatigue that comes along with also doing the live stream. Just so if we say something and it sounds slightly off, it might be. It's okay. So we appreciate everybody that checks us in the comments. And we're doing the best we can to bring you the best content and commentary possible.
Yes.
Yeah, so 31-minute gap there as he leaves after Rachel.
And we are seeing Cody Poskin on the left side of our screen as well. I'm curious how soon Cody's going to come in, because if he's not too far from the aid station, then he picked up quite a bit of time on that section.
Significant.
Looks like Killian's taking a little bit of time to get himself sorted after the aid station, which honestly, this is what I do as well. Try to move while you're fixing things. I mean, as long as you're not wasting time by, like futzing with things too much while you're moving. But if you can keep forward motion, that is the name of the game. Just how can we do things while we're always moving forward?
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't seen much wildlife out there this year, too much. We did see a snake yesterday.
Yeah.
Which was pretty epic. When I did it, I saw javelinas out there, which a whole pack of them. And if you're not familiar, a javelina is a type of hog.
Thanks, Caleb. Feeding the hog chat in there.
That was for all you guys out there in the chat that won't stop saying it.
Yeah, I feel like that is the word of this chat right now, or it has been for the last couple of days. But yeah, I've seen, so I've never run Cocodona, but every time I've come to Cocodona, I've seen some javelinas. I saw a black bear.
No way.
Yeah, in Prescott. It was super cool. And then also saw some Gila monsters, which I've heard are pretty, everyone says they're really rare, and then I feel like more people see them. I'm not sure if I know they're rare, but I feel like they come out maybe for us trail runners who are just out there for days. Yeah. That probably increases our likelihood of seeing them. So you saw some javelinas. Have you seen anything else out there? Did you?
It was mainly just javelinas. There was like I can't remember at this point. I think it was like night 2. Went through one of the old towns, and I just heard this like ruckus. And there was like a whole family of javelinas that were just out there destroying people's trash cans. And they were just like, they were like gangsters walking through town, just knocking the trash cans over.
Place.
Yeah. And I was just, it was so funny. And at that moment, it's little things like that can bring like a smile to your face and like help carry you through. And so that was like the perfect thing for me to see at that moment, because I needed it.
Yeah, gosh, there's kind of a running joke that my husband loves trash animals, and it's like raccoons, pigeons. I feel like javelinas maybe are now and that, like they run the streets at night. Yeah,
and on like the cuteness level, like I don't know if there's anything cuter than like a baby javelina.
Oh, they're adorable.
They're just like insane, but yeah. So Killian out there, he's running again. Looking good, looking strong. I keep saying that about all these athletes at the top of it, and obviously, I mean they're the best in the field, some of the best in the world, and it's no surprise that they're running, but it's still so impressive. 28 hours in, in a 250-mile race, conditions are set up for them to be able to run well. They're on a great stretch of running, and for them to actually be able to just like do what they set out to do means that they've taken care of themselves. Obviously, they've trained great and all of that, and their bodies are primed for this, but in a race like Cocodona, you have to make tens of thousands of decisions across hours and hours and hours of running and days and days and days. And so the folks that you're having a chance to watch here, these athletes, they're making the right decisions, they're making the right calls. A lot of that is squarely on their own shoulders, but a lot of that too is the great people that they have around them that are helping them on their crews, and the pacers that they chose, the race volunteers that are helping them as they come into aid stations to make sure they have what they need. Really, really good stuff here. Killian looks great.
So Caleb, have you paced a 200-miler?
I have not paced a 200-miler. I'll be out on the course. I'm actually going to run one of my athletes in on hopefully Friday night, which I'm super excited about. But I have not paced a 200-miler yet.
Have you paced other races? Okay, awesome. Yeah. So I was going to say, what are your priorities when you are pacing one of your friends or athletes? How are you helping them to succeed?
I think to pace, the biggest thing that you have to be able to do is assess a situation, and you have to be able to change what you're providing to the athlete while continuing to pull or push them along. And so you need to be able to assess a situation of like, hey, does this person need a kick in the butt right now and to be like talked to in a very stern way and to shake them out of a funk? Or does this person need absolute silence? Or does this person need somebody that can like comfort them in this moment? And to be successful as a pacer, you need to be able to kind of weave in and out of all of those, right, at any given point in time. And you have to be able to kind of throttle in the right way. So with a race like Cocodona, you'll see and you'll hear a lot of the runners and the crews talk about this, of like who's pacing certain sections and whatnot. And a lot of that is, it's pre-planned, of the runner knows generally how they're going to be feeling in that section. Some of it depends on what traits the pacer has. Are they a better climber? Are they better on flats? But then a lot of it too is the personality type.
Totally.
And trying to get out in front of what you think you're going to be like at that stage of the race, and then pairing yourself up with the person that's going to help you the most through that section. Not just the running part, but everything else that comes along with it.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you need more of a gentle touch to help you. Like, hey, you need a little bit of empathy. Like, you're doing great. Like, let's keep going. And then sometimes you need a little tough love. Like, yes. Hey, you chose to do this. We got to go. And so, yeah, you need to be able to balance what your runner needs and also what personalities you need at different times. And I think that's such a fun part of pacing. Yeah, it kind of just feels like to sacrifice yourself. Any need the runner has, you're like, yes, I will do it. No problem.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And on the screen here, you've got Corey Davidson. Corey is from Arizona. He's at mile 92.
We've seen a lot of these Ultraspire packs out here. It's a great pack. It's kind of in between.
Yeah, it's a hybrid almost.
It is. And I know that Ultraspire is really focusing in on the 200-mile distance. So I love seeing this out on course. I have athletes who run in Ultraspire. Killian Korth is an Ultraspire athlete, as well as Tara Dower. So we know that they have a lot of experience working with top athletes, Jeff Browning as well.
Yeah, the gear for this stuff just continues to improve, which is obviously contributing to the rise of kind of the performances. It's definitely helpful. You go back and look at some of the gear from the inaugural year and whatnot in the photos and videos and whatnot, and it's much different today. And it's only been 5 or 6 years of R&D work by these companies to make sure that they're dialing it in, because it is a different requirement than what you would need for a 100K or a 100 miler even. When you're out there many days and there's gear requirements, and think about earlier in the race where it was a minimum of 4 liter carrying capacity, and folks that are in the middle and the back of the pack of the race, they might go out with 6 liters of water just to be prepared for that section, especially on a hot year. And so you do want a pack that's going to be like highly universal, and it's going to give you the opportunity to carry what you need without like restricting your range of motion, without causing chafing and all of that. And so it really is, if you haven't done trained for something like this, finding the right gear is a process in its own of what do you feel most comfortable with and what's going to set you up for success at the end of the day.
Yeah, one of the questions that I was going to ask you, since you have done Cocodona, is what is a piece of gear that you were like, this freaking saved me out there? Like, this made such a difference. I'm so glad that I either invested or like someone mentioned this to me. Yeah, what was that for you?
I would say like the one that really... It was just the puffy jacket going up Eldon because it was so cold. And I was moving pretty slow at the end of that race, and having the puffy to throw on where I just like, it would have been unbearable had I not had that extra layer. I went up in kind of the nighttime or very early morning hours when I kind of made the trek up it, and it was just so cold. And if you're moving slow, it just chills you to the bone. And so that was it for me. And then AJW, we can bring kind of his comments in from earlier. His was kind of almost like a rain suit, like rain pants that he had last year.
We've seen Sally McRae in that as well.
Yeah, because with last year's weather where it was just so, it was so wet. He talked about like it was, I think, the only time that he's worn those since he moved here or something. They're several years old, and he said, I got a lot of use out of those last year. So that's the interesting thing too, the race, because it covers so many miles and the conditions can be so different from year to year. You really have to pay attention to what that weather's going to be to dial in the gear, because it's not always the same. And it changes so much from the Phoenix area to Flagstaff. There's a lot of variability there in what to expect.
Absolutely. I mean, the times that I have paced, somehow I always owned up in the middle of the night. I mean, that's just how it goes. And I cannot tell you how much having some kind of a puffy jacket or a down jacket. One of my athletes, Jeff Hammond, who is racing, one of our gear additions was honestly the Patagonia Micro Puff is such a good jacket. Having something, it bundles up really well, but having that layer, because you can throw it on over, it's that insulating layer that makes such a difference. Because also, as you get further into this race, it's very hard to keep yourself warm, because keeping yourself warm requires calories. They are all so calorie depleted that it's the temperature regulation. I mean, that's one of the things I always find in racing is my ability to regulate my own temperature is very poor. And so giving yourself as much help as possible by bringing those extra layers keeps your body from having to work harder and burn those extra calories. Also, weird fact is that your body actually has to keep pee warm. And so if you are really cold and you have to pee, go pee, because your body is working hard to keep that warm. So don't hold it. I know it's weird, but it's like that's a mountaineering tip for you.
I think we just saw the biggest air ball I've ever seen in my entire life at the NBA. I caught that out of the corner of my eye. If you're watching the live stream, you can kind of record back and see that. I think it missed the entire backboard by a good 3 feet, it looked like. We'll see here on the second shot.
Oh, wow.
I might have, maybe I missaw that, but I don't think I did. Here we go.
There's a lot of power.
And another air ball. That one looked more online, though. Don't know who that is, and even if we find out the name, we won't say it because those shots were not dialed in. Maybe we'll get a make here at the end, though. What would be your strategy if you were to run Cocodona? You know, your Moab experience, dialing into that, all the other racing that you've done. How would you want to approach Cocodona, kind of day 1, day 2, and then the finishing on day 3?
Yeah, that is such a great question. I haven't really thought about the strategy of a 200 in a little while. Honestly, I think it would be more about attitude than pacing that I would focus on. Is how can I go into this race keeping as much positive and kind of lightness to the race as I can. I mean, we've seen it's so successful for athletes who are just having fun out there. And so I think just rather than per se pacing, I'd be thinking about different pieces of my mindset that I would want to work on throughout the race. I think that having legs for the back half, can you set yourself up getting into Whiskey Row that you are running as much as you possibly can, as we're seeing the leaders do this right now. Can you run the back half?
Yeah.
And so I think it would be being really patient. I would have to work on not just eating gels and drinking drink mix the entire time.
For sure.
Yeah, that's something I've gotten people making like vomit faces at me when I say that I run 100 miles off of gels and drink mix. My nutritionist always tries to bring things. She's like, hey, why don't you eat this tater tot or pizza? And I'm just like, nope, I'm gonna do just gels and drink mix. I have a very poor digestive system. I actually have ulcerative colitis, so dealing with a lot of factors in there. So nutrition's always my weak point. And I feel like I'd really have to focus on getting in real foods and making sure that I was eating throughout, because that was a real struggle at Moab. I had a long chunk where I got very behind on calories and very dehydrated. So I think that would have to be a really big focus for me.
Yeah. And how would you practice that?
Long runs.
Yeah.
A lot of long runs where I was taking out real food. And I think it would also have to be a mindset shift where it's like, this is not optional. Like, you have to figure this out, because I think you can get away with it in 100 miles.
For sure.
And you can't get away with it in 250.
Yeah.
If you were to go back, what are some things that you would change?
Yeah, I wouldn't go as hard on day 1. I was pretty amped up, and I could have ran a better race for sure there. The other thing too, I think on the sleep side, just learned a lot. I think everybody is different. We've seen that with these runners. Obviously, the front of the pack folks, like, they're going to be able to do this in like 20 minutes of sleep, like we've talked. I'm not one of those guys. Like, I would need to be a little more disciplined for sure than that. But being able to balance that and get to a point where, like, not necessarily structured sleeps, but just paying a little bit more attention to when I need to sleep and taking advantage of that. The other thing is it's very easy in a race like this if you've been out there kind of grinding, and we are getting some atrocious shots right now.
Got a runner in.
And there's people in the chat saying that runners aren't coordinated, and I don't know how we can argue with that right now with what we're seeing at the NBA.
Especially because not all of these have been runners. They've been like crew pacers.
Yeah, somebody like fresh off of making like pasta up at the aid station.
Exactly.
Like no reason not to be able to get this. Oh yeah, here's a pacer. Let's see.
Well, this is the runner, and then the pacer's behind him. Maybe the pacer will go too.
Pacer looks a little bit better there. Nice.
Okay, we got it. We hit something.
Yeah.
We'll take that. Also, just to give anyone who does not know, this is the Mingus Basketball Association being run by the Distance to Empty podcast. Kevin Goldberg is on the court right now with not with his favorite co-host, but his favorite co-host, Peter Noyes, should be finishing the Bradshaw Brute sometime today, and then we'll be headed up to Mingus to help out.
Yeah, AJW is on his way there now. He's going to give us kind of the inside scoop and what this is all about, what it looks like. We did get some cool camera work earlier in the day that just like showcased. So each one of those cones that has a piece of paper on it, those have point totals. So when runners come through, they get 3 shots, and they can choose from wherever they want to shoot from. The layup is worth... I believe 1, and then kind of out on the wing, that was worth, I believe, 5. The free throw is 3. The deep 3-pointer there, like head on, is 7. And then the shot from the wing is 10. And so it's the highest point total for your 3 shots. We haven't seen an updated scoreboard look from there recently, but earlier this morning, the leader among the field, I remember DJ
Cody?
was up there.
Okay.
It might have been Cody. There were 2 of them that had 7 points.
Yeah.
I remember DJ's name, but I don't remember who the other one was.
Yeah, Kevin Goldberg, if you want to jump in the chat and let us know what's going on, give us an update on the leaderboard. And we have just crossed over 29 hours elapsed for the Cocodona 250 2026 edition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've got the leader of the field, Rachel Entrican, going for the 3-peat this year. She has been leading this race for quite some time, 12 plus hours. She's at mile 151. Killian Korth behind her at mile 149. We've got Cody Poskin, the 24-year-old, at mile 143. Cody's looked pretty good. We just had a chance to kind of see him probably 15 minutes ago, some of the follow cam work with him. Joe McConaughey is up there. We haven't seen him in a while. We'll probably get some shots of him. My guess would be here soon as he comes into one of the aid stations. He's at mile 141. Heather Jackson also at mile 141. Courtney at mile 140. DJ Fox 131. Adair Ramirez 131. Jeff Browning 130. And Megan Eckert and Lindsay Dwyer are both right around that mile 126 threshold. So I think there's really no surprises in this kind of top of the pack on men's or women's in terms of who's in, like, I would call it the front page of results right now. Everybody seems to be running well, especially like kind of Courtney on up from where we've seen. So Courtney, Heather, Joe, Cody, Killian, and Rachel all seem to be running well today from the looks that we've had. We've had a lot of really great shots, drone shots, follow cams, aid station coverage. And then Hillary's been out there with a few of their crews getting some of the inside scoops. So some really good coverage so far today. Right now we're focused in on the MBA. As we talked about earlier in the day, you know, a race like this, 250 miles, these runners are moving at a pretty good clip right now. And what that means is it requires, you know, our camera crews, the drone operators, all of it, they're moving on the course as well, right? And so they're getting back on the roads, they're driving to these places, getting, you know, Starlink set up and all the camera equipment and everything to be able to bring you guys these epic and iconic shots of these athletes as they're doing great work. Here's another
Speak
cool
of the devil.
one. Yeah, look at this, the kind of the Sedona shot. And so as we're kind of reallocating resources to bring you the next wave of great content, as we have Rachel getting ready to come into Sedona, and Killian as well, Cody, Joe, all the gang is kind of in here. We're redeploying those resources, and we'll have a lot of great coverage coming soon. So
absolutely. I also do want to give some cutoff kind of thought, like give some cutoff information, we'll say, for the aid stations coming up. So our next cutoff is 2 p.m. today, and that is at Camp Kippa, which is mile 60.8. And then later today, we have, I heard it being called Camp Wamo, or Camp W, we'll say, is Tuesday at 4:45 p.m. So 4:45 p.m. this afternoon, which is mile 67.4. Then we have a Whiskey Row, which is mile 75.6, and that is 10 p.m. this evening. So we do have 3 cutoffs happening this afternoon, and wishing all of the runners out there that they get in and get out before those times.
Yeah, exactly. And we can dive into that a little bit more. We've got some wind up at the
geez.
NBA.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, I think, Caleb, we've got some weather coming in because this wind is really picking up.
But before we get into all of that, we're going to take a quick ad break, and we will be right back with you here, based out of Flagstaff, the Cocodona 250 live stream presented by Ultra. We'll be back soon.
Welcome to Sedona Parks and Recreation, where adventure meets community and every day is an invitation to explore. From sunrise rides through red dirt trails to vibrant gatherings that bring people together, every corner of our parks invites you to move, connect, and play. Music drifts into the evening sky, and the spirit of Sedona comes alive. Creativity rolls through every curve, and adventure fuels friendly competition under the sun. Families gather, kids laugh, and memories are made in and out of the water. Imagination runs wild on every playground and open space we share. See what we mean? Sedona parks are awesome.
I'm Steve Adderholt, race director of the Cocodona 250. Janji has provided these Sun Chaser hoodies for each of the race distances for Cocodona. It's our runner shirts. First thing, they're great because they have a hood. So if you're wearing a ball cap, man, it's such a great way to protect your face and your neck fully from the sun when you're out there playing. Integrated thumb slits, so you can cover up some of your hand. It's got a watch slit on both arms. It's UPF 50, so you don't even need sunscreen. Thank you so much, John Chief. Thanks for supporting Cocodona.
Hi, I'm Bryce Thatcher, founder of Ultraspire. I'm so excited to be at Cocodona this year. It's an incredible event, and I am inspired by those of you that are running this event. It gets me so excited. In fact, I'll be at Lane Mountain again this year, and I like watching, observing, and communicating with you and realizing those things that can be done in development to help your runs go better. Hence, the Traverse and other products that we've developed specifically around you incredible athletes that are able to go so far and do such incredible things. I'm so excited for you this year.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. I'm Caleb Stevens with my co-host
Alyssa Clark. How's it going, everyone?
Crushing it. We're in the Run Flagstaff building here in Flagstaff. We're so excited to be joined by you, Alyssa. What are you dialing into here this morning? We've had a chance to cover our leaders. They're doing a great job out there. They're crushing it. Rachel is just on cruise control right now. But you, as such a great runner yourself,
Thank
you're
you.
assessing these athletes out there, what are you dialed into right now, and what are you kind of picking up on notes-wise?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I'm seeing is just the patience that's happening right now. I feel like the runners have, of course, we're seeing incredibly fast times being laid down, but they look so composed. They're taking their time in the aid stations. They're taking care of their feet. They're making shoe changes, which often we see people making those mistakes when they're rushing. And I feel like people are not rushing right now. And so I'm just seeing a lot of truly just patience and wisdom out there. And so we have very seasoned athletes who are in the top, honestly, like top 10 in the 200-mile distance. And I think that's one of the pieces that is really changing in the 200-mile game is that we are having athletes who have many years now experience in Cocodona alone. And so it feels like the culmination of a lot of that information gathering and wisdom. Yeah, what about you?
Yeah, I agree. And the development, I guess, of the field as it just continues to seemingly get faster and faster. That core pack just kind of continuing to hold on, but Rachel and Killian have kind of separated themselves a touch, right, and continue to do that. I think last time we saw Killian come out of an aid station, he was about 31 minutes back of Rachel. So I'm excited to see our next opportunity to kind of compare where those two are is going to be interesting as we see them come into the next aid station, which should be the Sedona water station.
It's also, we've had pacers for a long time for these athletes. They've had long sections without pacers, and we are going to, not too soon, but start hitting sections where they're going to have to give up their pacers, and we're going to have to see the athletes dig in on their own mental space. I love that challenge. I'm actually really starting to move away from using pacers in races more, and so I am excited to see what these athletes do on their own and how they're able to keep themselves composed. We have Joe Stringbean on the air right now. We're on the camera right now, looking strong with his pacer. Hopefully he's feeling a little more pep in his step, feeling lively, like we know and love seeing Joe.
Yeah, he seems to have been just kind of going through it a little bit this morning, but he's such a positive guy, and he'll no doubt shake that. Not 100% sure, what's kind of causing some of that, a little bit of darkness it looks like, but Joe is such a pro. He's a pro's pro, both as like a human and as a runner, and it's good to see him moving pretty well here now.
I also really want to know what pack Joe is using. It's not one that I've really seen before. It actually fits a bit differently than I've seen a pack. It's really narrow.
That is interesting.
Yeah, narrow straps on the side. So if anyone has any info on what pack Joe is wearing, throw it in the chat. I would love to know.
Yeah, and Alyssa, we're going to be dropping something pretty exciting here, throughout today, and it's the Cocodona Chronicles. Do you want to maybe walk the audience through what they can expect out of that and just kind of how emotional and special those are going to be?
Yeah, so, the Cocodona Chronicles or the Confessionals?
Oh, both, actually.
Both, yeah, I was going to say, okay.
Confessionals is what I meant to say, but the Chronicles also are everybody's familiar with those, but we'll have a few of those dropping.
Yeah, so we will have those coming up, which is just like, honestly, having come from a little bit of a video editing background, my mind is blown by the fact that they are able to get out the Chronicles is it more than once a day?
Yeah.
More, geez.
They're so quick.
So fast.
It's exciting.
Yeah. It's incredible that it's basically like compilation of what's happening in the race, giving condensed version. So if you have not been glued to the live stream commentary, you just want that quick hit of like, hey, what's going on in Cocodona right now? The Chronicles are a great way to get caught up on what is happening. As far as the confessionals, gosh, like I am preparing myself for tears. I've heard that they are incredibly emotional. Just why are people signing up for Cocodona? I think 200-mile races, ultras in general, they're soul races. They're touching a part of ourselves that often can be hard to hit in the real world. Like we're digging in deep, we're asking ourselves why. And so the confessionals are really going into what makes someone want to sign up to run 250 miles across the state of Arizona.
Yeah, and it's going to be that like raw, unfiltered emotion that I'm really excited to see. And it's going to be really anybody in the field can kind of hop in there and just share. And, you hear stories. I think everybody that's running this race, we're humans. Something has happened to you in your life that, has been hard and challenging that you've had to get through, or maybe you're going through that and you're in that season right now. And for runners that are out there, they're carrying the weight of all of that too. And a lot of times it's those hard seasons that encourage us to go and seek out a really difficult challenge like Cocodona. And so I'm excited to see what these athletes share. And I think we're going to get some really good, raw, and again, unfiltered content from like deep within the soul of these athletes. And we've heard some of the stories of what these will contain as there's been some tests done on what could this look like in a live stream and being able to do that. And so we'll have that content for you all here throughout today. But have your tissues ready. It's gonna be deeply emotional and I think pretty impactful.
And we're getting word that it's the Palente pack. That's what Joe is wearing. I'd actually not heard of that brand, so I'll have to do some digging into that. Thank you all for letting us know what he's wearing. It's a much lower profile pack.
Yeah, it is. Oh, nice. Here we've got Courtney on the right side of your screen.
And she's being paced by Marion Hogan, who has a top 3 at UTMB, a top 3 at Western States. I cannot think of a better athlete to be running with. And it looks like they have caught up to someone, or it could be camera crew around them. Not quite sure.
Yeah, with Courtney, it's always a safe bet. There's going to be at least a few cameras around.
Yeah. She handles it with such grace. It's astonishing. I mean, I would get so overwhelmed if I were her. And she is just so open and kind to everyone around her. Also I'm impressed by the Solomon kit. I really like it. I feel like it matches the Sedona coloring really well. I love that companies are really leaning into the colors and the emotions and just the terrain in these areas and are reflecting that in the packs. It looks like, she's caught someone. Yep, that's not a camera crew. She has caught, I believe that is the owner of Open Fuel, or the co-founder.
Yeah, that's Zach Hauer.
Zach Hauer, giving a high five.
Yeah, so that's good to see too, because Zach's tracker hasn't pinged since 107. So we've talked about, hey, he's in this position within the field, but now we know exactly where he's at. He's right there with Courtney. So let's bring up where exactly Courtney is right now. Courtney's at mile 140. Yeah, 141. So now we know Zach Hauer is in that group too.
Courtney has some incredible socks on right now. Look at those. I know she has been traditionally sponsored by Injinji, so I'm guessing those are a pair of Injinjis out there. I think they might have donuts on them. How fitting.
Yeah, it looks like donuts, maybe some watermelon slices as well. That's fun.
If you're feeling down, just look at your socks and it'll brighten your day.
Yeah,
I mean, like
exactly.
anything helps.
Exactly. All right, so the updated race leaderboard, now that we know where Zach is, Rachel still in the lead at 152. We've got Killian at 150, Cody Poskin 145, Heather Jackson 142. Joe, who is on the left side of your screen here, he's at mile 141.7, and Courtney's at 141.1. So, based off of kind of how the two are moving right now, we may get a chance to see them both together here momentarily. We'll see. We got two camera crews out there, but it looks like Courtney is moving just a bit better than Joe is at the moment, but we'll keep our eyes on that. And then right behind Courtney would be Zach Auer, and then we've got DJ Fox, Eder Ramirez, Jeff Browning, Megan Eckert, and Lindsay Dwyer. Rachel's next stop is going to be, she's kind of cruising into Sedona right now. There's a water stop in Sedona before you get into kind of the larger Sedona aid station, which has some of the best hamburgers that you could ever imagine, especially when you're 150 plus miles into a race. They really hit the spot.
Oh, we got a string bean wave to the camera. Thanks, Joe. Looks like he's in a happier mood now. Got some food out.
Yeah.
That's good to see. That's really good to see.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks for the noodle dance.
Say 8 months? 8 weeks. Oh my gosh, congrats. That's so rad.
Yeah, they're there talking. Joe just became a dad.
I was gonna, that dude, I was literally
old.
exactly words I was about to say. That power deep down you didn't even know was in there,
One of the things that I love seeing on the live stream is no matter how serious all of these runners are taking this race, there's still so much room for fun. I mean, we saw
Absolutely.
Courtney giving hugs and high fives. We have a noodle dance from Joe. Rachel's still stopping to pet dogs. I mean, everyone is still bringing the joy and fun because at the end of the day, this is a silly sport.
Yeah.
It's like you got to keep the silliness in there.
Yeah,
and the joy.
That's one of the core memories for me of this race so far was when Rachel was coming into Whiskey Row last night. She was cruising and kind of building on her lead, and she stopped to pet. I think it was like a golden doodle.
It was so cute.
I
saw
it's
that.
Just like, wow, that's awesome.
And it also, I think it's easy to get kind of these blinders on, and you can get really into just like, hey, I am so mono-focused, and having that moment that kind of snaps you out of it is just a great reminder of like life is going on outside of it. I know, sorry, I shouldn't tell anyone else. Stay on the live stream, stay with us, but there is life going on outside of our little Cocodona world, and I think just having, I know, still haven't found it yet, but it's nice to have those kind of moments of like, oh yeah, there's things beyond this. We're seeing Heather Jackson passing through one of the gates. The Pacers have really been on top of the gate work.
Yeah, and that's such a great gesture. It doesn't seem like much if you're just kind of watching this. It's like, oh, yeah, they opened the gate for him. But when you're in that state so many miles into a race, to have somebody do that for you just feels like the weight of the world's been lifted off your shoulders. These runners right now, they're not thinking about anything other than moving forward. And so, like, as the complexity of a race grows, like the simplicity within your mind has to improve, right? And so you really just are focused on, I need to eat, I need to sleep, I need to move forward. That's it. And so when people can help kind of pull tasks off of your plate, that makes it a lot easier for you to focus on those things. And I'm just super impressed right now with how Courtney is moving. She really, we heard from Kevin, her husband, earlier today, and he was saying that, it seems like she's kind of building some momentum. And I think we've seen that ever since. She got some good food in, had a chance to reset, worked on the feet a little bit, and she's moved very well over the last probably 2 or 3 hours that we've had a chance to watch her.
Yeah, and she, like we were talking about earlier, she has that weight of Mingus lifted off her back.
Yeah.
She's into this new territory. She's running into Sedona, which is just, I think, one of the best parts of the course. There's so many best parts of the course, but I bet she's feeling so much energy also from a great teammate, a friend, Marion Hogan. Yeah, she's cruising.
Yeah, we want to thank everybody. Oh man, that drone shot on the left, that is awesome. We want to thank everybody for tuning in to the chat today. We know this has become a global event, and we're so grateful for you all being here. We would love to know where you're tuning in from today. So if you want to just drop in the chat where you're listening from, that'll be so cool for us. Again, Caleb Stevens here with Alyssa Clark on the call. Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. 29 hours, 24 minutes into this race. As we look at the Coros clock there at the top right hand of your screen. So grateful for all of our sponsors that make this event possible and this live stream possible. John G, Coros, Ultra. We're in Run Flagstaff here in a great location in Flag. So if you're going to come say hi. This running shop is phenomenal. So definitely swing by here sometime throughout the week. But these drone shots, these follow cams, it doesn't get any better than this.
Also, holy cow, we are getting an outpouring of where people are tuning in from. I was thinking about this last night. I was like, oh, how many people are going to be on, in the night and such? And this has become such a global race.
Yeah.
People are tuning in from everywhere. We got every time zone, I'm sure, imaginable. Love it. Wow. Netherlands, Zimbabwe. I love seeing the Auburn, California ones. Hawaii people. Amazing. Belgium, Philippines. Holy cow. Ireland, Beast Coast. Yes.
Wow.
Cape Town, South Africa. Shout out to Ultra Trail Cape Town. Probably one of my favorite races I've ever done.
Nice.
It is, if you want a destination race, it is stunning. The people are so kind. Put that race on your calendar if you can.
Yeah, and for the people that are, saying that they're in Phoenix or Sedona or different places, if you're not doing anything this weekend, come to the finish line. There is nothing more special than a golden hour. And Cocodona's golden hour ranks right up there with every other great iconic race. I mean, it'll bring tears to your eyes. It'll give you a sense of hope and just like the level of humanity that's out there. You'll see people breaking down and crying for individuals that have achieved their maybe lifelong dream or this big huge goal that they had, and they don't know this person, but all of a sudden it's like the biggest thing in their life is celebrating this person who just did an incredibly difficult task and achieved it. And then you look down and those last finishers will actually run down into Heritage Square through the alley, and it will just be lined with humans who are clapping and cheering and crying. And it's just such a special finish to this race. So if you don't have plans on Saturday, drive up on Friday night or early Saturday morning and come be a part of this. Whether you're running or not, it doesn't matter. It's still a special event for everybody that gets a chance to just have a little piece of it.
And we have over 11,000 people on this live stream. That's incredible. Thank you all so much for joining us. Right now, we have our top 5, part of our top 5 overall. We have Joe, Courtney, and Heather all on the screen right now. Thank you to our incredible camera people out there giving us this footage. And yes, I could not agree more on coming to the Golden Hour. I've watched a few Golden Hours. I think the first one I ever went to was the Hurt 100 Golden Hour, and I sobbed so many times. I was like, how do I keep crying?
Yeah.
But it is so special because you're so raw and so emotional, and to see what humans are capable of when they believe in themselves, and also to see the crew and the pacers who have picked up that belief when maybe the runner has dropped it, and watching their friends, their loved ones get to the finish. It's the human spirit. I mean, that's really what it is. I know that's kind of cliche, but it just reminds you that humans are incredible. There's nothing that Claude or AI can do in the world that Golden Hour can't surpass.
Yeah. I agree. Also, as you're watching, I know, several of the thousands of people that are watching right now have been tuned in since we started this race coverage at 4 a.m. yesterday. And so just make a mental note of the shift in terrain. Yesterday was all about the big climb, getting to Crown King. We talked about it being a more technical section of the race. You saw runners that had their poles out, working their way up the 11,000-foot climb in a much slower fashion. And when we say this is a runner's course, right, and you've started to see that over the years as higher and higher level athletes have started to jump into this field, with more of a runner's pedigree, right, instead of the kind of that through hiker mindset, you're seeing why they're so successful now. Dan Green last year, throwing down on the men's side, obviously Rachel throwing down on the women's side last year amongst the others. But these sections of the course are kind of what dominate the back half of the race.
Yeah.
It's very, very runnable. And so if you've saved your legs, you can post a really good back half of the race time. And you have to, though. And that's where the race has gotten, though, right?
Yeah,
you have
totally.
to be able to throw down in the back half or you're going to get passed by some of the other elites that are out there.
Also, we had a few questions of when is Golden Hour? Thank you for asking that. So Cocodona officially ends Saturday morning at 10 a.m. That is the final. So the Golden Hour would be 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Those are people coming in that last hour of the race. They've lived a life.
Yeah.
Lived an entire life in a week.
Yeah, and there's a lot of, come early if you're going to come. There's a lot of great coffee shops, breakfast places all throughout Flagstaff that you can just kind of go and make it a whole morning, and just hang around and watch and just be inspired. We will also be bringing live coverage, not just of our elites finishing, but we'll have coverage all throughout Flagstaff for the duration of the race. So we'll cover the back of the packers, the mid packers, everybody in between, top to bottom, as they come into Flagstaff and finish their Cocodona 250 or any of the other races that they're completing this week. We'll have coverage of that. So don't miss your run across the finish line.
There was a question about Zach Hauer's tracker. It is struggling, we'll say, now.
Definitely.
But he is running strong. We did see Courtney on screen pass him not too long ago, so he is running not too far behind Courtney at this point. That's kind of our on-the-ground update.
Yeah, he's somewhere in between mile 141 and 142 right now, based off what we saw 5 to 10 minutes ago. So Zach's running a great race.
He is. And also the co-founder of Open Fuel, which has a lot of tremendous athletes. Will Murray is one of their athletes who's the current course record holder of Javelina, headed to Western States as well. It's a great comment. What was in Courtney's pizza?
No kidding.
Yeah, I want some of that pizza too.
Yeah. Yeah, when she came into Jerome this morning, she looked a little worked and kind of almost looked a little stiff. And it is night and day. I mean, that's probably been 3 or 4 hours ago when we saw her pass through there. And this looks like the Courtney that we're used to seeing. She is running so strong right now. And I think if you're ahead of her, you're always going to be worried. But if you were to see this and you're one of the folks in front of her and you saw how she's running right now, it would be almost terrifying because she looks great.
Yeah, she's on a roll right now. Gosh, too, how fun does this look compared to last year of running this section? Last year, I feel like it was just those mud cakes on the bottom of people's feet, and they are just absolutely flying on these parts right now. Also, I'm just impressed by the integrity of their running form right now, because that's one of the pieces where strength training truly comes into play is how do you keep your form up when you're running well into the 150-ish mile range. And I'm truly impressed by how their technique has stayed just super on. Everyone in the front of the pack.
Yep. Great shot here of Cody Poskin. Man, he's had a great day today. Looks like he may have slowed down a little bit on this section at least. It's hard to tell, though, if he's running. It looks like he's running again, huh?
It looks like, yeah, that looks like running. Yeah. I think his pace runs in the white because I think he was wearing a darker colored shirt.
Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, so right now we've got about a 5-minute gap between Joe Stringbean McConaughey and Courtney. So we just had a chance to watch them run for quite some time.
Yeah.
So some really great visuals. Shout out to our team out in the field that are capturing all of this for us. I think Joe and Courtney could really feed off each other if they end up sharing some miles. They both are kind of that happy-go-lucky. And they're just such great athletes. Seeing them run together would be a blast. And I think it would benefit both of them. So we'll see what happens there. But again, Cody Poskin is on the screen that we've got in front of us right now. Cody's had a fantastic day, really done a great job taking care of himself. And I think he's set up for a strong back half of this race.
Yeah, I know that last year, I think he was very frustrated. I think he ended up having to walk kind of the last 20 miles. And I know that is not on his game plan this year, so it's nice to see this execution. It is so frustrating to kind of be stuck in that walk gate, so hoping that he can keep up the great pace that he's been setting.
Yeah, conditions right now very favorable. The athletes at this point in time aren't dealing with much heat. Looks like we've got some good cloud coverage out there as well. So really ideal. I don't know that you could really ask for anything more than what we've had this week so far. We've talked a little bit about there's a potential for maybe some sprinkles or some showers throughout today, but it shouldn't be anything that derails anybody.
Yeah, I think, maybe a little bit of rain, but they're all prepared, especially after last year. I think everyone put that into their race plans of, okay, this is how we deal with rain at Cocodona. Certainly a lot of practice last year. So I'm sure everyone is ready for that to happen. It doesn't seem like they'll stick around too long, maybe just a couple of showers. And then the rest of the week, I think, is looking pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as you look at that Koros clock there at the top right of your screen, 29 hours, 37 minutes into this race, a reminder that last year Dan Green finished at 58:47, right? So if that holds true time-wise, we're about halfway through the race, right?
Yeah.
So even if, I would say at least 25 hours left in this race, so over a full day for sure, that we're going to have athletes out there. A lot can happen between now and then, as we've talked about. That is a long time to be running, especially with the fact that you've already been running for almost 30 hours. And so, don't assume that this race is already won. Don't assume that the standings are going to stay as they are. A race like this can change on a dime.
It really can. Someone has a difficult aid station. You're sitting there for 30, 45 minutes, and that's 3 to 4 miles gone, which is really frustrating and sad. I always struggle with aid station time because you work so hard to run well, and then aid stations can just drain all of that effort. You do need to take your time and take care of yourself, but if someone's hitting a hard part and you're slowing down, I mean, this race can flip very, very quickly. Yeah, we've had a few questions. There is not going to be a prize purse for Cocodona this year, the live prize purse that we saw at Black Canyon. Appreciate you all wanting to support these athletes. We know it means a lot, and we love the support, but unfortunately this year there will be no prize purse.
Yeah, and if you have a runner that you're curious of how they're doing, at the top or the bottom of the chat here, we have the live tracking pinned, so you can click on that. Look over any runner that you want. You can do all sorts of research on them, whether they're at the front of the pack, the back of the pack, or somewhere in between. So that's a great resource there. You can also see how the runners stack up against each other on the interactive map, which is really cool. That's a great feature. And you can see the stats. So if we just look at, we've got Cody on the screen right now. If we were to kind of dig into Cody, if you were to click on his name, you can see he has done over 20,000 feet of climbing already. His current elevation is at about 4,000 feet. And he's covered 147 miles.
He's also coming into the aid station right now. This is
Deer Pass.
Deer Pass. Thank you so much. Deer Pass, which is mile 146.9. I love also the collaboration between Mount to Coast. There we go. Mount to Coast and Janji. The outfits have been. There's been a lot of swag at this race.
Yeah. Really, really sharp. The kits are great this year. It's really nice for us on our side of this.
It makes it easier.
Yeah, to have colorful, unique shirts and outfits. It gets pretty hard to tell who somebody is when you've got a drone, a few hundred feet above them and everybody wears white. So we really prefer when folks are wearing lots of different colors and things like that. It helps us identify them faster. So yeah, love these kits.
The worst is when they change.
Yeah,
we're like, wait, why didn't you tell us? Yeah, send us a text. Let us know.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm now wearing a red shirt. We're also still seeing these athletes have a lot of sun protection. So they are not taking gosh, when you get sunburn out there, it just absolutely drains you. So they're being really careful. A lot of people are still wearing kind of the safari style type hats, the arm sleeves.
Yeah.
I think arm sleeves are one of the best pieces of gear. They're so versatile.
I agree.
You can pull them up, push them down, depending on how you're feeling. I ran all of Canyons in arm sleeves. Truly saved my arms from poison oak as well. So if you're in a race where there's a lot of vegetation, or even just the potential of getting yourself beat up, highly recommend arm sleeves. Also, a lot of them have UV as well.
Yeah, I love arm sleeves too. I mean, they're nice too. If it's like you're not sure if it's cold or not, and it's an in between. It's just kind of a nice layer that you can throw on a day like today. They're also great too to pack ice in if it does get super hot, to kind of keep that ice up against your skin. So I love them for that as well. And as we're seeing this, and you mentioned, the exposure to the sun and protecting your skin, and how that's something that can help to prevent, the wheels from flying off. If you get a bad sunburn, that's going to be rough out at a race like this. Other things that are like that, eye drops. Your eyes can get very dry. It's very dusty out there. Also, chapstick in a race like this, with the amount of sodium that you're taking in and gels, when you put that in your mouth, and you can get cuts on the corners of your mouth, right? Different things like that. Having a bad cut, or if your lips are getting sunburned, that can make it really, really miserable out there if you're out there for 3 or 4 days or 5 days. And so taking care, chapstick is another big thing, sun protection, eye drops. We've talked a lot about like brushing your teeth, taking care of the hot spots that could be there. All these like little things that you may not think about during a shorter race, you have to take care of them. Otherwise, it snowballs. Good things in a race snowball, bad things in a race snowball, and you want to prevent those bad things from snowballing. This is also something that Cody's done at almost every aid station, is just stretching out, kind of taking care of his body. We keep talking about it, but he's been very diligent in this, not rushing the process, kind of sticking to his script.
Yeah. Someone is absolutely huffing it on the left side of the screen, where we'll get info on
who that is
as soon as we can. But yeah, I would say the arm sleeves, the chapstick, the sunscreen. There's another one. Oh, also with arm sleeves, this race, not quite as much because there's not a ton of water on it. But if you are in a hot race and you have stream crossings like Western states, dunking those arm sleeves in really helps keep with the cooling. So another great use of that. Also, one of the things we've seen very often with this race is breathing issues.
Yeah.
And I know that runners are getting more and more sophisticated with how they're dealing with it, but a simple one is just something to cover your face, whether it's
a buff
yeah, or like a handkerchief, something along those lines. Also, throat lozenges are huge.
Yep.
Really, really helpful. I know that some people will be doing like neti pots out there to clear out the sinuses and help with the breathing. I think Jeff Browning has incorporated more of like sinus clearing to make sure he doesn't have those breathing issues as well. So, there's lots of these small things that you don't think about until they all compound for days on end, and those things can really make such an impact on your race.
Yeah, Cody here leaving the Deer Pass aid station.
Did he drop his pacer off?
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like he's going solo.
Okay, so we just got word that Courtney just passed Joe. Okay, great shot here.
Yeah. So we have Courtney has just passed Joe, which I believe brings her into 4th overall. We'll double check that, but
yeah. I mean, she's rolling right now. Look at this, the gap. She's feeling it. Any other sport, it seems like she's kind of in the zone. Is what they would say. She's just. Something happened at that aid station, and maybe it was calories, or I don't know, maybe it was the sun coming up, or just time with crew, but it sure seemed like from Jerome until now, it's night and day in her movement, and this looks like what we're used to seeing from her, and she is just on cruise control at the moment.
Yes, and correction, she is 5th overall because we do have Heather Jackson still out in front of Courtney.
But if you think it's been maybe the last 30 minutes or so, we've seen her move 2 positions up the field, right? She passed Zach Hauer, and then she just passed Stringbean. That also, it has to give her some momentum too, of realizing that she's reeling people in, especially a guy like Stringbean, or a former champion here of Cocodona 250 and such an accomplished runner in his own right. And that gap just keeps getting bigger and bigger here.
Yeah, can anyone who has some of Courtney's pizza, can you bring that to to us right now and run flag?
Yeah.
Gosh, she's looking so strong. And we do have a train going through, a little background noise for us.
Yeah, if you come to Flag and you're not sure where we are, we're not too far from the train station.
We're right nearby.
Just listen for the train station. We're at Run Flagstaff. Come swing by, say hi.
And to give you an idea, we have our top 5 overall is Rachel, Killian, Cody, Heather, and then Courtney. That's our 5. So, and Joe just right behind, still within eyesight of Courtney.
Yeah, 3 of our top 5 are women. It's awesome.
Yeah, super cool.
They're crushing it.
This was kind of the prediction is that women, I mean, gosh, there was an article that came out several years ago about how women could really, this is where it evens out, is at the 200-mile distances. So I feel like we're seeing this play out on our screens right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and the talking point heading into this year's race was how deep the women's field was.
Totally.
And probably the best and deepest, 200-mile field. Honestly, end to end, but definitely on the women's side that we have seen, and it's definitely proving to be true here on day 2 of Cocodona.
Looks like Courtney's taking a second to kind of wipe the face down. I appreciate Courtney's hygiene. As someone who races with hands that are sticky all the time, I need to bring more wipes with me. So, Courtney, I'm taking some notes from you.
Yeah, she doesn't mess around with it. That's for sure.
Yeah. I feel like that really is one of her hit refresh buttons the face wipes and the hand wipes.
And it's a good reminder for everybody watching. If she can be this diligent in doing all these things, we probably can too.
I mean, I think the last crude aid station at Chianti, she did a face wipe, which, I mean, gosh, in a 100, because it was about 115, 20 kilometer race, not mile. She was still doing it. So clearly that is a game changer for her.
Yeah, and then she put on the afterburners at the end of that.
And Aid Station Fireball just posted in the chat. We have a live play-by-play updates. There's a separate website for that. So if you are looking for those live updates, go to the mountainoutpost.com event/Cocodona 250. That is in the chat right now.
Somebody asked who won the MBA. It is still
we know
ongoing.
yet. Yeah, we got a while. We got some time. All right, Courtney is back into running. So is Joe. They're really utilizing just, this is very runnable section, but there are some little hills and such, and that's a great time to kind of take a second, do what you need to do, walk, get it together as Courtney did with, the face and the hand wipe. So you're, again, multitasking, continuously moving forward, using the terrain as the pace dictator, but also getting stuff done.
Yeah, great shot here again. This is Courtney Dauwalter and Joe Stringbean McConaughey. Courtney just passed Joe a few minutes ago. She's closed a gap. It was probably 30, 40 minutes ago, somewhere in that range. We had reported that she was about 5 minutes back of Joe, 5 or 6. So she closed that gap.
I think it also just demonstrates, again, how things can change, where gaps in 200 milers, even if they can seem insurmountable, there's still so much time left.
Yeah, you think about let's just say another race that is a big live stream event that everybody watches, Javelina, right? A 2 mile lead in Javelina is like insurmountable.
Yeah.
Almost, right?
Absolutely.
A 2 mile lead here is like a restroom break, a clothes change.
Yes.
And a small meal that if you take all of that and somebody else doesn't, it's gone. And so it's just, it's very different. It's very different here.
We're closing in on 30 hours of racing so far at the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. I am one of your hosts, Alyssa Clark, with Caleb Stevens in the studio in Run Flag right now. We have eyes on the Deer Pass aid station. This is mile 146.9. I love the accuracy of like the 0.9. You know, it's not 147, it's 146.9.
Yeah.
And this is a non-crewed aid station, so we are seeing volunteers, but their crews cannot come to this aid station.
Yeah, it looks like Rachel just passed through the water station at Sedona. So
awesome.
Her next aid stop is going to be kind of the big Sedona aid station. You know, that we should have eyes on her there. That's a great aid station. They are fantastic. I think one of the highlights of the race is that Sedona aid station. They take such great care, like all the aid stations out there. This one's just it's larger. They've got
the
big, burgers out there, right? And depending on what time you go through there during the day, it's just such great support and community. There's usually so many people just kind of hanging around. A lot of the locals are out there as well, and it's fun when you run through that Sedona section. Running the streets of Sedona, again, it brings you back to kind of like this reality of, oh my gosh, yeah, I'm alive, it's the real world, whatever. But there's so many people that will be honking their horns, cheering for you, clapping, all of it. And it's just a really special section of the course. So we should see Rachel cruising into that area here momentarily.
We do have the live tracking pinned to the comments section. Also, as Caleb mentioned earlier, our camera crews, things are happening way faster than we projected. So they are catching up, they are setting up. So we will be able to bring you our race leaders as soon as we can. But we are packing up, leapfrogging to the next aid stations. Yep. So that is what's happening right now. We will get you our front leaders as soon as we can, but the camera team is doing an outstanding job of making their way up the state of Arizona right now. There's been a couple questions about IVs in the race, and I know that in many other races, you cannot receive an IV and continue. I know that's the case for Badwater, Western States, UTMB, I'm sure. I'm guessing that's the case for Cocodona. I don't know the official ruling on it. I would be surprised if it was allowed. But I do know for other major races, they are not allowed to have IVs. That is kind of an automatic disqualification.
So as we are kind of waiting for our next great coverage of our lead pack, any questions in the chat for Alyssa or I relating to the race, or any areas of curiosity that you have regarding Cocodona 250? We'd love to see those questions, and we'll do our best to answer what we can.
I did have a question from Instagram of asking about our self-talk practice, both during training and racing. So what does your self-talk look like, Caleb? I'm laughing because mine is terrible.
Yeah, I don't.
It's so bad.
Like I want to keep this like super positive,
Yeah,
you know. And
this-
so like that's definitely an area that I would need to work on. It's usually not great. It's usually just like pressing too much and then getting in your own head and being a little bit negative. So that's definitely an area of opportunity for me and somewhere where I need to improve.
Yeah, I could not agree more. It's something I need to work on because I spend a lot of the first parts of races kind of questioning my entire life decisions. I have probably retired from ultra running, I don't know, like 4 or 5 times every race, and then still continue to keep going. But yes, I think the self-talk could really use some work. It's something that I have been in kind of a constant learning process as well.
Yeah, Rachel's nutritionist. That's another question in here. Let's see. I know it's Thursday evening. Right? I believe that's when you're on with
Yes.
Chris, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that looks like it's 7 p.m. is when we have it pegged for, Thursday evening.
There's a question, what time is the Prescott cutoff? That is tonight at 10 p.m. That's Whiskey Row.
Yeah, there's a question about the viewer count. I don't know the exact metrics, but it's definitely higher this year. So, on behalf of the whole Mountain Outpost team, the whole Cocodona team, everybody involved with this event and the live stream, all of our sponsors, we're just so grateful for everybody tuning in. Thank you for your candor in the chat. The banter is fun. We appreciate it. We enjoy it. And it's our great pleasure to be able to deliver such a good product to each of you in your own homes. And so with that, this live stream wouldn't be possible without our incredible sponsors. And so we're going to take a short ad break here and let you hear from them directly, and we'll be right back with you soon.
Flip that.
Ultra fit, with room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra, stay out there.
Last lap, 6 minutes, 17 seconds.
to Sedona Parks and Recreation, where adventure meets community and every day is an invitation to explore. From sunrise rides through red dirt trails to vibrant gatherings that bring people together, every corner of our parks invites you to move, connect, and play. Music drifts into the evening sky, and the spirit of Sedona comes alive. Creativity rolls through every curve, and adventure fuels friendly competition under the sun. Families gather, kids laugh, and memories are made in and out of the water. Imagination runs wild on every playground and open space we share. See what we mean? Sedona parks are awesome.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the Cocodona 250 2026 live stream presented by Ultra. We have 30 hours and 5 minutes elapsed on the official Coros race clock, and I am Alyssa Clark here with Caleb Stevens. Caleb, we're seeing a rather windy precision. This is insane. Look at this aid station.
This is something. This is super, super cool.
Yeah.
That's a great setup.
It is a great setup. Also, we asked for questions before ad break, and there were a couple ones I wanted to address. There was a great question about, well, okay, I'll start with this one. This is probably the number one asked. Why is there not a crowdfunded prize purse? So, for legal reasons, I'm saying this once, and I'm not going to say it again, so spread this all. For legal reasons, they are not able to have a crowd-funded prize purse at this time. They are really working to change that, but that is where we are at right now. So that's our answer. I'm not going to say it again. For legal reasons, it's not possible. Yeah, if there's any lawyers out there, please join the chat. Hit us up. Let us know how we can fix this. All right, there was a great question about how do you know when to give up or to stop because your legs are hurting too much? How do you know if it's injury? Yeah, Caleb, do you want to start us off on that?
I think you have to be able to assess, is this a mental thing? Is it truly a physical thing? And in a situation where you think it's truly a physical thing, there's a lot of great experts out on the course and medical teams that can help you make that decision. Also, your crew who knows you very well. Your mind, though, in a race like this plays so many tricks on you, and everything is going to tell you when things get very, very difficult that I should stop. And you've trained for this. You've poured hours and hours and hours of hard work into this moment, and so you have to beat those feelings back. And you got to be able to forge forward even when your brain is screaming to stop. But if you do have something that you think is a serious medical condition, that's where you check in with those medic crews and your crew. And you have to be a little bit cautious with your crew. And you're going to have people potentially in there, especially if they're family, who are going to be very nervous about you doing something like this. And they may be quick on the trigger of saying, hey, yeah, go ahead and stop. But that's where it's really important before the race, and this is some of the work that you have to do as a runner. Before the race, you need to tell your crew exactly what you want them to do and how that you want them to handle situations like this, potentially even giving them like a checklist of items to ask you or things that they should consider before you were to make a decision to call it quits. Because you've spent 3, 4, 5, 6 months, and some people years training for this, and it's a few days of your life that you kind of have to get through and make that decision. But if you pull out and it wasn't for a reason that truly needed to stop you from finishing the race, that's a regret that you'll carry for a long time.
It is. Also, I think one of the pieces, because there was a point of like when your legs fall off, and that can often be a nutrition issue. So you may just need to bump up those calories. I can give an example. I was in Ultra Trail Cape Town this past year, and I was really pushing at the end of the race. And so anytime I started to feel some fatigue, I just pounded a gel. And so that was really, instead of having this like planned out, hey, I'm going to take one every 30 minutes, it was just like, oh my gosh, if I'm feeling any fatigue, I need calories. That's going to keep me going. And so that can often be a really big game changer is keeping up those calories. So along with having crew expectations, having that checklist, it's also like, hey, what can I do? Also, if there's some cramping, maybe that's a hydration piece. So kind of going back to your basics. That's really one of the keys.
Yeah, you need to be like troubleshooting for, in my opinion, like hours, unless it's something that's just like, no, you need to get out of the race. Like if you're just questioning it, you need to continue to eat and drink and hydrate and do everything that you can to bounce back. And you need to expect like hours and hours of time of feeling like dog crap, right? Just horrible, because it's going to happen. And in these 200-mile races, just like all ultras, but it's, you know, amplified in a 200-miler, the one thing that you should expect is change. So if you're feeling really good, you need to know that you're going to feel really bad at some point too. And if you're feeling really bad, you need to know that at some point you're going to feel better. And it's never going to stay constant.
We are getting just some breathtaking views of Sedona. There are some places on this planet that I don't even know they exist.
Yeah. It's insane.
Absolutely blows my mind, and Sedona is one of them.
Yeah, and a lot of like what's around Sedona doesn't look anything like Sedona, which is what makes it even more impressive. You just kind of like, if you're driving in on 89A and you take that highway in, and all of a sudden things just kind of start to turn red, and then bam, you're into this. And it's so different than the surrounding area. It's like an out-of-body experience, especially the first time that you are in Sedona, whether you're running it or just looking at it. It's beautiful. It's magnificent. In these shots, the drone operators and the teams out there are just doing such a good job painting the picture of what these runners are going to have the pleasure of running through here over the next day plus.
There's also a couple of questions. There's been a lot of questions about Max. I know that we all love Max, rooting for him. It's Max's story to tell on his decisions in the race. That's not really something for us to speak on. So when he's ready to share, I'm sure he will. He's a very open guy about, you know, the ups and downs, and that's part of the journey of ultra running. So we're wishing the best to him, and when he's comfortable and ready to share, he will do so, I'm sure. But we also had
shot.
I know. Oh my gosh.
This is amazing.
We also had a question of favorite trail shoes. So while we're seeing where we can use these trail shoes, Caleb, what are your go-tos?
Yeah, anything ultra, and that's not just because they're a presenting sponsor. I like the wide toe box. It's what I do almost all of my trail work in. I do mix it up depending on the type of terrain that I'm gonna be in and what my goals are for how I want to run it. But especially out in a Cocodona type race, I love the wide toe box. Your feet are gonna swell, and you need that extra room. So I really. That's what I rolled with when I did Cocodona before. I ran in the Mount Blancs. So, yeah, big ultra fan.
Nice. I would say I am an On Cloud Ultra Pro. I love that shoe. It does not have a carbon plate. It actually has a nylon plate. And it is just so springy, but it does have the capability on technical terrain to grip, to move. You don't feel like... Carbon plates can kind of feel like you're stuck, and it's hard to balance, and so the nylon plate moves a bit more. You also do not have the foot fatigue and the potential for injury with a nylon plate. So On Cloud Ultra Pro, I should say I am an On athlete, so probably a bit biased there, but it's a great shoe. We are seeing, I believe this is Heather Jackson?
Yep, Heather Jackson.
Okay, Heather Jackson.
Yeah, on the screen here, and then this is a great question here from Robin. Alyssa and Caleb, can you explain how the trail is or isn't marked? So it is marked all throughout the course. Different sections are marked in different ways. So the Dells, for example, near kind of Whiskey Row area, Watson Lake, that we saw our leaders go through yesterday, late last evening, actually. That's marked in a certain way where on the rocks themselves, there's like paint marks that are always historically there, kind of drives or takes you around the Dells. So like a white circle, and you can follow it. That's one example. kind of exclusive to that area. Maybe I think they actually do that on some of the trail too here in Sedona. But most of the race is marked with flags or ribbons. And so that's a big part of it. Orange is good, blue is bad through the Air Viper races. So when you see those blue checkered ribbons, you know that like, hey, don't go that way. That's a wrong turn. So the Air Viper team does a great job of marking all their races, not just Cocodona. Also, though, what's like really critical if you're running a race like this, downloading the GPX file onto your phone and then also onto your running watch. So ideally, that's a Coros, one of our sponsors, downloading that map onto the watch so that it can notify you, like, are you on trail or off trail? So it's really good to have kind of those multiple degrees of validating that, yep, I'm going the right way. And then also, and unfortunately I had the experience of this when I ran Cocodona, if you do somehow get off trail, which I did for a portion of the race, Race Command also monitors the GPS tracking for the runners that are out there, and they will actually send you a text if you get too far off course, notifying you that you're off course. And so that's another helpful
That's insane.
hint.
Yeah, that's super cool.
Yep. So there's lots of ways that you can do it. And then one last thing I wanted to say on that, when you're with a pacer, it's stressful times for the pacer as well. And you want to be able to rely on them. And this goes for a 250 or 100 or any other race where you can have a pacer. Just a good reminder, like, you as the athlete are still responsible for the decision making of where to go. So it's good to trust your pacer to like kind of guide you, but no matter what mental state you're in, it's still your job to make sure that you're on course. And so you never want to delegate that responsibility to somebody else. They can help you, but they shouldn't be the decision maker on that.
Absolutely. And I will say too, like, I have it on my watch, and then I also always have a mapping app on my phone, like Gaia Footpath, one of those, so that in case like your watch, I don't know, sometimes like I second guess myself, especially later on in the race, like also having your phone to pull out and be like, okay, cool, I can double check myself or triple check myself, I should say, like course markings, watch, phone. But we're seeing Heather Jackson right now. She is moving so well, just cruising along this beautiful single track. I believe she's coming right into the aid station right now.
Yeah, just a funny comment in the chat from Distance Empty Pod, who's doing such a great job out there at the MBA, the Mingus Basketball Association, up on top of Mingus. They said Race Command should text you when you airball, which I think is hilarious. And I would also be curious of the people in the chat, what should that text say if you airball? I want to hear everybody's feedback in the chat. This will be hilarious.
Yeah, I think it should just be like a golden retriever that's like, Air Bud is better than you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be funny.
There was a question about, I've seen a couple of times, what is the price to enter Cocodona? And it is, I just saw it, sorry, like $1,995. Just under that 2,000 mark. And then are there any race prerequisites to enter? So do you have to do something before you enter Cocodona? I do not believe so.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you can just send it.
I don't know if that's changed, but you didn't used to have to.
You do not. But I will say that you do receive more weight. So lottery systems can have weights in them. If you run one of the races that's part of kind of the Cocodona series, we'll say, so just Sedona 125, the Mingus, Bradshaw Brute, then you do receive more weight into the lottery, which means your odds are higher to get in. We are currently seeing Heather Jackson in at the Deer Pass aid station. This is mile 146.9 with 30 hours, 18 minutes on the Coros official time clock.
Yeah, while we're kind of looking at this on the sky cam here, all those drop bags, right? Like, just as you're taking this coverage in, just think about all the incredible work that the volunteers are doing, getting these drop bags from aid station to aid station, putting them out in an orderly manner so that when you come in as a runner, you're not waiting on the volunteer. There's a process for everything out at these race stations that's so dialed in. And the goal of every volunteer is to benefit you and to help you and to not like cause you any sort of delay. And the folks that are out here on the course do such a great job with that. They take it very seriously. You can see that in this live stream. And there's just so many angels out there that help make, the Cocodona dream possible for so many of the runners out there who need their help in a low moment. All the volunteers are fantastic. So thanks to everybody that's out there helping this week.
Yeah, and yesterday, Corinne Chalvoy, one of our commentators, she brought up that there are over 900 volunteers working on the Cocodona week, and every single volunteer position has been filled. That's wild. There was another good question that I was trying to pull up.
Yeah, and again, as you're pulling that up, Alyssa, here's Heather Jackson in the aid station getting topped off. I believe this is where I had made the note that Rachel had come through here at 28:10. So about 2 hours and 10 minutes behind race leader Rachel Entrikin. So a really good race here. Really, really good race here by Heather.
There was a question, is Cocodona a lottery? It is now a lottery. This is the first year, so the lottery is actually open right now. So if you are itching to throw down at Cocodona to have a shot, put in for that lottery.
Yeah, and if you're thinking like, oh my gosh, there's no way I could ever do this. Yes, you can. And you can't do it all at once. You can't be ready for Cocodona in a night. But day by day, step by step, workout by workout, you can get ready for it. And if it's something, whether it's Cocodona or whether it's, the Mingus race or the Bradshaw Brute, any of those, or the Flagstaff race, like any of the Cocodona week races, if it's on your heart to do it and you're nervous about it, well, that's the perfect reason for you to do it.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Just commit to it and don't, put a ceiling on yourself and go be great and go have fun. And there's so many lessons that these races can teach you. So why would you miss out on that? Yeah, it's going to be hard, but it's going to be life-changing.
That is Luke Nelson, who is actually Heather's coach out on course with her. Luke is a stalwart of the trail running community, really strong mountain runner and been a coach for a while. So exciting to have your coach along with you. Let's see. There was a question of knowing when to sprint, run, jog, shuffle, walk, crawl, all of the things. I mean, I think you have to listen to your body and just be kind of willing to keep pushing forward. But I feel like it becomes less of that option becomes more apparent, I think, the further you get along. And also your training will also dictate how you're able to show up in different parts of the course. So really practicing what you're going to do in the race situation. Mm-hmm. There also was a question about, does DNFing the race affect your chances of getting in again? I do not believe so. I don't think that you probably wouldn't get necessarily credit, because I do believe that you need to be a finisher. So previous finishers get an additional ticket into the Cocodona 250. So that means you get extra weight in the lottery. And also if you are a core volunteer, then you get an additional ticket to the Cocodona lottery.
Yeah. And if it's one of those things where you have the time and you want to play this over a longer arc, you could always come out and volunteer for Air Viper races and earn race credits. And if you earn enough race credits, I mean, these races could be free, right? Like you can stack credits like that if you have the time and the means, especially if you're local. It's obviously easier to volunteer for a race if you're local, but that's a great strategy in a way that a lot of folks can help pay for some of these races.
Yeah. And also just get really valuable race experience and course knowledge and just kind of learning how the race runs. It is so important, I feel like, to see the amount of effort that goes into putting on this kind of race. I feel like that's such a valuable gratitude perspective going into it, but also just to understand, how did the logistics behind this work?
Yeah. Yeah, it gives you a deeper appreciation for what it is and just how special it is, and the number of people that contribute to making it so special.
Yeah, we have someone in the chat saying there's a local legend, Tom, who allegedly covered his entire Cocodona entry with volunteer credits. Yeah. Amazing. That's awesome, Tom. Thank you for all the work that you do.
Yeah, Tom just ran up at Watson Lake recently, and for the Whiskey Basin runs, that was one of his last big efforts prior to the race. I saw him earlier this year out at one of the early season races. Now I'm blanking on which race that was. But Tom is a stalwart of the Aravaipa community and Cocodona. He's out there every year supporting runners. And so, yeah, excited to see how his week goes. And I know this has been a kind of a bucket list thing for him for a long time, as he took the pathway that we've just exactly described, right, of supporting runners for years. And now it's his turn to be supported.
We have Heather Jackson making her way out of the Deer Pass aid station. That is mile 146.9. So she has passed that. And we are waiting on Rachel to come into the Sedona Posse aid station. That will be the next one that we see her at. That's mile 159.1.
Yeah, so there's a question too. Can you run this course any other week? There are sections of it that are across private land, so you would not be able to run the full end-to-end course. The course has had changes, I would say, mostly almost every year. Some slight changes, some larger changes. I think it was it 2022 when there were the fires that had to kind of reroute larger sections of the course. So, and then we've had to reroute different things because of wildlife in the areas from year to year. You think about kind of Eldon being an example of that. The spotted owl that's in that area. So it does change slightly from year to year. This year's course has had a few tweaks, and it's about 3 to 4 miles shorter than last year's version. So yes, year to year, there are changes that will take place within the course. And you think about planning 250 miles, like that's a lot of areas for opportunity where things are going to have to change. So the team does a really great job. It takes an army to figure this whole thing out year to year and make it work. But yeah.
It reminds me a lot of the Appalachian Trail, the Pacific Crest Trail. We think of those as kind of these stalwart, they don't change, but they're constantly changing. There's always slight variations in the distances. So it's kind of fun that Cocodona follows that. Yeah. There was a great question about stream crossings in this, because there is the Verde River in this race, and kind of how does the river impact the performance and what you might need to be thinking about with the river crossing. So yeah, Caleb, how did you deal with that?
Yeah, it was actually kind of refreshing at that point in the race. You know, a lot of the other parts of the course, it's pretty dry out there, so you really don't have a ton of water to deal with. So the minimal exposure that you have to it, especially in a race like this year, it's almost welcomed. It's a nice change. It kind of shocks your system a little bit, especially when that water is cold, which again is one of those things like we've talked about throughout today, where it's like the little mental reset. Like all of a sudden, if you come up to a river crossing and it's very cold and you're kind of in your own feelings or whatever, and you're sad, and then all of a sudden you're just shocked with cold water, it can help kind of trigger you out of that feeling, and it gives you something else to kind of think about and worry about for a few minutes, and then kind of reset the palate, so to speak, right? So it's not overwhelming. It's a nice change of pace, and it's not really anything that I think runners should necessarily prep for, super like factor in, oh my gosh, the water on Cocodona. It's nothing like that.
Yeah, one of the things I also live pretty much in the desert, is how astonishingly fast things dry out here. So you could be in a river crossing, like I'll go through something and then I'll go, I got my feet wet. And 30 minutes later, I don't even remember that my feet were wet. Things just dry really quickly. And of course, everything compounds in these longer distances, but it is so dry out here. It really does get better pretty quickly. If you are concerned about it, I do think that some runners take their shoes and socks off for the water crossing to kind of preserve that. Unfortunately, you have to put them back on, but things do dry very quickly out here, especially with the weather that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and I would not recommend that, just because you never know what's going to be in that water. And so like you stub your toe or whatever, like I would always rather have the protection of the shoe and deal with the wet shoe versus like, a potential busted toe or a bad slip that can result in something else. The other thing too, when you do a river crossing like that, is it can be tempting if there's like, say, just a small rock in the shoe to say, I can just deal with this. But really, in a race this long, you want to get that rock out of there. Like take the 2 minutes or whatever to untie the shoe, get the rock out and put it back on, because that little tiny rock will compound over time and cause a problem. Here we've got Rachel Entrikin, our overall leader of the race. She's strolling into Sedona. And this is the cool thing, right? This is where you're going to start to see the interaction with the city of Sedona. And this is such a great shot, because you're going to see once you kind of
like people out doing construction, or like, who's this crazy these crazy ladies?
Exactly. But you're going to see like traffic, and there will be people honking and waving. And it really, like, this is a shot of adrenaline for every runner that comes through there. But it's got to be an incredible feeling for her, knowing that she's like the edge of the knife cutting the Cocodona field into Sedona right now.
Getting some waves.
Yeah, getting some waves, getting some positive reinforcement, lifting up the spirits. She is crushing it. Still moving well. This is the first time we've seen her in a little bit. We haven't had a chance to kind of assess where she's at, but she looks to be moving great.
It looks like it is, some good sun exposure right there. So hopefully that's not weighing on her too much, but we are not seeing the rain yet. And I'm sure that that's glaring off that cement right there.
Yeah, so I made a note. She hit that kind of turn marker there with the construction crew right at about 3:31, maybe 3:30. And so we'll have to see where Killian comes in if we get that shot to be able to kind of compare apples to apples. If not, we'll know when they get to the aid station, and we'll keep track of that for everybody, so you know exactly where the leaderboard stands in real time.
There was a question, and so appreciate all these questions. We'll do the best we can to answer more, but as we have the race leader coverage, we'll be focusing on that. But there was a quick question of, what song would you listen to if you could only listen to one song the entire Cocodona?
Oh man. Probably the song Forever by Noah Kahan.
I love Noah Kahan.
Yeah. Reminds me of my Alyssa. We just got married. That's kind of our song, and it's just like this, like, yeah, just always, it picks me up when I need it most. So that would be the one. It's kind of calming, but also has that like punch of excitement of just like, it means something special to me. So that would be my song.
Love it.
What about you?
Mine, probably my anthem for running has been the song Title Track by Machine Gun Kelly.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we're going for it then.
It is not what people would expect at all.
We are going for it with that one.
I think if most people met me, they would not expect that I'm a Machine Gun Kelly fan.
I didn't expect
that really caught you off guard.
Yeah.
That song, when I won Moab 240 a few years back, I was playing that song and just started sobbing. And it's it's like my mantra of just like, people might not think that you can do it, but you're gonna
Yeah.
You know, here's some tickets to my downfall. I'm going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
But I also love Noah Kahan. Styx is one of my, being from Vermont, Styx is one of my favorites. Yeah, Northern Attitude too.
Yeah, I don't want to, like a quick story, because it's like one of the coolest things. I was living in Boulder for like 3 months, and it was 2023, and I saw him in a very small venue right before he blew up. Yeah, there were like 4,500 people there, and it was standing room, general admission, and then all of a sudden he was performing in these massive areas, and so I got a chance. I was like 10 rows from the stage to see him, and that was the coolest thing. I love him. He's great.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to throw in the chat as we're watching Rachel make her way through Sedona, throw in what your song would be.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this, where people take it. The thing with the hype song that would get me is I don't know if I could listen to it over and over and over and over again. Maybe I could.
That's the tough
thing. If I had to play it on repeat.
I do believe we are seeing Courtney into the Deer Pass aid station, because I think this is her pacer, Marion Hogan.
Yep.
So we are now at the Deer Pass aid station, seeing Courtney coming in or about to. Oh, some great songs coming in. Looks like Marion maybe kind of went ahead for a little bit, and Courtney is approaching, but we have not seen Courtney quite yet. This will be the Deer Pass aid station, mile 146.9. And we have eyes back on Rachel, our overall race leader right now.
Yeah, one of the fun things about Sedona, and somebody called it out in the chat, is like even the sidewalks are red.
Yeah.
And so like Sedona is very, I don't know, Sedona's very Sedona. And so like the McDonald's there even has like a teal arches instead of like the classic bright golden arches of McDonald's. So yeah, there's like restrictions there to kind of keep Sedona. It's a really special place. If you haven't been there, it's definitely a bucket list place. There's a great downtown area, beautiful trails for running, a great community there. It's very artsy and fun, and it just kind of gives you a little bit of everything that you would want. Super peaceful, and the trails that these runners here at Cocodona are going to get to experience are first class. It's one of those where it's like you definitely want to run through here during the day if you can, because it's just so breathtakingly beautiful. Yeah, there's Courtney on the right. So she's probably 2.5 hours behind Rachel, I think, at this aid station, roughly. What do you think, with your experience and all that you've accomplished, Alyssa, like, what do you think is going through Rachel's mind right now? She's got, so much racing left, but she's put herself in such a great position, and she's having such a great week so far. How do you think that she's balancing the excitement of that with the reality of what's left, and just where do you think she is mentally?
Yeah, I think she's just in her moment. Like, I think she's so, I feel like this is the beauty of being this far in a race, is you're just so present. You've kind of had everything stripped back. Like, that's the part of ultra running that I love so much. That's the part of the race I love to get to, is like nothing matters except exactly where you are. And I think that's all what we search for. And I've had the fortune to get there in races as well. And that, I think, is where Rachel is. She's just executing. Like, she's done the work and she's just in this moment. And that's, you know, this is what we train for. This is what we work for, is to do the thing. And she is doing the thing now.
She definitely is. Yeah.
Also, there were some questions. Was Rachel off course? I believe she's fine. I think especially with Addie there as well, that she is on the right course. We'll let you know if anything changes, but I think she's fine.
Yeah, from my memory, the wall should be on your left, which it is for her. And then when she came up to those construction workers, we did get a kind of a shot of the course marking on the ground, which showed right. Here we've got Joe McConaughey. Okay, so Joe's still not. I don't know if Courtney has left the aid station yet.
Yep, we saw Courtney leave.
Okay, so Joe's not too far behind her. Getting a little Coke here.
Do you drink Coke out on course?
I do. I recently had a race though where I drank too much, or actually it was a training run. And I just decided I was going to smash some Coke, and the carbonation didn't shake it up, and that can easily turn into projectile vomiting, which is what happened. So that actually ruined it for me a little bit in the short term.
Ouch.
It was, so I got to get back on my Coke game here. Wow, I don't clip that comment. The Coca-Cola game. So yeah, it's a good fuel if you need it.
I know, that's why I was like, I want to say Coca-Cola. And also, for those who are, following the live tracking, again, that is a great system, but it is sometimes takes a little bit to update, or it might show slight deviations on the map. So the trackers are doing their best, but we're still, they're not 100% accuracy, but Rachel is moving along really well. It must be pretty insane to see all of this traffic. Hopefully they don't have to wait too long at the crossing.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Live chat loved that accidental slip. I appreciate all of you guys out there so much. Love you all. Yeah. Oh, man. So Joe Stringbean McConaughey here. It's kind of taking an assessment, looking at all the snacks, seeing what he wants there. There's that Joe smile that we know and love. Yeah, the pack. That was a good call out by you earlier. That pack is interesting. I really like it. And one of the things about it that I like is that it's kind of minimal contact point, or less contact points than a typical pack would have. And so maybe a little bit more breathable, which is great.
Yeah, and I got some information from one of my other favorite co-hosts, Finn, from Single Track. He said that this is a company based out of Salt Lake City. It's called Palente Packs. They have a history of making packs for multi-day efforts. They actually made a special pack for Joey Campanelli the year he did a southbound self-support FKT in 2017. So they've been around for a little while now.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, Finn and team, their content leading into Cocodona 250, fantastic, kind of instrumental in me helping to understand the field more and the complexities of this year's roster of athletes that are running it. So there's so many great podcasts and things out there that you can consume to help you understand exactly what you're going to be watching race week. And so, even though the race has already started, if you're craving more content, there's plenty of it out there. We're off the air late at night. That's a great time to get plugged back in of what people said about these athletes or what their interviews looked like leading into the race day. And so check all that out. It's great. The team there does a great job.
We also got to see some people out on the streets cheering on Rachel. I'm sure that we'll see this more as she's coming into the aid station, but I'm sure she's getting lots of honks and cheers from the cars coming past her.
She's just such a beast. Like,
Yeah, this is... Gosh, I mean, what a performance for the ages.
yeah, and to kind of paint the picture of what you're watching here. So Rachel currently, she's got 158 miles on her legs, almost 22,000 feet of climbing. She's probably, I don't even know if she has slept. If she has, it's, let's say, less than 10 minutes, maybe a quick dirt nap. And she is just cruising through the streets of Sedona. Looks fresh, looks spry.
Yeah, she looks so strong. Also, again, the trackers having a little bit of trouble, especially with Zach Hauer. Hopefully they can maybe get that reset. But Zach passed through between Courtney and String Bean, so he is holding strong. Yeah, thank you for that update, Jeff Colt. But Zach is doing a fantastic job. Again, the co-founder of Open Fuel, and I'm sure he's drinking a lot of that out there. I always forget too how long this Sedona town section is. They really do weave through for quite a while. I mean, you think like, oh, I'm there, I'm in Sedona, but they do spend quite a bit of time in the town, making their way to the fairgrounds, I believe.
Yeah, which is a real delight, because you kind of like coming into Sedona out on the trails, you get to experience that, and then you kind of come into the town and you almost do like you're kind of exploring almost the whole town, it feels like, as you're running it. We're seeing that, to your point, here on the live stream. And then when you exit out of it, you kind of get that same experience. So yeah, you do spend, I would say, probably a couple of hours from start to finish crossing through all of the different terrain through Sedona. And again, it's just a really special portion of the course. Sedona sits at about 4,500 feet. So you as an athlete, you may start to feel some of the...
It's about the, point.
Some of the effects of the altitude. Likely haven't felt anything driven by altitude yet.
No, you're going to keep going straight. You're going to go up Soldier Pass Road to the back of Posse Ground.
Okay, so some good audio there out on the course. Rachel's just kind of asking for some directions and getting some good feedback there from our follow cam on the bike. Wanting to make sure that she knows exactly where she's going. You don't want to kind of miss a turn in a section like this or lose focus, so always good to check in.
Yeah, and I think it's really easy to, like, I get so paranoid about directions, especially when a race is going so well. It's like, you don't want to ruin it by going the wrong way or going off course with this monumental effort.
Soldier Pass is the light.
We're hearing the cheers for Rachel.
Yeah, the honks. That's great.
People getting stoked. Yeah, the other way that I could always, I'm sure that people can tell that Cocodona is moving through the Arizona is just the absolute droves of camper or vans everywhere. It's like every aid station is like, more vans. So they're just permeating the Arizona countryside.
And a fun point while we're kind of looking at this is just how this race, and it's fun if you're if you're locked into the live stream all week long and kind of consumed in this like Cocodona bubble that we talked about earlier, it's hard to envision like Cocodona like intersecting with the rest of life.
Yeah.
And when you come through a larger area like Sedona and just seeing like these are people that are going to the grocery store, they're going to work. I think they just passed a Whole Foods there, right? The McDonald's, they ran past the McDonald's we talked about with the different colored arches, like all of that. It's folks that maybe have no idea what Cocodona is. And it's this incredible race with these elite athletes and these awesome humans that are winding their way through regular everyday society on their like own journey of having no idea what's going on in the rest of the world for this entire week. And so it's this like really cool like intersection of everyday life and then the adventure of a lifetime for the folks that are participating.
Yeah, and also how many, I mean, just the mind-boggling amount of miles that they've covered up to this point.
Yeah. Yeah, again, Rachel is approaching 160 miles. Probably has another anywhere from 25 to 30 hours out there on the course, depending.
Yes, we are hitting about 30 hours and 50 minutes on the Coros clock right now. That's our official race clock. Gosh, and we just have not seen Rachel walk. She's just run this entire time.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
And you even, you talked about it. I think she was leaving Deer Pass, and you made the comment of she's not even really walking out of the aid stations to kind of like get that like warm up again or whatever. Like she just continues to like, okay, I'm going to stop. I'm going to grab my food. I'm going to grab something to drink. And now I'm running again at the same pace. That's what it seemed like every chance we've had to watch her. And that was such a good call out. And she just continues that momentum. And I genuinely feel like that's what it is. She just keeps building momentum and building momentum. It'll be interesting to see what that lead on Killian looks like.
Yeah.
And if he's able to hang with that or if she's created some separation. I would think we'd have eyes on him fairly soon, in the next 15 minutes or so based off how they were tracking at previous aid stations, but we'll see.
Oh, and she's going to get prime conditions for the Hangover Trail. I mean, hitting it, getting to see everything out there.
Yeah, so while we're watching this, maybe we'll update everybody kind of what we're seeing top to bottom of the field. So right now on the tracker, we've got Rachel out front, as you can see here. Killian's behind her. Then we've got Cody Poskin, Heather Jackson. We're still not seeing Zach Howers.
I'm hoping they get a tracker reset on him or something.
Okay. Yeah, he was, I would guess he's probably somewhere between Joe and DJ. So it goes Rachel, Killian, Cody, Heather Jackson, Courtney Dauwalter, Joe McConaughey, DJ Fox, Etta Ramirez, Jeff Browning, Lindsay Dwyer, and Meg Eckert. And so similar cast of names of what we've seen all day, kind of on that first page of results. And then somewhere in there, again, likely between Joe and DJ, I would say is where Zach is at the moment. But we'll try to get an update for you and provide that as we can.
I don't think I've ever come into or seen, I'm not coming into, but have seen the Sedona section in the daytime. The pacer or the runners I've had, we've come in at night. So it's really fun to see this in daylight and just how beautiful it is coming into the this aid station.
Yeah, she's getting really close here to the aid station. Kind of in the last little push here before you get up to it.
And this is the Sedona Posse Grounds. This is my 159.1. And just to give you a reference, the aid station cutoff for this is Thursday at 12 p.m. So we are almost exactly 48 hours ahead of cutoff.
Yeah, you can always tell how close these lead runners are by how many camera followers they have. So she's picked up a couple here. So she's obviously getting close. Here's a great shot, kind of from the sky cam, drone shot. Beautiful background there with Sedona and the aid station kind of in the foreground and the beautiful background there.
Wow. Holy cow. That is such an incredible shot.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we've got Hillary Yang in the aid station right now. We're going to throw it to her, and she's going to give us awesome coverage here. Got it. Okay, my apologies. Hillary is preparing. We'll be throwing it to her soon. We're going to be able to give you guys some really great coverage of Rachel entering and kind of progressing through the aid station. So we are very excited about that. As you can see here on the drone shot, she is making her kind of final approach into that area. Where she will undoubtedly be greeted with lots of claps and cheers and volunteers that are excited.
Yeah, especially Rachel is a precision athlete, and this is the precision aid station. So
great call
we
out.
saw that they had decked it out, and I'm sure that there will be lots of energy and love for Rachel as she is coming into this aid station.
Yeah, the setup that they have is it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. I mean, look, there's 5 tents alone.
They're like 2 deep too, I think.
That is impressive.
Yeah, very, very creative setup. Approaching the 31-hour mark there that you can see on the Coros clock in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Yeah, so here comes Rachel into the aid station. We're going to go to Hillary Yang out in the field to bring us the coverage of this. Hillary, take it away.
All right, you guys, we have Rachel coming around the corner here. You can hear the noise. We're at the Precision Aid Station in Sedona. She's got her green carpet, complete with the watermelon inflatable. And then we've got the cutout of Rachel as we go through the tent here. You guys, this place is insane.
This is unbelievable.
Look at this.
Holy cow.
All right, we're going to get right in here and take a look at this aid station setup. As you can see, they're like a NASCAR pit crew. I feel like.
Look at those
the most
fits.
Incredible displays. Oh, the fits are incredible. The details, the tablecloths, the little like mini hand sanitizers that are branded, the watermelon shoes that are inside watermelon boats on the table. It is so much fun.
The precision.
Right, Rachel's getting an ice bandana on. Yes, all the precision. Well done, Alyssa.
The precision of their precision. The attention to detail.
All right, let's see what's happening here. We got an ice bandana going on.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
got some leg massage happening here. Yeah,
Hillary, is it feeling kind of warm there, or still pretty reasonable?
You know what? I am alternating layers like every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Right now I'm in a t-shirt. 5 minutes ago I was in 2 puffies. I was in a hoodie. It's so interesting. As soon as the sun goes behind the clouds, it changes.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. They're putting on the ice bandana. I feel like that makes sense. You know, we're heading into the hottest part of the day, and it is going to be really exposed up on those rocks. So this makes a lot of sense. But I was curious how it was feeling on the ground.
I mean, night and day from last year.
Yeah.
Certainly at this point, let's hear it. A bit of a calf rack is a little bit. I think that's probably pretty tight. But it's there's obviously a lot going on here. Let's see. We've got crew that are repacking a fresh pack for her. That's going to go on in a
nice.
second.
Okay. Yeah, she runs for tantrums, and I believe I see Adam. No, that might not be Adam.
Yep, Adam from
It is
Tantrums
Adam?
is
Okay.
here for sure.
Awesome.
Emily
Yeah.
from Precision, her nutritionist, is here as well, and we're going to chat with her once Rachel leaves the aid station and just get some thoughts on how she's doing. It looks like she's got a couple bowls of food on the table there.
Good.
She's got some noodles, and she's got like an oatmeal going on. There is so much media here, you guys. There is
barely see her.
probably 25 media people. Yeah, we're trying, you know, we got our elbows out, but also we want to give Rachel the space to do what she needs to do and get out of here.
Absolutely. I'm glad
she's happy to be in a chair for a second.
Yeah, I'm glad that she's taking a second to get some real food down.
Yeah, I know on her crew mentioned that she had this sort of slated for about a 3-minute stop, but I wonder if she'll take a couple extra minutes to reset. 9 miles is definitely where the rubber meets the road, and she is probably feeling that, you know, and you sit in that chair, it feels pretty good for a second.
Yeah.
But that said, you can tell spirits are high, and she's picking up Robin Lesh here, and Robin is an amazing athlete, and I know just like having the boost of energy. She had Addie Bracey pacing her, just a world-class runner. All these really cool, strong women out here. I just love to see that, and I feel like Rachel's really leaning into this whole idea of having just all the love and all the team support around her. And this is truly is a village and a team effort to make this all possible. I mean, you can see that just looking at everybody here that's got their role, you know, like they're all dialed. Everyone's been waiting to do their little bit to get Rachel back out there.
Hillary, are you able to tell what's in those bowls? Like, are those mashed potatoes,
Yeah.
or what does that look like?
I think that's a bowl of oatmeal that she's
Okay.
eating right now. And then she has a bowl of noodles on the table that I haven't seen her touch yet, but it looks like those were probably what she requested
Got it.
as options here. And she also had, she was sipping on some Coca-Cola just a minute ago, but not eating like anything too big right now, it looks like.
The pack is reset. It looks like she's getting that back on.
Yeah, adjusting the ice bandana, making sure everything feels good. I mean, you know, as
We're losing you a little bit.
and the sun is sort of in
There
full
we go.
snap for the first. We just went up like 10 with the sun. You guys got me back again?
Yep,
yes,
we got
you.
Sweet.
What were you saying about the sun there, Hillary?
Just that in the few minutes that the sun has been directly out, it's like a huge difference in temperature, and all
Okay.
Got it. Yeah,
I
this
don't know if you guys can see this little fountain in front of us here.
We haven't quite got eyes on it yet, but
yeah, we've got a kind of a drone shot
Precision
here of
has
just
this
her.
incredible little floaty pool happening with these flamingos in it.
Oh wow.
It's such a
Oh,
fun
that's
little
awesome.
vibe. I mean, I feel like you come in from being in the middle of the desert and it being just so like quiet, and then you come into this noise.
yeah. Well, I mean, we were just saying the contrast. All right, she's heading out. That was a quicker stop.
Rachel!
Yeah.
Go! All right, you can hear the noise as she heads out. What a pit stop. New pacer. Lots of energy.
Yeah, so I had that at about 6 minutes from the time that she sat down
Yeah, that was
until
quick.
leaving. So yeah, in and out.
And she is back to running. That's one of her strengths, man, is just the transitions out of aid stations where she just gets right back into that just relentless run.
Yeah, one of the things, with the whiteboard that they had up at Mingus, where they were anybody that did the distance to empty kind of pre-race interviews, Rachel's quote that she asked them to put on the board was, "Don't be on the second half of the race." All right. So she's obviously came into this race wanting to throw down on the back half, and she's in that now, which is going to be so fun to watch her. Just like we talked, her feet are kind of like a unicycle of motion where it just doesn't stop. And she's just out there rolling through this terrain right now. And this is where kind of the money is made in this race is this runnable stuff. And she is absolutely crushing it. 6 minutes in this aid station. That's going to be a fun one to track as we get into the afternoon of what does the other kind of top 10 look like when they get into Sedona and how much time are they spending out there. So she left the aid station, just a note for anybody at home, she left the aid station at about 31:03 or so.
And she's being paced by Robin Lesh, who's an ultra athlete, very strong runner. So, Robin has kind of been thinking about Cocodona, so maybe getting a little preview. I feel like Robin lucked out on the section she gets to pace. This should be beautiful. So we have Rachel Entrikin leaving the Sedona Posse Grounds aid station, the Precision Hydration aid station. That's mile 159.1. And then the next anticipated runner we expect to see is Killian Korth. So we will try to get a timestamp on the difference between the two. Also, Rachel took about 6 minutes in this aid station. Quite a quick turnaround at this point in the game. So we'll see if Killian is also on that quick aid stations. I know that is one of the things that he has really worked on and prides himself is not spending time in aid stations. It's getting out there.
Yeah. Yeah, and for those asking about sleep, I mean, everybody at the front here is kind of less than 20 minutes, I would say, at this point. And that'll likely be the story for the entirety of the race. 20 to 30 minutes max is what we're starting to see at Cocodona 250 is almost the requirement of those that are in the kind of top 1, 2, 3 spots. We haven't seen, any stretches where it seemed like Rachel has slept, maybe a trail nap here or there, but looking great here leaving Sedona.
And we are going to pass it on to Hillary, who is on the ground with Rachel's pacer off duty, Addie Bracey. So, Hillary, Addie, how's it going?
All right. Hi, guys. Yeah, here with Addie Bracey. And you've just run how many miles with Rachel?
Oh, God, I don't even know. 35? It was the time.
Oh, wow. Okay. Who's counting anyways? We were just saying that, the concept of time and everything goes out the window at this point, right?
No clue. No, yeah, we thought it was like 3:00 in the afternoon.
I mean, Rachel is running so fast that she is about that far ahead of her schedule, which is crazy. Yeah. That must be kind of fun to realize too.
It is. Yeah. She had a little bit of a low just now, but didn't slow down. So I would be concerned if she didn't have a low at some point.
I mean, if you can have a low but still keep moving, that's sort of like as good as it's going to get, right? What were some of the things like through your section that were like the standouts from your part there?
Just that, honestly, she would kind of think she was having a tough time. And I'm like, you haven't slowed down. So, as long as we're moving, I don't know. Yeah, it's hard because it's hard. Of course, there's going to be some sections. So she didn't slow down. She was still eating. She was still doing everything. Yeah, I mean, feeling probably appropriately for how much she's run already. And she put me to work. So I'm pretty impressed.
I mean, and that says a lot, right? Because I know you're an incredible athlete. Have you ever been out at a 200 miler before, or is this your first time being in the world of this crazy part of the sport?
First time. Yeah, this is wild.
Yeah, what's your sort of like overall impression?
Just how fast it goes. I'm a sleeper, and so when she was telling me before, like, the crew, it's so hectic, you don't really sleep, and I'm like, I'm sleeping, I'm showering. I've slept like maybe 30 minutes, and you wouldn't be able to tell. So it's just everybody's so high energy for so long that it's pretty wild.
It is. It's crazy that we're on day 2, and then like that adrenaline kicks in when the sun comes up, right? And you just kind of go again, and that is the cool part about it. And
yeah,
what's she like out there? Is she able to eat? Is she like what's her sort of fueling look like right now? I know she stopped for a little bit of food, but not a lot in the aid station here.
She's crushing her calories. She's got her precision people here, and Emily's given her goals, and she's hitting all of them. So she's killing it. We train together a lot at home, and honestly, it feels like we're on a training run. She's just totally normal, talking, chatting, telling stories, eating, just being normal.
Just a casual day in the life at mile 150, right? Now, has she taken any dirt naps with you?
None. She's gotten tired a couple times, but had a little, so not even just like Coke, like half a Coke, and been fine. So I don't see her sleeping, and if she did, I think it would be pretty short.
What are you excited about for Rachel's day ahead? Like, what are you hoping you see next time you see her, and just like looking kind of at the next little bit?
I mean, I think just keep doing what she's doing. She's already writing history. I was kind of telling her, like, you're already doing it, and every mile you're still doing it. So I hope she can feel that momentum, and I think she is. Like, she's in a really good headspace overall, I think. So yeah, just keep doing what she's already doing.
I was going to say, like, I mean, from all of us watching the broadcast and cheering for her, there's a ton of just, I think, pride from not just the women out there, all the men, just everybody appreciating what she's doing and how hard it is. Does Rachel feel that? Does she recognize like how special this is, and for her to be able to do this at this level, like crushing it so hard?
I think so. Yeah, I think we're reminding her, just because I think she's feeling it in her body, but she's doing it, and it's like rewriting history is a little uncomfortable, apparently. So yeah, I think she does, and she's getting so many cheers, and she's been responding to everybody and still petting all the dogs and stuff. So that's always a good sign.
She seems very present, which I feel like is something, she's very good at.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Addie. I know you need to get off your feet and eat some food. I've been told that that's your plan now, is to eat and sleep a little bit. But do you plan on being out on the trail with her again, or are you going to meet her along the way?
Possibly. I might, Robin or I will pick up another section later, which both of us it'll be good. So yeah, I'll take a little nap and eat, and it's probably about it until tomorrow, I guess.
And then one more question. Do you think this inspires you to want to dabble in these distances at all? Or is this just like deeply traumatic and get Rachel through it for now?
Maybe eventually. Like I said, I don't do well with the not sleeping, but right now I'm gone the longest I ever have. And I just, ran 35 miles and feel fine. So probably not next year, but maybe eventually. And she'll owe me some miles and some crewing too. So we'll see, maybe down the road.
Yeah, she absolutely will. Well, thank you so much, Addie. All right, rest up, and we'll see you later. All right, that was Addie Bracey, who just paced Rachel for the last 35 miles. Again, an incredible athlete in her own right. And I mean, I love seeing athletes come in that don't necessarily have experience in this 200-mile distance, and then seeing them appreciate, like Scott Jurek we were talking about last night with Jeff Browning. It's really cool, right? It's such a different world. And to just see how you can go through these highs and lows, the sleep deprivation, and then today be feeling fine. It's so cool to see, right?
It is. Also, I just loved that phrase, rewriting history is a little bit uncomfortable. Like that was just the best phrase.
I got goosebumps. Yeah. It's so right. I mean, what she's doing is so hard. And to have Killian right on her heels, like he's only a couple miles behind her, like she can't let off the gas. There's no like, oh, I did it, I can relax now. Mm-hmm. And I feel like she's going to have to push all the way to the finish. And that's just like, we cannot emphasize that enough. What Rachel is doing at the level she's doing at with the competition in this field, there's no margin for error. And I feel like the fact that she can do that, but still be present and still have time to pet the dogs and run through the green carpet. Like there's a lot of athletes that would come in here and be like, this is too much, 159 miles into a race, I'm going to just like go in my corner with my crew and not interact. And she went right down the green carpet and just like really embraced the whole thing. And I actually think that's the superpower of Rachel's, is that she can appreciate what she's doing and work hard, but also she can like be in that moment and have fun with it.
Agreed. Yeah, and she's able to handle this pressure. I mean, and this visibility, because that is a superpower on its own. I mean, we know that Courtney has that capability. She's done it for many years, but seeing Rachel step into this position and be able to channel it into positive energy versus letting it weigh on her is, I think, one of the biggest changes I think an athlete can make when they're stepping into this big of a role.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that really does set her apart for her generation, just as a, runner overall. And we're seeing that play out. And again, like these guys that are behind her are such fast athletes and such experienced athletes. And for Rachel to be leading the charge is really, really cool. I do want to chat with the precision scientist, Emily, here. So I'm going to see if I can grab her and see if we can chat a little bit just about some of the strategies that are being employed. So maybe I'll throw it back to you guys in the studio and see if I can get some insight into some of this nutrition stuff. And also, guys, this aid station is insane. So we're going to give you a little crib tour.
Oh,
and
love
just
it.
Walk you through. Oh my God, the level of detail here. They got a little fountain. They've got floating flamingos. They have inflatables. They've got just the cutest little watermelon things everywhere in honor of the watermelon flavor. I'm really obsessed and it's a lot of fun. So yeah, I'll come back in a few minutes with a little crib tour and report on the precision side of things.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Yeah, thanks, Hillary.
All right, so we are back in studio now. Hello, everyone. I am joined by Caleb Stevens. My name is Alyssa Clark, and I think we're also going to do a commentator switch.
Yep.
Yeah, Caleb has been an absolute stalwart for us this morning. Deserves a little break. What are you going to do this afternoon?
I'm going to go do my day job. So
Nice.
yeah. So I'm going to go get logged online, grab some food, and I'll be following along with you guys this afternoon.
Awesome. Yes, I will say what's very funny is that we have a couple of Mountain Outpost houses, and we have the live stream running the entire time. So if
love it.
Yeah, we're all so invested in it as well. We just can't get enough.
Awesome. All right, everybody. I'll see you soon.
Thank you so much. And we are getting some visuals of Sedona right now. It is a beautiful day in Sedona. We have from Hillary about 50-degree temperatures, some sunshine, possible rain in the afternoon, but right now it is looking absolutely beautiful. And we have eyes on Killian Korth and his pacer making their way past the Whole Foods of Sedona. I've stopped here on my own time, which means I believe he's not too far out from the aid station. We should be seeing him make that turn up to the aid station. So Killian is still moving really strongly, paced by his brother at this point. And I think his brother is going to do about 80 miles with him. It's always astonishing how, if you just took what the Pacers are doing alone, they are running often well over an ultra to pace their friend who's running even further. It's wild. All right, he is making the turn on Soldier's Path, and I believe he'll be hitting trail soon because they take a trail up to the aid station. So that aid station will do Sedona Posse, and that is mile 159.1. Killian's moving really strong here. Great running stride. That's what's just been absolutely incredible seeing the front of this pack is just how much running they are doing. I know that's silly to say, but continuing to keep a great pace and gait and just keep your running mechanics up this late into a race is such a testament to their strength, such a testament to their core mechanics. It's just absolutely incredible. All right, I am so excited. This is the Cocodona 250 2026 edition presented by Ultra. We've got 31:18 elapsed on the Coros clock. I am Alyssa Clark, and I am joined by Corinne Chalvoy. Corinne, how are you doing today? How was your morning?
Hey, Alyssa. We are back. My morning was great. Thank you. Got some work in. Tried to go for a 8-mile run. It was only a 3.5-mile run, but that's how things happen. You run out of time. I stopped by Squirrel's Nut Butter, said hi to those guys. So it was great. Got an Eldon. I did a little bit of Eldon, and I cannot believe what they're going to have to come down without a pacer. It's going to be wild. So, but this race is just, I mean, it's delivering this year yet again. Just the weather has been absolutely fantastic, and our athletes they're just crushing it out there. So it's really, I'm just excited that we're on day 2 already. It's flying by, and I can't believe how many miles they've covered.
Yeah, we are 31 hours into this. They are over Rachel's over 160 miles. Killian is closing in on that 160 mile mark. So less than 100 miles left for these two runners. That's insane.
It's like a weird thing to say.
Yeah.
Less than 100 miles. But to your point, like, they're moving so well. And I don't know. I mean, it's given me kind of the Dan Green vibes of last year of just, I was out there with him for about 6 miles, a little later than this, but not too much later. And it was just like, man, how are you moving at this rate with this much fatigue on your legs? And, again, I think we're seeing Rachel really fueling well at every stop. It seems like she's getting those calories down. I don't know what's going on in between the aid stations, but you can imagine that's a focus area that is just allowing her to do this, to run these paces. And I actually have run this section as well. I went there Sunday evening, and it is really, really pretty, really fun. And some sections are kind of smooth like this, but there's some rockiness, and she's going to get to the Hangover Trail here shortly. I mean, she's technically on it, but we're going to get the iconic part of the Hangover Trail. And it's in the day. We're going to get some fantastic views. The Sedona Red Rock, it's just really stunning. So kind of a treat for the viewers.
Yeah. I mean, just all of just can't get over the red. The red dirt is just so iconic.
It probably does feel warm.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
she did take a
nice bandana. I saw that. That's
smart.
I mean, keep that core body temp down. Pro moves happening all over the place, and Killian also, he's running great. It's really, and I heard the interview earlier with his pacer, Joe Corcione, and Joe mentioned that he did not have any of the allergy issues that he has encountered in the past, and that is like game changing. You can't imagine how he's feeling, like not being miserable in this section. Yeah. It's got to be really exciting for him to be like, hey, I actually am not struggling from a breathing or congestion standpoint, and therefore I'm able to kind of do what I want to do at this part of the race. And some of these sections are quite climby. And you can see, him trying to stay in that running gait, going uphill, and it's impressive.
It really is. Yeah, he's just cranking it out, grinding. I know that Killian really focuses on strength training, and so we can see that playing out right now, that he's able to keep powering up these hills. He should be very, very close to the aid station. We'll see him coming in, and Rachel took about 6 minutes here, so I'm curious if Killian is going to move through it pretty quickly, or if he's going to take a little bit of time to reset.
Yeah. So, and I think, I'm thinking back on last year calling the race, and I know that Rachel, didn't sleep traditionally like at any of the stops, but I think she did take a couple of very short naps, and I don't know. We might be able to get. Did Addie say anything
Addie
about
said
it?
she didn't sleep at all. She just took some caffeine. So I'm curious if she will need to take a little bit of a nap. I mean,
so we think maybe she hasn't to this point slept at all.
I do not believe she slept at all.
Okay, that's a question in the chat. So, yeah, that's fascinating, man. she's like a dang Energizer bunny. Like, I do not know how you keep going like this. And it's just like this momentum that is really unwavering, that almost it's like you maybe don't want to stop, because if you do, you don't want to know what's going to happen.
Exactly. And we have Killian Korth coming into the Sedona Posse Aid Station. This is mile 159. He is your first male, second overall, coming into the aid station.
Yeah, he's having a really, really good race. I mean, and he's just been kind of right up there the entire time. Super steady. I think that this year, we are seeing a lot of very smart racing, it appears. There really is, that people are figuring this stuff out. They are doing what they need to do to keep their feet in good shape. I know exactly where he's at on that turn right there. Very cool.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit of intel from Hillary. We have a dancing watermelon. Yeah, that is incredible.
The watermelon inflatable. I'm very excited because my friend grabbed me some of the watermelon shoes. I'm going to try them out. I haven't tried them yet. Okay. I haven't acquired them, but I was sent a picture that they're on their way. And
excellent.
Yeah, the precision, feeling, and hydration. They always go all out with their setup and their branding. But yeah, this is special edition watermelon shoes that they are launching here at Cocodona, that they did with Rachel Entrican. It's working out really well for them because she is leading the race overall. So, this is a good marketing play.
And we see Killian is heading in, I think, for a clothing change with his wife, Susie. Also, he is crewed by his mom. His mom has crewed him for many of his races. So impressive. But we have Hillary on the ground. Hillary, what's going on there?
Sure. Yeah.
All right. So Killian just coming into the aid station. I don't know if you guys can give me a split on exactly how long it's been since Rachel left. Do you have the exact timing on that?
I don't. Caleb wrote it down and then we switched out. And
then Caleb left.
Yeah, I should have been paying attention more. I'm so sorry.
I'm going to say like 15 minutes, 20 minutes was about the gap. So not exactly scientific, but it's around there.
21 minutes.
And a half minutes.
Yeah. We just got the word 21 and a half
21 minutes. Okay. Yeah. There we go. So yeah, I mean, Rachel is definitely maintaining her gap there. And I mean, considering, as we heard from Addie Bracey, she was feeling a bit of a feel like that's a lot to be able to sort of keep some pace consistent.
We're trying to get Hillary
here.
back. Hey, Hillary.
Hi.
Sorry, we got you back.
Can you hear me,
Hello.
guys?
Yes, I can.
I
think it looks like it's a little windy there.
Yeah, it was a little choppy. Can you start it over, Hillary?
Yeah, absolutely. So just long Rachel spent in the aid station, she was about 5 minutes total. And I feel like Killian, it's interesting seeing him grab his stuff and go inside for a change. So it looks like this might be a little bit of a longer stop for him.
I'm really hoping that he keeps up the colorful outfits. Otherwise, we're going to get really thrown off.
They should stop. Seriously. I mean, I don't think he's going to stop. I've seen Killian do a lot of these races, and that seems to be part of his brand, at this point. Like the visors, the whole look, it's working for him. Even last night at Whiskey Row, when he changed his shirt, he went from one hot pink shirt to a second hot pink shirt. So he was committed to the hot pink. I feel like that's part of the look right now for sure.
He's got a nail game going too.
I know. Yeah, he's a super cool guy. Just having a chance to chat with his crew. Met his dad, who I could tell was his dad right away. They look very similar. They're just like a really fun family. I know his brother was pacing him for this last section, and I actually think his dad is jumping into one of the shorter distance races, which is awesome as well.
That's awesome.
But I know it runs in the family.
Yeah,
super talented. And, he's got such a great crew, like you can see over here, like his pacers sort of getting all supported. Like, they've got crew for the runner. I feel like that is the mark of an extra dial crew. They have a pack ready to go for him, little pack swap here. And I think his brother's going to continue running with him for a little while now. But,
Hillary, on the
go ahead.
pack swaps, are they? I assume they're just then changing over the tracker, like they're just moving it from one vest to the next.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. And you can hear the crew. So we got Killian coming back out, but you can hear the crew sort of checking, like tracker transferred. Obviously that's a pretty important thing not to miss here.
Yeah.
All right. So we've got an outfit change. Again, we've stuck with the pink. So
Nice. Staying consistent. Thanks, Killian.
Killian,
it's not letting down over here.
The your current record holder and winner of the Triple Crown last year, which entails 3 200+ mile races in the span of just a few months.
And I think we've talked a lot about with Ripple's crew is just the fact that both of them know each other really well, and they'd actually trained a bunch together over the summer, which is kind of a unique situation. And so for both of them to be going head to head here and having the chance to sort of know each other's strengths.
Yeah.
It looks like Killian's doing a sock change here.
Nice. Okay.
And I see a few maybe little blisters going on.
Got it. I
it's
would
hard
be
not
worried
to.
if you
There's-
didn't have blisters.
There's some popping happening.
Got to get those popped. They'll feel better afterwards. Yeah, Killian is based in Grand Junction, Colorado. I was just there in that area right by Grand Junction and Fruita, and this terrain is actually a little bit reminiscent of that. So might feel a little bit homey.
Also very similar.
Yeah, I mean, he's got an incredible. The altitude is such a good point too, Alyssa, because that is something that is sneaky here. It's not like you're gaining 5,000 feet per climb per se, but you are steadily sort of increasing in that altitude as we go towards Flagstaff. You feel it in the air. Like even those of us on the media crew were saying, it's really easy to end up with that sort of low grade headache because you're just not drinking quite enough water or quite enough electrolytes. And because it's so dry, it's really sneaky. So I feel like it is a huge part of the game for these guys is making sure that they're on top of that right now.
Throwing on some fresh toe socks there.
We also have Rachel.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear the wind.
Yeah,
it's picking up.
Windy. Yeah. We have Rachel on the right side of the screen, chugging along as always.
Running with Robin Lesh, right?
Yes.
Pacing. Yeah.
And I believe Killian runs for Creeper Socks, so he's a toe sock guy as well.
Yeah. Are all Creepers toe socks, or they have it both? Because I know, in Gingy, they're almost all toe
socks.
I
Yeah.
think Creepers might have both options, but it looks like he's opting for the toe socks. I'm a big fan of toe socks. I think that's a good move.
Yeah, I think they are most all toe socks, and they are wool is kind of their big thing.
Yeah, you know, I mean that's that could be a smart play because you wick moisture, stay cool, keep you warm when it's cool at night. I can see that.
Can we talk about the color palette too?
Oh yeah, like he just
the color palette.
If Killian Korth was a brand, his brand colors would be this hot pink and this like blue, this like cerulean blue kind of.
Which I have to say that's actually the color palette for here for the women's race this year, and I feel like without knowing it, Killian is here for the women's race.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, even the Mount to Coast sleeves are branded.
Circle on everything.
I'm like not interested in anything.
Yeah, exactly. No, everything ties in. And he fits very well in the precision tent.
Yeah.
It's so hard putting them. He does the calf sleeves. It's so tough putting on toe socks at this point in the race. That's the only downside of them. It's like, all right, you got to work through the struggle.
I feel like I would get a full foot cramp at this point in the race.
Or at least a toe cramp.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, like through the arch of the foot, I can picture it right now.
Yeah.
Like, it would just not be good.
My hamstring would be cramping right now as I lifted up my leg.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of
even the Gators match
dexterity going on. Yeah, the kit has been dialed in.
I've been told that the Gators and the sleeves as well, they're tie-dyed by Killian.
By him. That's awesome.
Himself.
Not only can he run really far, he's a DIYer.
The Gators are custom tie-dyes.
Yes.
I bet he tie-dyed his Mount to Coast arm sleeves as well.
Yeah, that's what she said.
The arm sleeves. Sorry,
I believe the Mount to Coast ones came like that, but the Gators were a custom piece by Killian.
Yes.
And I do love that attention to detail, like the nails, everything matches. Like if you're gonna run 250 miles and you know you're gonna suffer, you might as well look as good as possible while you're doing it, right?
Yeah. We're going to keep an eye on that chorus clock up there, how long he's been in 8. I did not take a split but he's been there a few minutes.
He's been there for a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like definitely longer than that. It was 6 minutes that Rachel was in 8.
I believe he's been
Yeah,
in
I feel
at
like
least
he's
10.
coming in around that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe
coming
8.
up on 10 for sure.
Let's go in the middle between 6 and 10.
Say, yeah,
we're going to
say
say
8.
he's been there for 8 minutes.
Yeah.
We're very precise over here on day 2.
We need some precision people to help us with this.
Yeah. We've been cracking the precision jokes a
cracking
bit.
the precision jokes. Is he
He's got a puffer.
Hillary, is he wearing the Mountain Coast H1s or the M1s? Do you know?
Let me get a check. Let me get a look. It's really hard to
there's
to
a lot
tell
of
which
people in
ones
there.
they are there. Yeah. But yeah, definitely in the Mountain
Nice.
Coast. And has a puff lights. I know we had Joe Corsiane on this morning, one of his crew and pacers, and he was talking about how Killian's struggled with allergies at race in the past, which is something like there's so much pollen out there. That can be a huge.
Yeah, I know he's spent a lot of time working on improving that because that has really been a struggle for him at this race, but it looks like he has worked through that and is on kind of the other side. I know Jerome has been a challenging section for him, and he's through that and looking good. So
yeah, I think I heard him say,
crossed.
sorry, we lost your feed, Hillary. We'll try to get it back here. But I heard him say he did an allergy test of like all the plants that are in the area. And he's like, and I was allergic to every single one of them. So at one point he was contemplating running with like an N95 mask on, but I don't think he did.
I don't think he did.
And it's awesome. So maybe he, figured out some kind of, I don't know, medication or just like other strategy to get ahead of that. But that's awesome that it's not affecting him. All right.
Looks like he is heading out.
Oh man, that was fairly efficient for all that stuff he did.
No, that was a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Went in, changed his clothes, changed his socks and shoes.
And I would guess this is going to be one of the bigger stops for him for a while. I think that this will last him, a good 20 miles at least of.
I mean, we have ladies out there with trays of things like offering. There were like beverages. They looked like cocktails. They're like turning Sedona into a like Vegas beach party here.
Love it.
Pool party. He did not partake in any of those offerings, but probably got a laugh out of it. I mean, it's kind of entertaining.
I know he does like Precision. He loves their caffeinated gels, so I'm sure he snagged some of those.
I wonder how many caffeinated gels have been consumed so far in this race.
Killian scares the out of me for how much caffeine he consumes. It is truly astonishing.
Really?
Yeah.
And I mean, it is one of the, the only legal things you can do in racing that is absolutely an enhancer. It's just got to be this balance of not taking so much that it bothers your system or, either gives you nausea or GI distress, but we are seeing levels of caffeine.
He's really been able to manage it quite well.
Yeah, I think he also, I'm curious how his experimentation, if he is actually macro dosing creatine like he said he would, if that's helping, how that's going. Did he change course? So that was something he mentioned he was going to try to do, of taking, some pretty hefty doses of creatine a couple times throughout the race, mainly for the alertness and kind of the cognitive sharpness that it might be able to provide. And it's something he'd practice in training. He's not trying anything new on race day. So people are trying all kinds of new things out here. Sleep deprivation is absolutely something that does not seem to be affecting either one of these runners.
Yeah, they seem fine. I will say, though, I think that has been a turning point of 200s is really how well can you battle the sleep demons? That's the biggest question mark. And I feel like we're seeing a master class with these two of how do you battle those sleep demons?
Yeah. Got Rachel Entrikin here with pacer Robin Lesh heading out of Sedona. I'm thinking that, just beyond there, you can kind of see where they're going with the hangover trail up ahead. looks like I'm wondering if maybe they run on this road out of town to get to the kind of hangover trail area. Because there is a paved road that then turns into a very, very rugged 4-wheel drive road, and you can hop on the trail right there.
Okay. Yeah, this is one area I unfortunately have not been able to see quite yet. So I'm really hoping maybe on Saturday afternoon on my way back home, I can sneak out on this course because
you should check it out.
It looks awesome.
I had not been there until this trip, and it's pretty unique landscape.
I'm sure Killian is kind of getting used to the new feeling with the shoe change, and that can kind of take a second to be like, oh, okay, here we go, getting the feet back going.
Yeah, he's moving well though.
Yeah.
Do we know who's facing him?
That is his brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at one point, no, Rachel did not have. It's Heather with her sister.
Heather with her sister. Yeah, I've had some siblings. Yes. Do you have siblings?
I do, but they're way older than me. 6 and 8 years older than me. Yep.
They're not runners?
They are not. My brother was. They were both athletes. Basketball, volleyball. We can. When you grow up in a 1,000-person town, you play all sports.
True.
Including cheerleading and play in the band during halftime of other games. But they've done some. I don't know. Maybe if there's a hard rock in my future, I'll implore my brother to get out there with one section for me. That would be
that'd be awesome.
That would be special. So yeah, we'll see. But
so we got word that there was about a 32-minute gap from when Rachel left the aid station to Killian.
Okay. That means he probably spent about 11, 12 minutes in aid.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that is at where we just saw them. Well, not just so much for Rachel, but that is the Sedona aid station. That's mile 159.1 on day 2 of the Cocodona 250.
Well past halfway, more than about a marathon past halfway. So they're on the other side of this. And my good friend Russell and I we host a podcast together. He sent me a note this morning that I thought was kind of funny, and it said, Rachel's in Sedona 48 hours ahead of cutoff.
Yep.
2 days ahead of the cutoff. That's just nuts. So in crazy stat.
Ooh. Also we are going to get some audio from on the ground.
Very cool. We're going to pull in these guys' audio, let you listen in.
It's like a sponge inside.
Yeah.
You kind of like dough. So that checks out.
Inside of a churro for scientific purposes. No.
to the Kevin guy who was fast. Oh yeah, Kevin. Yeah. Then I kind of left. That was kind of sad. I like hanging straight. Yeah. I didn't think that when we drove past somebody that like past me, wow. I should have started with that. Social dog. Yeah, not actually. Well, it could be. Yeah. The potential for social. Mind, soul, brain. And the similar face. Yeah. Alright. All right. As you are joining us here, we are excited to bring you an interview with one of the Precision Filling and Hydration Nutrition folks who is helping Rachel today. And we've got an interview. We're going to keep showing you some of the footage of them running, but we're going to send it out to Hillary Yang and hear a little bit about what's been going on with Rachel's nutrition throughout the race.
Thank you, Corinne and Alyssa. I'm joined right now by Emily Errol, who is, as you just described, Rachel's personal sports scientist, which, I mean, that's an incredible job description. Let me just say that much. And you look incredible as well. Quite the fit, yeah.
Yeah, we're all matching. It's great. Rach can spot us easily.
Yes, you definitely can. How are you feeling? How are you doing? First of all, like, this is day 2 of a long race. It's a huge endeavor for everyone involved.
I'm feeling good. I've had a few naps. I'm happy because Rach is happy, and that's the main thing.
Totally. I mean, let's talk about that. So she came through here not that long ago, maybe half an hour ago now. And, you know, we were just saying before she came in, it's always that check-in of like what's going on. You know, that was maybe a little bit of a low for her in this last section. And so you're sort of thinking of all the things that you can problem solve and all the challenges you're going to face. So what was it like when she came in and what were you sort of dealing with?
Yeah, absolutely. It had been a little while since we'd seen her. There'd been 2 aid stations kind of in between, so it was kind of a mystery how she was going to come in and feel. So we had kind of a few questions to ask, and we had a various mix of things ready and real food as well as lots of gels and chews to give her for the next section. But she came in, she looked great. I think she's feeling good. We didn't want to keep her too long here. So yeah, we just took her back off, did a full swap. Again, it's quite a chunk before we see her again, so we gave her quite a lot of soft flasks and water because it started to feel hot. She did come in saying she was feeling very hot, so we gave her an ice bandana, sent her on her way.
Yeah, I noticed the ice bandana. I could see her doing that little shiver of like, I know this is good, but oh, this is cold, right? And that is interesting what you say about the heat, because for us standing around, it's sort of variable, right? Like 1 minute it's really hot and the next minute the clouds come in and it's hard to manage. But for her out in there, you're feeling like the heat is definitely part of the day today for her.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's lots of exposed sections, and going into the next bit, it could be kind of 2-3 hours. So we really need to give her enough fluid to last that long. And she's quite salty. She's a salty sweater. So I had to give her a lot of sodium. She's using the capsules as well to, again, for the next section before we see her.
Does she do like the carbs in the bottles as well? Like, is she sort of fully loaded with everything out there?
Yeah, absolutely. So she's doing a bit of a mix. She uses a carb and electrolyte drink mix, but then she also has water in the capsules as well, because like I said, she's salty. So when she's filling up without us at the aid stations, it's plain water, and then she'll use the capsules that I put in her pack as well.
And I noticed she had a couple of paper bowls with her. And so I was trying to guess. And what I guessed was oatmeal in one and noodles in the other. Was I anywhere close to at least the oatmeal one? It was sort of hard to tell what it was. Looked like glue.
Yeah, that was correct. We put some honey on oatmeal for her. We had a few different options. Like I said, we weren't sure how she was going to feel. So we did have some noodles. Last station, she'd had some kind of broth and rice as well. So we're giving her a few different options when she gets here to sit down and actually get some real food in. And then between the sections, those huge bits, she's having a lot of gels and chews, so we don't want as many of those right here.
Yeah, for sure. You could fatigue on that if you're not careful. What's something that you as a scientist sort of keep in your back pocket for just like nothing's working right now? We need to just like turn the ship around. And I speak from personal experience because I always struggle with my nutrition.
Yeah, it really depends on the athlete, but caffeine here, like caffeine is a secret weapon. Well, not so much a secret, but like the timing and the dose of when you use it is definitely can be beneficial. Obviously, this is a very long race and you can use it here and there. You can't use it consistently over the whole thing. You definitely OD on that, but just kind of regular, frequent, small doses. She's actually, when she comes to us at the crude aid stations, has been having kind of sodas, and at times they'll be caffeinated, at other times they won't be. So we'll kind of use that when we feel she needs it.
Sometimes just sugar will do the trick, right?
Absolutely. She'll kind of have a little flow flask that's like full of soda, neck that back, and off she goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Corinne, did you have a question for us from the studio?
I do. I'm really curious kind of how Emily thinks about the real food as a supplement or in combination with the traditional sports nutrition for a race like this. Is it just additive calories, or is it really factor into the overall carb intake they're aiming for with her?
Yeah, great question. So the question is, how do you feel about sort of mixing the kind of scientific carbs and everything with more of the real food? And does that actually factor into her overall carb intake, or is it just sort of bonus, like whatever she can get in her stomach?
Yeah, for a race like this, it kind of comes down to her, how like the proportions of real food versus sports nutrition. Like the main structure of the strategy is sports nutrition. So she's using a lot of gels, chews, and like I said, carb and electrolyte drink mix. And the real food's kind of on top of that. She will take some a little bit between sections based on kind of preference. She might like see what's on the table and grab one and take it for the next bit. But then what she has at the aid station, she's dictating that a lot. So sometimes the pacer will let us know ahead of time, okay, she's really craving these mashed potatoes, and we'll have that ready for her. But most of the carbs and the structure of kind of what she's aiming for, which is over 60 grams per hour, is coming from gels and chews predominantly.
Well, it's just hard to eat that much food, right? When you're running, you sort of have to be just like getting it in like in a more liquid form or an easy to digest form.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially at different times, like overnight when you don't want to be eating so much. That's when she eats way more of the 90s and more kind of carb mix as well. But it really fluctuates. This is such a long race. So we're letting her dictate that a lot and just keeping the numbers quite consistent for her.
Do you collect her wrappers when she comes in, or how do you know like what exactly she's doing out there?
Yep, so I've got my little scales. Everyone keeps laughing at me. I've got my little set of scales with me. All of her flasks, gels, chew, wrappers, everything. I'll collect them after each aid station, weigh them, see what she's doing, see how much she's eaten and drank, and then kind of help know whether she's like stuck to the plan, she's a bit behind. Sometimes she's a bit ahead because she's moving so fast, and that's great. But yeah, I'm just weighing and measuring that on the go.
I love that. So you are doing a pack swap, and then you're going through and taking all of her garbage and all the half-eaten whatevers and weighing them all to get the exact. I mean, that is another level of dedication. I don't think I've ever heard of going that far.
Yeah, it gets very sticky. Lots of like half-eaten chews, or I'm just kind of touching these wrappers and weighing them, but it's worth it to see what she's actually doing and help her out.
I mean, you are an artist at your craft. I feel like anyone who's going to go to that level of dedication, that is really fun to see and to sort of dive into. I have a question for you. Do you think that pickle juice is a myth, or does it actually help out there?
Well, it can be salty. It's got some salt and sodium in it, and on the hydration front, like that big kind of dose and a little shock to the system, and also mentally as a bit of a boost, if you like it anyway. Some people don't. It can be beneficial. Like with any of these things, like mixing it up and having some backup options, like you said, like pickle juice and things like that. Rach loves a Monster. That's my like secret weapon I've got waiting for at some point. But like kind of these little boosts, mental boosts as well, are beneficial.
It must be sort of entertaining for you to see the like real world application of the science, right? Like it is a mix of everything.
Oh, totally. I work in the numbers like day to day. I'm looking at lots of like the analysis of like, okay, 60 grams per hour, 90 grams per hour, but like what is that and how she's doing it and kind of helping her do that. This is a whole other ball game for like such a long race as well.
It really is. It's crazy to think about how far she has to go, but also how long she's been going for. Do we have any last questions from the studio for Emily?
Oh, that was amazing.
I think the only other thing I have is has the fluid intake been the same or lower considering cooler temperatures?
All right, great question. So has the fluid intake been the same or lower given the current weather conditions?
Yeah, that is a good question. It has fluctuated so much across the race so far. Obviously, the overnight period, it dropped down, like let's say 300 to 500 mil an hour. At the moment, it's pushed over 500 mil an hour up to kind of 800 mil an hour at the hottest points of the day. But really, it's changing so much. That's why it's tricky when she's ahead of estimates, but we're kind of working out on the go and seeing how many flasks she needs for the next section. But it's definitely something that isn't very stable over a race like this.
And you mentioned that Rachel's a salty sweater. What do you think would be a good range? You don't have to give away all her trade secrets, but like what's a good range of electrolytes that she's aiming for on an hourly basis?
Yeah, well, I can tell you her concentration. So she loses just over 1,500 milligrams of sodium per liter of her sweat, which is very salty. It's on the higher end. So we're aiming to match that concentration. Simply, it depends how much fluid she's drinking, how much she'd have per hour of sodium, but she's aiming to match the concentration of her sweat. So about 1,500 milligrams per liter.
Which, I mean, even that is a feat to just like keep replenishing for this many hours, you know, when you're like 30 hours plus 40 hours into a race to be that diligent about it. So, I mean, it's a testament to her commitment and to your commitment that you guys are keeping her on track with her nutrition. Yeah. Thank you so much, Emily. This is great. I feel like I learn something every time I talk to you, or just like, I think that's the fun thing about these races, right? Like the wealth of information you gain just from going through something like this. Like it's like a real world lab for you out here.
Oh, absolutely. The data that we'll get from weighing as well will be super valuable for Rach down the line, other races, and we'll crunch the numbers and give a good overview of everything she does. I'm sure you'll see it on socials.
So basically watch out because she's just sort of getting started with understanding all this, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've worked on a few things since Chianti, and we're really implementing that here, like with the capsules and hitting that sodium concentration. So it's really interesting to see kind of how that goes and what the numbers look like here compared to a race like Chianti. Shorter.
Much shorter. Yeah, totally. I'm sure she's thought a few times. I would have been done by now. Yeah. Thank you so much, Emily. That was amazing. Yeah, I mean, how cool, right? Like this whole setup here. Do you guys want to do a little crib tour with me while we have a few minutes?
Ooh, let's do a crib tour. But while you're going to see the cribs, just a little mention that also Emily's going to actually be in studio on Thursday night at 7 p.m. She's going to be taking questions from the audience and from the chat. So you can throw questions in the chat right now. We'll gather those and we'll ask Emily, or you can just join us Thursday evening on the live stream to ask your questions about nutrition.
That's such a great call. Yeah, I know. She's a wealth of information. All right, let's see if we can do a little wander towards the front of the precision entrance. So where the runners are coming in and, you know, you're coming off the trail, it's fairly overwhelming, right? Like you're all of a sudden in this environment, especially for the front leaders. But we have the most incredible precision watermelon here. Maybe struggling with the wind a little bit, but like, hi, how are we? You're on the broadcast right now, so you get the little moment of fame for the watermelon.
Awesome. Wait a minute.
Wait. Oh, and the buckle. Oh my gosh, which buckle is that? That's last year's buckle. Oh,
that's awesome.
That's a flex. So our precision watermelon is also a Cocodona finisher. No big deal.
Oh, wow. Impressive.
Absolutely incredible. I feel like this is like a weight training exercise with the wind. You know, we've seen knocked over here in the last few minutes, but you're looking great. You're keeping the energy high. Yes.
Is it hard to talk to something that doesn't give you an expression back, Hillary?
A little bit, you know, I'm not quite sure where to look. I'm just looking sort of generally at the watermelon. But here, let's flip around here because this is one of my favorite parts, the entrance to the aid station. Hi, Rachel, just in case we missed her. We have her back.
Oh my gosh, there's a life-size Rachel there.
I know. It is absolutely amazing. When she came in, she sort of did a double take because I don't think anyone prepared her for this.
Wow.
And it's like, no, you're going to run down this green carpet and go right past your doppelganger here. But like, guys, at the entrance to the aid station here, they have these little custom hand sanitizer bottles. Like, how cute. Little moist towels for you with lavender essence.
Oh wow.
Like, the level of service here. Yeah, the Club Cocodona.
What?
I love details. I absolutely love details. And they've done so much with that. All the tablecloths. You come in here and we've got this beautiful little aid station spread here. Look at all the goodies with the watermelon chews. Coming over here, I love these little displays with the little watermelon figurines. So
can we get closer on that? We can't see those real well. Get a little,
can you see?
Oh my goodness!
Man.
Look
Get
at that.
right in there.
This
Isn't
is better
that
than
adorable?
A club, truly.
I want to go to this club. This
really
is like
is.
every ultra runner's club dream.
No, it truly is. Like the designers for this, like we've got these little stickers everywhere. Little like watermelon, like adorable little dudes. So much fun. You come around the corner here. We got another cutout. I confess I'm not quite sure who this is.
The stash is
he looks
great.
Incredible.
Yeah.
The stash is amazing. Yeah. So, you know, this way to food. Coming on in here. we've got all of our like burgers and, you know, like good solid food options.
This is the traditional
also-
Patty Curry Aravaipa spread, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. Exactly.
I
Yeah, we got our
recognize
beef
that because
burgers
once,
and bacon.
once I set up an aid station, and there were very, very detailed instructions down to how you roll things and cut things. So it looks very, I recognize it.
I love that. Yes. No, I mean, she pours a lot of love into this, and you definitely see that reflected. And I feel like they are doing her justice.
Oh my God, look at
like,
those.
Look at these little watermelon chew stations.
Oh my goodness.
With the boats, the watermelon boats. Come
What?
on. I actually, you guys, I snagged a couple of the watermelon chews
How
for
were
you
they?
guys in the studio
Oh,
because
you're the best,
Yes,
Hillary.
no, I snagged them to I'm bringing them to you tomorrow.
Thank
I
you.
snagged them because I heard you guys talking about it yesterday.
Did
and
you
I
try
haven't tried
one?
it yet either. No, I want to try it with you.
Oh,
We're all
okay.
gonna try it
On
together.
air taste test.
Yeah,
Live tasting.
Perfect. Okay.
Exactly. I'm so excited. But we have the neon signs, the watermelon is definitely the theme. And then over there in the back, we've got these beautiful inflatable chairs. I was going to say watermelons. We're really on the watermelon theme. Look at those chairs.
Yeah.
Just like lap of luxury. Little like kiddie pool with some flamingos in it, floating watermelon, little like umbrella shade here.
Very nice.
And then all the way at the back here, we have this fun little bar set up. Like, look at this, you guys. Club Cocodona.
Wow. An actual bar.
What do we have on display here? Oh, here, let's get you to come say it. Yes.
So,
all right, Dave, introduce yourself to the camera.
I'm Dave. I'm the creative director at Precision.
You're a little bit away.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, yeah, we've launched a new flavour chew, PF30 watermelon chew. So, hence all the watermelons. We wanted this to be a bit of an oasis in the desert for people. We're running 159 miles. So, I wanted to give them a bit of a chance to refresh, rejuvenate before they get back on their way.
It's incredible. The level of detail, the level of just care that's gone into this. I mean, we've got the watermelon boats, we've got the hand sanitizers, we've got martini shakers over here with watermelon in the jugs. We've got watermelon juice. We've got neon signs. Yes, there is a whole indoor sleep station. We won't go in there because that's where the medical tent is.
I have a
but
question, Hillary.
They have yes. Yeah.
Okay, on the Precision chews, the watermelon chews, there's two chews in a package. So is one red and one green? Can we do an unwrapping on screen?
I think they're both red, but can we unwrap a chew on screen? We want to take a look at the inside of them.
This is that.
Well, that is the inside of them. So they look like Turkish delight. That's what I always say, right?
Okay. Yeah. So they're red and
I do. I'm gonna say we're gonna do a studio reveal and I'll taste them tomorrow. But yes, I just also have to shout out these
some
tiny little
restraint
kids.
right there, Hillary. Jeez.
I know. This is how much I love you guys. You know what?
We love you too.
Do I love you that much? I don't know.
You
No,
also
I
are.
actually don't. I actually think I am gonna do one.
You
So.
are pregnant too,
Do
so I
it.
feel like that pushed it over.
Do it.
Yeah, you need
Do it.
calories.
Okay, you're right. As soon as I thought about it, I'm like, I'm being too nice here. It's the Canadian in me.
Well, we appreciate it. As long as you bring some back for us, you can taste it there too.
You guys,
Delicious.
it's like a Sour Patch Kid meets it's so good.
Is it-
It's not
is it
too sweet,
sour?
which is something I love about the gel. No, but it's just like full of flavor. My God, these are really really good.
And does it have the same like coating on the outside where it
Same
prevents
coating.
the stickiness?
Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome.
It's like a cornstarch. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's a bit of a cornstarch to keep it from being too sticky.
Nice.
Oh, 10 out of 10, no notes. I mean, I'm a huge fan of the lemon and mint ones, especially, but this new watermelon flavor could actually just be like dessert as well,
Huge.
which is pretty
Okay.
awesome.
I could see that being
So, yeah,
pushed for
I
right
mean,
before
thank
starting
you,
a
Dave.
run.
This is incredible. And then the last thing I'll say about this whole aid station setup is that there is an awesome indoor medical area and sleep station, and they have eye masks and bamboo toothbrushes at the door.
Wow.
For the runners if they're going to go in and have a little nap, which as we
Fabulous.
get into our mid pack in the race, I feel like this is going to be such a treat for these runners, right?
man.
Like you go through these hard sections, you come in here, you're going to come in here in the middle of the night or first thing in the morning, and they have thought of everything for the runners. And that's what I love. And it's like what makes this race so special. Every aid station has its own vibe and energy. This one, I feel like Precision, they've really leaned into just like, what do the runners need at this point in the race when they're this far? And for these runners that are going to be out here tonight, tomorrow, I don't know when the cutoff is exactly, but does anyone know when the cutoff is for Sedona? Can we
Sedona,
give people some context?
Thursday at noon.
Yeah. Thursday at noon.
You guys.
She was 48 hours ahead of the cutoff.
I mean, that's the other crazy thing about these races, and what is like hard to explain to people is that by the time you get to this point in the race, the leaders are 2 days ahead of the cutoff.
Yeah, 2 days ahead of you.
I can't even say it with a straight face.
But think about how tough those runners are going to be that are getting in there Thursday. This is a week-long endeavor, and
totally
forget 3 nights. It's 5 nights.
No, absolutely. And, after today, I'm going to be in the studio for the rest of the week. And it's something I know we get really excited about the front of the race. And it's hard not to. Like Rachel, Killian, Heather, and Courtney, they're just performing this incredible feat of endurance at the front of the pack. But the thing I really love about this race is the heart and soul of the people that are just going as hard as they can for as long as they can. And they're going to be out here for twice as long. And that is just mind-boggling. The fatigue, the human willpower to overcome that, to keep pushing. It's what makes it so special. I always end up an absolute mess by the time the race ends. If you haven't seen the film The Cutoff by Dylan Harris that just came out, that'll tell you everything you need to know about the soul of this race. But it's really cool to see this here. And it's fun for the elites, but honestly, they're not the people that need it the most. They come in, they have their crews, they're very dialed. They get a little bit from the aid station, but it's the folks that are in the middle and the back of the pack that come in that really need this boost to the spirits. And that's what we're really excited for. So we wanted to give you a little tour just so you guys can appreciate what the runners have to look forward to. Crews, if you're watching, pump your runner up and tell them, hey, just get to Sedona. You're going to be fine. You're going to be taken care of. It's just nice to have these little oases to look forward to.
Absolutely. And to your point, Hillary, I mean, we think about how many people in this world have run a marathon, and it's a very small number, 10%, something like that. People out there are attempting a 250 miler. I just did a quick check, and according to ChatGPT, the estimate is that there's only been 5,000 to 15,000 unique individuals in the world who have ever finished a 200+ mile race. We're talking about a 0.00061% of the population attempting something like this. So all of them should be absolutely celebrated for what they're undertaking.
That is crazy, Corinne. And I think that's something worth emphasizing. Every single runner who's out here, all 400 runners that started this race, you were athletes at the highest level. Most people would never even begin to fathom doing this.
Yeah.
And it just, to me, it's so inspiring to see all the stories that play out. Some people have better days than they thought they would. Some people have worse days. That's the name of the game when you're running this far. You're dealing with so many factors out there. But I'm inspired. I've been meeting so many people who watch the live stream who are inspired. I mean, I'm meeting people all week that are here because they watched the live stream last year and they were inspired to either come out or try one of these distances. A few people actually signed up for the whole damn thing just based on being inspired.
Totally.
So everyone who's running right now, you're responsible for the next wave of people that's going to come in and give this a try. It's your fault.
Totally. It's literally 1 in a million people.
Yeah. It's amazing.
You're 1 in a million. Every Cocodona runner is 1 in a million. We can safely say
you're
that.
You're a unicorn. You're a special unicorn.
Awesome. Well, thank you for giving us the tour, Hillary.
Yeah, thank you guys. We'll come back with a couple more updates in a bit. I think we're expecting to see our next wave of runners in here pretty shortly.
Sounds great. We'll look forward to seeing you soon.
All right.
And as we continue to follow our 1 and 2 on your screen, you're seeing both Rachel Entrekin and Killian Korth making their way out of Sedona. They are your number 1 and number 2. Rachel Entrekin currently leading the race overall and your first female. Killian Korth currently in second overall and your first male. All right, and as we continue to just watch some footage of on the ground what these runners are traversing, we are going to do another commentator swap. Want to thank Alyssa Clark for being here for so many hours. It was great to be on with her again for a few minutes, and then we're going to be welcoming in Claire Farrow. So thank you so much, Alyssa. We'll see you again. When's your next shift?
I'll be on tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right, tomorrow morning. And we're going to run to a quick ad before we swap out commentators, and we'll be right back with you.
Thanks, everyone.
Split that.
Ultra fit. With room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra. Stay out there.
Last lap, 6 minutes, 17 seconds. Last lap, 6 minutes, 17 seconds.
Everybody has skin, and we have the skin salve for you. The salve was originally created to heal damaged skin, and it does that very well. It also is amazing at preventing friction, reducing friction. So whether you're using it as a moisturizer, a hydrator of the skin system, or going out, you're in a big race or adventure, the skin deserves squirrel's nut butter.
All right, welcome back. I am Corinne Chalvoy, joined by Claire Farrow.
Happy
How
to be
you
back.
doing, Claire?
I am doing great. Had a lovely morning, got a bunch of work done, went for a run, and now I'm back.
Jeez, I'm sure your run was way longer than mine. Mine was like 3.5 miles.
I meant to do 6 and somehow got carried away. Ended up with like 9.5.
What? See, I was supposed to do 8 and I did like less than half, and you did
I
more.
took your miles.
You're way overachieving here. That's awesome. I should have just gone with you. Yeah. But yeah, we're excited to have you all joining us. This is the Cocodona 250 2026 edition presented by Ultra. We are here on, what day are we on?
Day 2.
Okay, day 2. We're on day 2. It's starting to meld together, but we're looking at your race leaders on your screen right now. Rachel Entrikin, she is leading the race overall. She's on the left-hand side of your screen with pacer Robin Lesh making her way out of Sedona and toward the Hangover Trail. On the right, you've got Killian Korth. He is being paced by his brother, and they are also as you can tell by the terrain, in kind of that, just outskirts of Sedona. Got 32 hours and 14 minutes, almost 15 minutes on the Coros timer up there. Thank you, Coros, for your support. No, Rachel is a Coros athlete. I used my Coros this morning. Great watch.
Which one do you have? I have a Vertex 2.
Okay, I think I have a Vertex 2 too. 2.
Yep.
We got the same one. You've got a cooler band, but
it's
yeah, Vertex 2, great watch, super long battery life.
Yeah.
Great navigation. The runners are required, and the pacers, to have the course on their watches, and defer to that amongst nothing. Beyond anything else while they're out there on course. So, Coros bringing us great products. I know that their heart rate band has really changed the game in terms of heart rate. I have one of those. Yep, those are clutch. One of the best ways to get accurate heart rate data if you are training or racing according to that. And we're just seeing all kinds of cool things and technologies being implemented in every distance, including this 250-mile distance. So we are seeing, not surprising, extremely fast times being run so far here. We have your race leaders a whopping 2 days ahead of the cutoff for the Sedona aid station. They're also well ahead of the paces that were run by your course record holder, Dan Green.
Yeah, I think last I talked to Liam, he said they were 3 hours ahead.
3 hours ahead only, and that's 170 miles into the race, so there's a lot of time left for that to potentially go lower. You never know what could happen, but so far the weather has been really gracing these runners with some ideal, optimal conditions to be out there in.
Absolutely. Oh my God, the weather has been so good this year.
So good. Like, I don't think we've seen anything, and I heard there from my weather correspondent, also known as my husband, there could be some thunderstorms this afternoon in the Jerome area, but that they might be short, isolated, kind of bursts here and there. So we'll be paying attention to that, but right now it is looking really, really nice out there. And I don't know what the elevation is of Sedona, but I feel like they're maybe 5,000.
Because I know they keep going up and up, and so I think they were around 5,000 earlier, so that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, so they're not at low altitude either. As you can see, our follow cams are having to traverse this on bikes, and it's not an easy feat on a bike, so it's a bit technical out there.
Yeah.
We're going to be also paying attention to Sedona Aid, where we expect our next runners to be getting there fairly soon. We anticipate that to be Joe Stringbean McConaughey,
Cody
Poskin, who's been moving up and just looking fantastic, as well as Heather Jackson, Courtney Dauwalter.
Loving the parity of men and women in the top.
Parity men and women. We got Zach Hauer out there doing great things in his first 200. So out of those like 6 that I just mentioned, first timers at the 200-mile distance, I know Heather Jackson and Zach Hauer.
Yeah.
Cody's done it before.
Yeah, as I remember Cody from last year.
Yep. And then Killian, obviously a veteran. Rachel, a veteran at this distance.
Courtney, veteran.
And Courtney, I think has been a number of years since she's done it, but also, no stranger to it. So we've got this unique combination of some first timers who are just experiencing this all for the first time, and some folks who have very much been through it once or more. Got a range of ages out there, right? I think Cody Poskin is in his early 20s.
Yeah, he's pretty young.
23 or something like that. I know Heather Jackson is 40 plus, so and as well as Courtney. I think our youngest runner, 16 years old.
Yeah, one of the Chisholms.
Asher Chisholm. And Elliot, his brother's 18, running. And then we've got a couple 69-year-olds in the race as well.
I love seeing the variety of all the runners at races like this.
Yeah.
I feel like it makes it feel more accessible to anyone.
For sure. Yeah, I think that question in the chat about Zach Hauer, he's still out there. Trackers are great, but they also can have problems, and they can not ping at aid stations, and they can stop working and need to be reset. So wouldn't trust all that. As far as we know, Zach's doing great.
Yeah. Last I heard from his crew, he was doing great.
Amazing.
So.
Amazing. We got inside knowledge that he's doing great.
Yeah, his tracker isn't working super great, but he's still out there trucking.
Yeah, he's working great. Doesn't really matter what's going on with his tracker. So that's good. He is the head of Open Fuel Nutrition. He is out here just taking on the adventure that is Cocodona. Have you run any of this area, Claire?
Not really. I've run only kind of on the parts around Flag while we've been here.
Right. Yeah, it's hard to get out. I mean, it's far. If I didn't have time to stop on the way up from Phoenix, I probably wouldn't have done that. But yeah, it's such a unique, really cool area.
Someday I'll run one of these races. I don't think it'll be the 250. But
okay. What do you?
I would maybe do like Sedona.
The Sedona Canyons 125. I mean, that just looks like it covers kind of the best parts of the course.
Yeah.
So.
A friend of mine did it last year, and she had a really great experience.
Awesome.
So.
Okay. And then this year, the Bradshaw Brute is also going on. That is a 100-miler, and that is no crew, no pacers, only a few drop bags. So that is a true off, your own adventure, like self-sufficient.
I feel like that kind of thing for some races would be kind of terrifying, but I do feel like Aravaipa does such a good job with their aid stations and everything that I'm like, for one of these races, I'm like, actually, I think I could handle that without a crew or a pacer or something, just because it's so well supported.
Yeah, and Bradshaw Brute also is supposed to be, pretty challenging. I think a lot of vert.
Yeah, I've been surprised by the number of people I've heard who are doing Bradshaw and Sedona.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I mean, I know, Winona, and she has a hyphenated last name that I cannot pronounce. So, but she goes by Black Sheep Running. She did not get into the 250, so she said, I'm going to do the Bradshaw Brute 100 starting an hour after Cocodona started on Monday. And then on Wednesday, I'm going to do the Sedona Canyons. So I'm going to get my 220 plus miles, but in 2 different races. That's just a wild thing. Yeah. So people find all kinds of ways to stack these races on top of each other or do something, beyond what is asked.
All right. It seems like Cody Poskin is getting close to coming into the Sedona aid station, so we should get some updates on that soon.
And we had Rachel spend about 6 minutes there. We had Killian Korth spend about 11 or so minutes there. Folks doing a nice reset. We got the precision fueling and hydration kind of take over there. There's a lot of options, places to sit, places to go change.
I really appreciated Killian's commitment to the consistency of his outfit because it makes things so much easier for us.
Thank you, Killian, for sticking with your color theme throughout the entire race. It's making our lives easy and you easy to identify.
Yes.
So the Bradshaw Brute 100-mile has 20,000 feet of gain.
Oh, geez.
That's solid. That's a solid 100-miler. There's a 38-hour cutoff. The Sedona Canyons 125 has 14,000 feet of gain.
I wouldn't be surprised if Bradshaw ends up being a hard rock qualifier.
Oh, yeah. All right.
It's got the right amount of vert.
Note it.
Everyone get on that now before it gets too popular.
Yeah, right. We've got Jamil Curry out there taking on the Mingus Traverse yet again.
Of course.
That's about an 80-miler with 10,000 feet of gain. 56% single track and 34% double track. That's in the Prescott Circle Trail, Dead Horse State Park, and Sedona area. You go through Jerome, Clarksdale, and Sedona in that one. And then I think Friday morning is the Flagstaff Crest 40-mile race. Just that's the JV race at this.
It's just crazy to be like 40 miles. This is a short race.
Such a short race, 40 miles, 3,000 feet of gain. And that is the Arizona Trail and Flagstaff Loop Trail.
Yeah, that's actually when I did my run today. I ran out to Fort Tuthill.
Nice.
And back, which is, I believe, where Flagstaff Crest is.
Okay.
Saw some course markings.
Yeah, I saw a few as well. And I was thinking, my God, this is what people have to come down over off Eldon at the very end of this race. Yeah. It's a little bit mean. It's a little bit mean.
But I mean, that's what you sign up for,
It
right?
is. That's what you sign up for. And what we've heard many people say that they're really looking forward to that part. I don't know why, but that's because we're
all masochists.
All a little insane and a little masochistic, and that's just the community and the tribe we are. So.
Yep.
All right. I think I need to know where people are tuning in from again on the chat. I know I ask this all the time, but like, let us know. It's fascinating. We've had consistently around 10,000 people watching the live stream. So let us know where you're tuning in from, and we can shout out some of the people that are viewing from close and far. Some Arizona, lots of Arizona. Oh, there they come. Okay. Oregon, New Mexico, New York City. There's a lot of New York City and New Jersey area runners.
Oh, Alabama for Rachel. Birmingham, shout out Butts.
All right. Brisbane, Australia. South Africa. You're getting the international contingent going. Vegas, Montana. Germany. Santa Cruz. That's where my very first trail race ever occurred. Such a cool spot. Lost Boys. Heck yeah. BC, Vermont.
Someone's tuning in from their anatomy class.
Yes.
Love that.
Oh, boy.
Middle school classroom.
Scotland at Los Angeles, Boulder. Portugal's in the house. Love it. Toronto. Nicaragua. Wow. All right. Okay. Thank you for letting us know, and we really appreciate you all tuning in. Please do hit the like button and subscribe to Mountain Outpost. They do a fantastic job of bringing you coverage of all of these races. And we are going to keep eyes on the Sedona aid station as we are expecting the next runner, who will be Cody Poskin. Where's Cody from? I don't know.
I feel like the Midwest somewhere.
Okay, we'll find out.
Yeah,
we'll find out. And got some Florida, Panama. Wow, Montreal. Here we go. This is Cody Poskin, third place, second male in this year's Cocodona 250.
Yeah, I believe he's from Missouri, I think.
Okay. Cody Poskin, Mount to Coast athlete. No stranger to this race. He ran it last year. What was his time last year? See if he's tracking. You got to think he's wanting to improve on time, of course, and placement.
My main memory of Cody last year was his runner survey talking about how he was looking for a girlfriend. So we were trying to solicit that for him on
Did he get
stream.
a girlfriend?
I don't think we ever confirmed yes or no, because everyone was kind of saying that it seems like maybe no from his social media presence.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, we'll be back to Cody, but this is the Hangover Trail. Rachel's on the Hangover Trail. So I ran this yesterday, and there's a couple sections where you just turn right and there's just white dots, and you literally just go straight up the side of the rock. It's really cool.
That sounds like something I would want to do during the day.
Yes.
I would say.
I think
and
that's
with my
ideal.
luck, I would be there at night.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, a couple of updates for folks maybe just tuning in. We did unfortunately have Max Jolliffe and Cam Haynes both drop from the race. Unfortunate, but sometimes that happens, and we just hope both of them are doing great.
You got to make the right choice for your longevity, and your health.
You do. And man, it is very common to see DNFs in as short as 50K races, let alone a 250.
I'm pretty sure I've DNF'd a 5K before. So.
A 5K? That's impressive. That is impressive. Let's see if Cody filled out his runner survey this year. I'm going to find it because I got the link, I think, to them. What is Cody's number? First, we need to find that. See if we can give you... I wonder if you put anything funny in there.
I hope so. I feel like I just get that vibe from him that he probably did.
Oh no, I don't think he's... I don't know if he's in here. Gotta be. He's gotta be. Come on, Cody. I don't think he filled it out.
Come on, dude.
I mean, that's got to tell me he's got a girlfriend.
We're going to need, when he finishes, he's going to have to stop by to let us know.
We're going to speculate on what his girlfriend's name
Or he's
is.
going to have to do some sort of hard launch on Instagram.
Yeah. We're going to find out he's engaged. Since last year, not only did I find a girlfriend, I found a fiance. We're making stuff up. We're not here to spread rumors.
I would actually love that, because then I would feel good about having helped.
Yes.
You know, I'd be like, I take credit for that.
Kind of like how Rachel Entricken gave Jamil credit for her entire career in
Yeah.
the preview show. That was pretty funny. She's like, thank you, Jamil, for my entire career. And she is putting on a heck of a performance here, as you can see her traversing up the Hangover Trail. Got the poles out. This is a real steep area.
Oh, man.
But as she gets higher and higher, the views get better and better as you look back on all of Sedona.
Yeah, that looks gorgeous. I would prefer to maybe see it for like 10 miles, not 100 something. But
yeah, I agree. Pretty short, all things considered. And I'm really curious because I just had to turn around and come back where they go after this. Like, do they go up to the top and then on the backside or behind it? So we'll have to see that. But
you could run the race and experience it yourself.
No, not anytime soon. Maybe someday. So we think that Killian and Rachel are about 30 minutes apart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I heard their difference getting into Sedona is about 37 minutes.
All right, as you continue to watch Killian Korth and Rachel Entricken, your 1 and 2, we have learned that Cody Poskin is going to take a quick nap, quick rest at Sedona, and we will get some insights whenever we can from some of his crew members to see how his race is going and just hear firsthand any updates. Yeah, you can see how steep this is, literally. I mean, forget the pulls.
That's mean.
Yeah, you have
oh my gosh.
You have to just go straight up it, and it's probably like about a 30% grade right there. I think I was too loud and now I'm too quiet, so we're trying to figure that out over here. But
it's hard.
I'm like, do I stay? Okay, mics are difficult. Okay, so she came up to the top and then you flatten. But this is very slanted from my experience.
Nice little camber going on there.
There's a nice camber. It's a little bit like, my foot just bent over in my shoe, which, depending on how your feet are doing, might feel real bad.
Yeah, that would not be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is storming outside right now in Flag.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting some. Is it raining?
I got rained on very slightly when I went for my run earlier, and the clouds have been looking dramatic.
To be expected, I think that there were going to be some thunderstorms. It's looking windy on that Hangover Trail, but obviously it's still a bit sunny. Pretty sunny, just
ominous in the distance, maybe.
Partly cloudy. Yep. Yeah. So runners are just following these kind of white painted markers on the rock, see where to go. And I know there's some, I mean, I was highly impressed with the course markings when I was out there. There was no, they were very, very frequent. And so, and all of them have reflectors on them, but you know, you can just imagine that majority of runners, or a fair amount of them, are going to be going across this in the middle of the night. I don't know, if you're afraid of heights, it might be better if you can't see down there.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. At the same time, a little nerve-wracking.
I would definitely want a pacer here.
Yeah.
Just for the route finding help.
I might have the pacer behind me so that if I fell, like, they could stop me.
Yeah.
But no, I think it's just a challenging climb.
Yeah.
This late into the race. I mean, it's a challenging climb on fresh legs, but just add on top of it 160 miles.
Yeah. Yeah, we got some questions in the chat if Rachel slept yet, and I think the consensus is no.
Yeah.
According to her pacer.
Yeah, according to her crew and pacers, she has not slept yet. Wow, look at that.
And it is one of the things I was like, I feel like for people, I've always explained, like, yeah, people don't tend to sleep until you're at like 48 hours, 72 hours, but like, I don't know. I like, 100 something miles. I feel like it's about the turning point when people start to sleep. But now I'm starting to be like, well, is she going to do 250 miles without sleeping? Like, do I have to change that in my head?
Yeah, and I don't think she slept very much at Mammoth. I can't remember her finishing time. It was like low. It was like low 50s. But I don't believe that she slept at all. If anything, just a couple of really quick dirt naps.
Yeah.
It's such personal preference, I think, and personal like experience and knowing yourself of whether that's going to benefit you or not. Right? Joe McConaughey, kind of famous for saying he tries to sleep and can't, and then it gets so frustrating. That. So that can also mess with your head and kind of just not play into your attitude. Affect your mentality for the rest of the race. Speaking of which, Joe is out there, we think, probably behind Cody. Also making his way. So you can see we've got some updates there. Joe McConaughey, 3rd male, 6th overall. 3 of your top 6 are females.
Love to see that.
It's so cool. I don't know about Killian's sleep. I have not heard anything. Do you know anything?
I haven't heard anything either way. If anyone has any deets on his crew, it can let us know.
Yep. The Sedona aid station, hosted by Precision Fuel and Hydration, where we, if you want to go back just a few minutes, had a great interview with Rachel Endrickhen's personal Precision Fueling and Hydration nutritionist, who's been helping her along the whole course and tweaking things as they go. It's one difference between this year's race and last for her is really dialing in and figuring out the nutrition plan and strategy. There's also going to be a Q&A with Emily, her nutritionist, here on the couch in the studio Thursday night at 7 p.m. if you want to mark your calendars for that. If you have nutrition questions, you can bring those, or you can throw them in the chat and we'll pull them out for that interview. Yeah, look at it's Rudy. Like, look, this lower section. And Killian's about half a mile from that kind of classic like section of the Hangover Trail that we just saw. And this is uphill. I mean, it looks kind of flat. This whole thing is a climb.
Yeah. Need the camera guy to hold the camera low and really get that angle.
I mean, show us the actual angle. It doesn't do any justice.
It never looks steep in a picture or a video, and it's so unfair.
It is frustrating. Yeah, someone in the chat mentioning Robin Lush. She did run an extremely fast 50K out at Greenland. I was at that race and saw her, and I was like, "Oh, there's Rachel." I mean, there's Robin. She's leading the entire field. I believe she won overall at that race, running a 3:41 50K. That is smoking sub 7 minute per mile pace.
Just a shakeout.
Yeah. So women are doing amazing things. It's great. Very, very cool. Showing you some views of this beautiful trail outside Sedona.
I've got someone in the chat asking about the 90-gram carb gels from Precision. Those are
30 gram.
So no, they have a 90
Oh,
gram.
the 90 gram.
The 90 gram ones with the resealable.
Oh yeah.
Those are
for
great.
Sure. Those are awesome. That is a big pouch for a lot of people. Just taking one of those per hour, and
you're done.
There you go. They also have a 300-gram flow gel pouch.
Oh, I
that
have
looks
seen
like
that,
a
which
giant.
That's scary to me.
You
That's
can't
a little
really
bit
carry
too,
that by itself. It's like for refilling, but it's like huge. It looks like somebody blew up a gel packet.
Toss that in your bag and you're set for hours.
I know. Going for a 24-hour event, just throw that in the back. No, not quite. We heard from Emily that Rachel is aiming for 60 grams plus per hour.
Yeah.
Which for something like this, I think where the effort, although, it's hard to say because she's moving.
Yeah, I know. Her effort level, I feel like,
it could be higher than
high.
But 60 grams an hour, probably keeping the stomach happy.
Yeah.
They said she's a high sodium, high salt sweater. So she's also aiming for 1,500 milligrams per liter of fluid.
Have you done a sweat test?
I have. I am right around 1,080 or 1,080 milligrams per liter, which I understand to be pretty average. I think that like 800 is like the average across the board. It can range from 200 milligrams a liter to 2,000 milligrams a liter. Yeah. My husband's up there in the 1,800.
So probably something good to get dialed in if the range is that big.
I think, it's good to know.
Yeah.
Because you might be a low sweater and not need as much fluid, but if you lose a lot of salt, you might need a high concentration of sodium in your bottles versus you might need a lot of water, a lot of fluid because you sweat a ton, but you don't lose that much salt. So
yeah,
it is good to know, and Precision offers that as a service. Get a sweat test done just to have an idea of what you should aim for in these races, because that balance over hours and hours and hours can really lead to,
yeah,
making
stuff like
or breaking
this. I
people's
feel like
races.
it's all of those little things that just add up and compound over time. Feet, fluids, all of that.
Chafing. Again, Corinne Chalvoy with Claire Farrow here on the Mountain Outpost YouTube. Cocodona 250 2026 presented by Ultra. We are a whopping 32 hours and 42 minutes, almost 43 minutes into this race on your Coros clock there in the upper right corner. And we've got a lot of runners out there doing amazing things. Got multiple races happening. Cody Poskin, he's your third overall. He is currently in the Sedona aid station taking a nap.
We will try to get some more updates on him once he is done and more well rested.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we can't underestimate the power of sleep if people choose to take it. And it is, it's quality sleep. I think about things like Shamil Curry sleeping for 4 hours at Hard Rock and then proceeding to run some of the fastest splits ever run on the course after that nap. Think about Mika Thuse sleeping for maybe 7 or 8 hours in this race last year or the year before? 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Coming back on course again and smoking
cruising.
the last, just running, just hauling. So I think one of the trends that I've heard over time on the sleep strategy is of people not necessarily planning their sleep, but just saying, I'm going to take it when I need it and I feel like I am really at that brink.
Yeah.
Do you think that's kind of the trend versus saying I'm going to get to X mileage and then sleep?
Yeah, because I think we've seen enough examples maybe of people trying to schedule that and then getting to when they wanted to sleep, lying down and just lying awake for like 10 or 20 minutes and then just be like, well, that didn't do anything for me and I just lost 20 minutes,
right,
you know?
Exactly.
Can also get you in a bad headspace if you're just lying there thinking about the time you're losing and like not being able to sleep.
Totally. You know, there's also a strategy around, you know, taking caffeine right before you sleep so that when you wake up, it's starting to hit you.
I do that in real life.
Eating
not during racing. I take a caffeine nap, yeah.
A caffeine nap?
Have a cup of coffee or something and take a nap, and you're down for 20 minutes, and then you're up, and you're just at it.
Because I think, isn't it about 20 to 40 minutes before it gets into your system, depending on the you know, the mechanism or the formula. Yeah.
And, you know, they say you got to train it, so that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, very good. You're training for Cocodona.
Yeah, people in the chat asking if they're required to only sleep at aid stations. No, you can dirt nap, I think, kind of wherever you want.
Yeah.
It just might be more comfortable at an aid station.
And I think even I've heard folks saying that if they're going to sleep at an aid station, they're not going to actually go into the cots and the real comfortable, like, indoor areas, but they're going to sleep maybe on a little, like, cot outside their crew vehicle or something like
somewhere
that.
Somewhere less comfortable so you're not too tempted.
Yeah. It's this fine line of, like, don't let yourself get comfortable, but take care of yourself.
You gotta ride that fine line.
Yeah, and this is Killian Korth. Anyone joining us right now, Killian Korth is your leading male, second overall in the race. Rachel Entrican, we've, I think, lost footage on her because she is over the top of the Hangover Trail. She is leading the race. She is ahead of Killian by about 30 minutes right now. And Killian is making his way up the Hangover Trail outside of Sedona, Arizona. He is about 170 miles in. There's a water stop at 170. I don't know. That must be on the other side of, because I didn't see any water up there on the Hangover.
Yeah.
So then they'll be making their way to Schnebley Hill, Munns Park area just outside of Flagstaff. And then they're really like in Flagstaff proper.
Race basically over.
Basically, but you just have to go up this little mountain called Mount Eldon.
No, it's just a little bump.
Just a little bump. It's
How
also
hard can it
the
be?
highest point of the entire race. Sometimes there's snow on it. Ungodly amounts of boulders and rocks and slick ball bearings to fall down.
And how fun is that?
So fun.
You're doing that alone. You know,
you pacerless this year in an effort to preserve the very important spotted owl. Then they'll go to Fort Tuttle. At Fort Tuttle, do you say Tuttle or Tut Hill?
I think I say Tut Hill.
Okay, Fort Tut Hill. I'm used to saying Prescott.
Yeah.
And not Prescott.
I think you can just let that verbs and consonants slide into each other.
Fort Tut Hill. At Fort Tut Hill, they also have a cognition check. That's mile 211. Got to make sure everyone's in their right mind before we send them over Mount Eldon.
I want to go over there and take that test Friday morning after this whole week, just see how much I still. I'm like, I don't even know if I would pass that test at that point.
Fair point. Then they get to go to Walnut Canyon, Wildcat Hill. Wildcat is where the infamous Pete Mortimer and Pete's Meats are going to be. 1 year, I guess it was 3 years ago, 2 years ago, I saw Arlen Glick down probably 100 grams of protein in the way of meat at that aid station 235 miles into this race. It was impressive.
That's a really impressive feat.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could do that normally.
No, and he was enjoying it. He was like, oh man, this is fantastic.
That makes sense for everything I know about Arlen, though. That fully tracks.
I think he was looking forward to it the entire race.
It's the only reason he signed up. There's a lot cheaper way, I feel, to get good meat, but that's fine.
Yeah, but the list of offerings that I heard Pete last night scroll through on what he's preparing was impressive.
I remember we heard so much about Pete's Meats last year. It would always make me so hungry.
Yep. Actually, I partook in a lamb chop last night, coming off shift. It was delicious. I think it might have been the first time I've ever had lamb in my entire life. I didn't know what it was, but it was good.
It's good to have a good
Have you
first
had lamb?
experience. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I think so.
Do you like lamb? Are you a lamb fan?
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it was good. Oh, and I was mistaken. We do continue to have footage of Rachel. This is fantastic drone coverage. She's on the ridge in between the trees up there.
Shout out all the drone operators.
Oh man, shout out to the drone cams, the follow cams, the bike cams, all of our producers.
Oh.
This is a videographer.
Not even a drone. Shout out them too.
Even more impressive because
Mhm.
that videographer had to get up there. So
Thank
shout
you,
out
Taylor.
Taylor, bringing us the shots, bringing us the footage. I think this is probably like some of the most coverage that we've, I mean, it's got to be the most coverage we've ever had at Cocodona. And this is race leader Rachel Entrikin with pacer Robin Lesh and ultra runner. Our race this year, Cocodona 250, is presented by Ultra. They are above the Hangover Trail, still climbing.
Climbing at a still really fast clip.
Haven't seen Rachel change clothes too much.
No, I think just the change from the long sleeve.
Yeah. She's rocking some sweet Terragnota shorts. Shout out to Alex King.
I have that same pair of shorts,
Founder of
and now I'm
Terragnota.
feeling a lot better about when I'm like when I wear them. It's not quite the same, but I have the
believe
same
that's
exact
the
one.
Sendero short. Sendero short. Great
They're
short.
Incredible shorts, especially for like
The price,
$29.
$29
It's
shorts
insane.
that are high performance. Love Terragnota. We did a podcast with him talking about the business, his thoughts on the marketing piece, and goal is to just make it accessible, make trail running accessible to all. So we love that.
Absolutely. I want to try their vest.
I have their vest. I wore it at Desert Rats. It was great. No bounce.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
It was solid.
And again, like really affordable.
Great pockets. I heard all about how he engineered it. A lot of things, a lot of thought put into it. So highly recommend as well. Shout out again to our videographer up here getting shots of Rachel Entrikin. It's looking a little chilly.
Yeah, look windy.
Breezy, for sure.
I feel like they're running into a headwind right now. Rachel's taking it in, all those views.
God, it looks like they're on the top. Oh man.
Wow.
Look at that.
That's an incredible shot.
I'm guessing that's a drone.
I hope so. Jeez.
That is an amazing shot of your race leader, Rachel Entrikin.
Looks like she's taking a moment to just take it all in.
Hey, I would too. She earned that right there.
Oh, absolutely.
So cool. If you two are inspired by some of this footage, the Cocodona 250 2027 lottery is open. Next year's race will be a lottery system. You can find details on that at cocodona.com. Mountainoutpost.com is another great spot to look if you're trying to catch up on what's going on with the race. Our own Liam Tryon is...
Tryon.
Tryon Our own
Fireball.
aid station fireball. I think that's why he created the handle, so we wouldn't have to say his
So
last
no one
name.
has to try. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He's putting some updates there on the tracker. You can go to mountainoutpost.com.
You can sign up for text alerts if you want to be able to walk away from your computer. Crazy,
If you're
I know.
annoying your family with how much you're watching this live stream, you can sign up for text alerts and notifications. Then when anything critical happens, you'll be notified via
You can
text.
go for a run and you get notifications on your watch so you can stay up to date.
Exactly.
We had someone in the chat asking if there are any like prerequisites or requirements for Cocodona. I don't think there are.
I don't
think
think
you
there
can
are
just sign
either.
up, yeah,
I think
for the
you can.
lottery, not have to do a qualifying race or anything.
I don't believe you do.
This could be your first ultra. If
That-
you really want to flex.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. And we are going down back to the Sedona Posse Grounds aid station brought to you by Precision Fueling and Hydration. And we've got Cody Poskin up from his nap, getting ready to take off out of there. That was a quick one.
Yeah, this was, well, it wasn't that quick a one, actually. We,
Thanks, Hillary.
just, he took a nap, so I feel like Cody had a little break in here.
That seems like a quick nap.
And now he's back up and out. Yeah, it was about like maybe 10, 12 minutes. And then he kind of got up and ate some food. I think he might still be half asleep. He's heading, and definitely was a little just sort of groggy, and I'm going to hit her low as well coming through the last section. I think it's just that like second day kind of afternoon, like you've just been pushing your body for a long time and the caffeine isn't necessarily doing anything. But we are going to come over here and have a little chat with his crew and just like get a better sense of how Cody's doing. I mean, he's in third place right now. He's running an incredible race. I know this felt like his low, but honestly, it's he's still having an incredible day. Can we chat with you guys? Yeah. Awesome. That's it. All right, we'll just grab his crew here. He's like, come on in, let's have a little chat. All right. Introduce yourself, you guys. Part of Cody Poskin's amazing crew, keeping him going and patched up right now.
Yes, I'm Alex Meyer. I live in Colorado. I actually met Cody last year at Fain Ranch. We were helping run an aid station there, and Cody came in. He needed a pacer and some help to bring him back from the brink, and Jesse volunteered, and it was the longest he had actually ever run before, and they had a blast, lots of fart jokes, keep the spirits high. And he's pacing him in the same section. So we're just trying to get him through this section because it was horrible last year. Raining.
Through the dark. So I'm excited he'll be able to see it this time. So that'll be helpful.
Yeah. He did a training run here, so he's kind of prepared. And then I think once he picks him up at Munns, that's when he's really going to start running because it's nice and flat, cruisy. And I think, everyone's had a little bit of a hard time in the sun earlier. The first day was really cool and nice. So, he just needed a little nap and he's feeling better. He ate a food, and he's got a great pacer. So he's going to definitely push him through this section, and he's looking for Killian. So yeah, he's coming for sure.
Well, I did hear Cody has some very ambitious goals for this race. And I mean, so far he's executing an amazing race, right? Like how far ahead is he from last year at this point?
I'm not 100% sure. I think maybe something like 12 hours, maybe a little bit less so. He came through this. It was raining. It was dark. It was not in great spirits last year. And he's like, oh, I don't feel that good. And I'm like, bro, last year was bad. So this year, like the weather, I mean, it's not raining right now. So we're hoping he can get through that section without too much rain. Cause no runners really want to go through that. But yeah, I think once we see him a few aid stations from now, he'll be a whole new person.
Hillary. And Jesse, you're going to sort of pick him up and take him through what was a really dark section for him last time. Like, what are you sort of picturing as you're going to pick him up this time, and like what that'll look like?
Well, when I first met him was we ran the Foxborough aid station and we were tracking him and he was taking a while. So I hiked back out and I found him in like complete darkness and he doesn't even remember meeting me. So, and I had been volunteering for like 48 hours, like nonstop. And then they asked me to pace and I was like, well, I'm not in as bad shape as you are. So I mean, it's all. I'm hoping he's gonna drop me this time. So, but
They did it in the daytime. So Munns to Tut Hill was early in the morning last year, like Wednesday morning. And then this year, obviously, they're way ahead of that pace right now. So he's hoping to get him, if everything keeps going well, like 8 or 9 p.m. I think we're hoping to get him through, and he's just gonna start hunting after that.
I mean, that's huge.
Good on the flats.
Yeah, really good on the flats. Corinne, did you have a question from the studio?
I was curious. Hi, Alex.
Yeah. Corinne says, hi, Alex.
So is that the first women can? Woo! Is that the first time that Cody has slept, or has he slept more? Like, what would you estimate his total sleepage?
So that was that the first time Cody's taken a nap? Has he slept before? Like, what's his total sleep sitting at?
Nap. I can't remember which. Today's been a blur. Yesterday too. I can't remember which aid station, but he did take a 10-minute nap, and he took a 15-minute nap today. In this one, he did sleep the whole time, I believe. So I think it's just once you like stop moving and then you have to start moving again. That's hard, but he really you need to sleep sometimes. So I think the sleep will reset him. He took some caffeine pills, so those should be hitting him anytime soon now. Yeah.
During the Golby Ultra too, I think he really figured out the dirt nap too. So he's got those in his pocket too.
Some dirt naps. Yeah.
I mean, we love a good dirt nap. Now, one thing you showed me at Dead Horse was the most incredible crew booklet that Cody put together. Can we grab that? We have to show you guys. It is amazing. It is a step-by-step of like. They don't have it right now. Okay, just describe it.
It's called he like laminated and everything. It has a cover, and it's called The Book of Moron. And it's just supposed to help us know exactly what he needs at each aid station. Dead Horse, he actually was expecting to need more of a reset. He called it his total reset protocol. He was going to get a Denny's Grand Slam. There was a whole thing that he wanted to like lift his spirits, but he actually came in really strong and like was feeling good. And he was like, I don't think I need the Grand Slam. And like was only in the aid station for like less than 10 minutes. So yeah, instead of the 30 that he thought he was going to need to kind of like, because it was about halfway point for him for like time wise, his time goal. So about 27 hours was halfway. And he's trying to finish it as fast as he can, but still be smart about it.
I feel like maybe he could have used the Grand Slam at Sedona. Maybe that's like notes for next year.
Might have been too much food though. Could you imagine trying to run after a Grand Slam?
I really can't imagine trying to run after that, but I love the idea of it. What was one of your favorite parts of the book? I know there's a whole lot of just like hilarious instructions on.
My favorite. Oh, you mentioned the part where he said, I want to lay on my stomach and eat on the ground.
While we go hard on this.
While we massage his legs, and he didn't need any of that. He said he felt great. Yeah. So.
But the level of detail to think about that in advance and be very specific about how he wanted it executed is really incredible. I feel like that like gives us a little bit of insight into Cody's personality, and
he's very like fun and free, and he'll plan something out of nowhere. He just goes to Egypt to ride camels for no reason, like other than that he wants to, and like climbed Kilimanjaro. Did like a race in a boat. He did a triathlon just for fun. He just like picks the weirdest, hardest things that he can, and he pretty much always accomplishes them. So, but he's also very organized, like extremely tedious, organized, and super smart. So don't let that goofiness fool you guys. He's a smart cookie. Yeah.
I mean, 24 years old, right? Like I did not have my act together at 24 years old. Yeah, even 4 years ago, I didn't have my act together. It's really, really cool to see Cody just like you said, have fun, but also take this so seriously. Yeah.
He has the young spirit, but like he owns his own house. He has a job, and he does this. He trains in Missouri, where they basically have no elevation. He doesn't hardly ever train at elevation. He did come out for a few training runs here. But for the most part, like it's him and his boys, all of his pacers, they're from Missouri. They just run around loops. They find one hill and they just go up and down it as much as they can. And I think it's amazing how somebody from the Midwest can come out here, and, Dan Green last year from the East Coast, just come out here and show the boys how it's done. Yeah. And Rachel, shout out Rachel, you're killing it. I'd love for Cody to catch you, but I'm also happy if you win.
I feel like all the women here are like, totally.
Cody, but I don't think he'd be mad about it either. Yeah, she's a beast. So
she is absolutely beast. Any last thoughts, Jesse? What are you looking forward to for Cody for next little bit?
Yeah, I'm anxious for him to get through this section. I'm jealous I don't get to go through it with him, but it's fine. I need my rest. So
He's gonna take a nap.
Yeah, naps are good all around. Well, thank you guys. I'm sure we'll see you again. But I mean, Cody's crushing our M2 and third overall. Go, Cody. All right. Yes. Thanks,
Awesome.
guys.
All right. Thanks, Hillary. That was great. And he's well ahead of,
absolutely.
being on pace he ran 71 hours and 11 minutes last year. He's crushing that.
Mhm.
We heard Alex say that he was
Like
maybe
10
12
hours ahead?
That's wild.
12 hours.
So cool.
That is kind of mind blowing. Like, these are not small numbers. We're not talking about minutes. We're talking about hours.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like Rachel last year, just leveling up with this like big 10-hour jump in her course record. I feel like for all of these guys, it's a process of discovering what you're capable of. And for Cody, like coming back a second year, being more dialed, learning from his mistakes. One of the things that last year we talked about a lot was that he only brought one change of socks. This year I have it on good authority. He has 4 pairs.
That still seems
guys,
light.
That doesn't seem like
I
enough
know.
socks. I have more socks with me than that.
4 pairs?
I totally started laughing at that too, because I was like, okay, wow, he's really not going that crazy here. We have people doing sock changes at absolutely every aid station, but I did think it was kind of cute. Like for Cody, he's like, no, I 4x'd the amount of socks I have. We're good.
He's leaving a few pairs out so that next year, if he brings 6, he can do even better. And then
you have to leave room for improvement.
Yeah.
This is it.
No, that's it.
Yeah, totally.
Sweet.
Like sock game is going to get leveled up every year as he gets faster.
Well, Hillary,
but yeah, it's really cool.
We've got Heather Jackson making her way to you, so keep an eye out. I think she's going to be there. She is in town. I don't know exactly where the Hampton is, but she is passing the Hampton, so I would be on the lookout. She's going to be in there very shortly.
Yeah, no, we're stoked to see her. Her crew is set up in the precision tents just behind us. And then, interestingly enough, Courtney's crew has chosen to set up in the parking lot just outside the aid station here.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if Courtney doesn't even come into the aid station,
Yeah.
which, I mean, as incredible as it is, I think she's just like in and out right now. But so Heather will come right into the aid station. I think Courtney's going to crew from right outside the aid station. That'll be interesting to see like when they come in and what their approach is. So I'll have more for
We
you
got
guys
somebody
shortly.
needing to yield to almost hitting Heather Jackson in a vehicle as she crosses the street.
These drivers in Sedona are no joke.
Yeah, it's okay. Everything's fine, but be careful. If you're in Sedona driving right now, there are
careful out
runners
there,
coming
folks.
through. There are runners coming through.
Seriously. All right, we'll see you guys in a few minutes when these ladies come in.
Okay, we will see you soon. Thanks, Hillary.
Any fun things that I can post about Cody really quick?
All
his
right,
Book of
and
Moron.
as we continue to follow your race leaders here, we've got eyes back on Rachel Entricken. And Pacer.
I want to get all of the data after this on how many miles all the runner cam volunteers have done.
Be very impressive.
I remember last year, I think Connor did like 60 miles.
Yep, easy to do.
Dan.
I mean, even Shad running people in from the hospital to
Oh, he
Heritage
got-
Square,
he
he got
got
like 30
so
miles
many,
on
yeah.
like a quarter, half-mile stretch back and forth. It was pretty cool. And on the right-hand side of your screen, Killian Korth, leading male, second overall.
I would say first place in terms of fashion for me.
He and Cody both with the vibrant vibes.
Yeah. I loved Cody's, but I don't know if he's still wearing the like Hawaiian shirt that he was earlier, but that was bringing me a lot of joy.
Yes. For sure. This is the Hangover Trail, Killian Korth on the right hand of your screen, and race leader Rachel Entricken on the left hand screen. We also anticipate Heather Jackson coming in. We had Cody Poskin leave the aid station in Sedona Posse Campground. That is the Precision Fueling and Hydration aid station. They have decked it out, watermelon themed, for the limited edition or early launch of the watermelon precision chew. It's hard to say precision.
Precision chew.
Precision chew. The precision chew. And man, these are some amazing shots of what is a bit of a challenging climb here, very late in the race, but it's not their final climb. Going straight up the side of this rock, hands on
that
the
part
rock.
is
That
just
is
brutal.
There's just
Oh
no,
my
there's
God.
like no step. It's just basically like,
I don't know if I could do that physically at this point of the race.
I know. Okay, so here we've got your 1 and 2 on camera right now. We are going to switch off of them here in a moment, and we are going to pan to the next individuals coming into Sedona Posse. That will be Heather Jackson and Courtney Dauwalter making their way through Sedona. On your left, Heather Jackson in the white. This is Heather's first 200-plus mile running race.
She is just...
Former professional triathlete, jumped into ultra running a couple years ago, has gotten herself golden tickets, placed top 10 at Western States.
Just had an incredible entrance into the sport.
She's been up in the mix at UTMB races. And then on the right here, you'll see the one and only Courtney Dauwalter.
With her pacer, Marianne. The matching
Is
outfits.
Marianne Hogan with her now?
I think she's still pacing her.
Yep, that looks correct. Marianne, of course, coming back for Western States, come out a little early before starting her Western States training to spend some time in Flagstaff and pace Solomon teammate Courtney Dauwalter.
She's got a nice solid long run in.
At Cocodona. I love it when the pacer announcement also becomes famous. It's like breaking news.
Yeah.
Marianne Hogan to pace Courtney Dauwalter.
I mean, some of the teams that they assemble for pacers, it's pretty. It's like a who's who. It's almost more exciting than seeing the entrance list.
It is. I mean, we got Tim Tollefson out there pacing
Mhm.
Sally McRae. We got Harry Schibertas pacing multiple people.
Jeez.
Mika Thews and Megan Eckert.
Mm-hmm.
Both of these ladies look like they are moving really, really well. And I'm thinking by the looks of it, I don't know who's going to get into the 8 first, but they seem to be quite close to one another. Okay, is this the 8? Ooh, I don't know. We're going to find out, and it's going to be interesting to see if either of them take kind of that long reset. I love that.
Yeah.
Cody Poskins described it as a total
total
reset.
Yeah, and hopefully
protocol.
it works. I will say, I do love the matching outfits, but it makes it slightly difficult sometimes to tell them apart. I can tell when I see Courtney's socks, but when their feet are cut off, it's a little bit more difficult.
You recall, Courtney Dauwalter, many years back, kind of one of her biggest breakout races was a 200-plus mile race in which she beat all the men as well.
First overall, Moab 240.
Moab 240, and won by something like 8 hours.
Yeah. Really drew attention, I feel like, to the 200 plus mile distance. And last year she gave this race a go. There's a short film out about it and had to call it a day at mile 108. So we're really excited to see her back, making her way all the way to mile 160. Got to be celebrating the fact that she has she's gotten so much further, and this year's race seems to be going well. All right, this is a great shot for everyone of your current women's podium: Rachel Entrekin, Heather Jackson, and Courtney Dauwalter. These are some absolutely incredible women, athletes, people. 33 hours and 15 minutes into the Cocodona 250, according to our Chorus watch there. It's 2:15 p.m. on day 2 of Cocodona 250.
Only
presented
day 2.
by Ultra. Only day 2.
It feels like it's been a lot longer.
Only day 2, and they're already 160 miles in. Runners have 6 days to complete this race. 125 hours?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep. Anything past 48 hours, I'm like, wait, how many days?
Yeah, I can't do that math.
Don't know.
I know 48, 72. Yeah, that's where I
That's it.
stop.
It's a lot of hours.
I think 144 is 7 days.
Okay, that makes sense.
Just trying to, because I do a lot of like fixed time stuff, so those ones I should know.
All right, yeah. Again, you're looking at your women's podium here. Rachel Entrekin on the left, Heather Jackson in the white on the upper right, and Courtney Dauwalter bottom right. Whoever that is running with Rachel has been running with her for a long time.
I know. That's why I'm like, I want to know the mileage for the runner camps, because
Is that
she
a
has
runner
been,
camp?
yeah,
Okay.
she's been going with them for a really long time.
Impressive. Impressive. Going to be amazing footage, I'm sure, that'll end up in some of our,
Oh yeah.
post-race footage, some of the video recaps. We've got Cocodona Chronicles. Have we shown any of the Cocodona confessionals?
I don't know. I haven't seen
I
any.
haven't either. Okay. Well, that's happening also
Yeah.
by Ultra. Some videos.
I'm really excited to see those.
Yeah, that are supposed to be very moving. Can see kind of some ominous weather there off in the distance. Might have some thunderstorms making their way into the situation here, but so far the weather has been absolutely fantastic for the race. Not too hot. Question in the chat, do they mark the course in town? Yes, the course is marked pretty much like every quarter mile. It's very, very, I think it's something Aravaipa does extremely well is their course marking. That being said, the runners are required also, because you never know what can happen out there, whether things get messed with. Runners are required to have the course also on their watches, whether that's a Coros watch or other. Oh, All right, and here we have Heather Jackson.
Officially coming into the Sedona Posse aid station.
Aid station on the green carpet there. Her husband and manager and content maker Wadi following her there.
And Precision really went all out with this. This is incredible.
Man, this is, I feel like Heather sat down and she took like a big breath, and
it feels to be a lot to take in, coming off of like seeing nowhere and going through town, and then you get here.
Well, she's 33 hours in. I don't know what her UTMB time was, but this has got to be the longest she's been on her feet in a running race.
I feel like if I came onto this 33 plus hours into a race, I would be questioning whether it was a hallucination. You know, like the modern day Oasis
is this a mirage?
Kind of this. Yeah.
Precision mirage. Where am I right now? Am I in Vegas? What is going on? Taking in some calories. I feel like that's going to be a big thing here. Like also, you know, just refuel. Reset. Looks like we're taking shoes off.
Clean out some grit, maybe.
A lot of fans, a lot of Heather Jackson fans, I'm sure.
Hard not to be a fan, I feel.
Yeah, she's just had an absolutely incredible career and continues to extend that, shifting into the sport of trail and ultra running. Really, you know, moving to the highest level within the sport, a different sport than she spent most of her professional career in, being triathlon. She's a multi-time Kona top 10 finisher. A lot of people asking about sleep. So far, we know that Rachel Entrekin has not slept. We are unsure of the sleep situation for Killian Korth, and heard that Cody Poskin has taken both a 10 and a 15-minute nap, so he has slept for about 25 minutes. Yeah. That's not including maybe dirt naps. We don't know if those have happened. But so far, the strategies for sleep have been 0 to about 30 minutes.
So not a ton of sleeping so far for the front of the pack.
Yeah, I'm Corinne Chalvoy. This is Claire Farrow. Thanks for joining us. We really appreciate you being here. Man, this is Cocodona, the event that has become just something else.
I think it feels like one of the biggest events in ultra running almost. I feel like you got states, at least in the US, you got states, you got Hard Rock, you got Cocodona.
Yeah. We have had a couple of notable DNFs so far in the race. Max Jolliffe and Cam Haynes both ending their races. I don't think there's any others that I have heard of that
I think
people
those are the
might
two
be
big
okay.
ones. Yeah, and if anyone's curious, they have both posted on social media more about why they DNF. So
yeah, they go
feel
into
free
detail.
to go check out their posts if you're curious.
Yeah, for sure. We don't want to speak for them. We'll let them tell that story. What's up, Trish the Dish? What's up, Giovanni Clean, repping CRRC. That's Castle Rock Run Club in the house. Whoop! Kevin Tidonio was the early race leader. I want to say for about the first. Did he come into Crown King first?
Yeah.
So more than 37, maybe 40 miles. Maybe it was 40 to 50 miles that
started
he
catching
kind
up
of
to
got
him.
caught,
Yeah.
and then unfortunately ended his race as well. That's the other notable DNF, maybe.
Yeah, he was in the chat earlier.
He was
talking
in the chat.
with people. Seemed in really good spirits about it. So
I think that's what you got to do. Just jump in as a fan. You're laying there.
Yeah.
You still ran a lot. I think he was
yeah,
more
he
than
did an incredible job out there. So
got to go for it sometimes. People's champ, Courtney, high five and fans.
And we've got Heather Jackson and Courtney Dauwalter, 2 and 3 on the women's side, both in the top 5 overall of this race right now.
Yeah, 3 women in the top 5.
3 in the top 5.
Pretty
we
cool.
got the majority in the top 5. Definitely some clouds coming. Might be some thunderstorms rolling in. Zach Hauer is doing well. Last we knew he was in 6th place. So your top 6 right now in the Cocodona 250 2026 edition, Rachel Entrican.
Yeah, last we heard about Zach, he was doing well. His crew is at Sedona taking selfies with the Rachel cutout. So they seem to be, they're ready for him.
Oh, we got the inside scoop. Heck yeah. Yeah, top 6, Rachel Entrican, Killian Korth, Cody Poskin, Heather Jackson, Courtney Dauwalter, Zach Hauer. Yeah, I noticed Heather's had that tape on her feet the entire time.
Yeah, that's been, I feel, ever present.
And yeah, I think maybe for providing some ankle stability there. Definitely your ankles are gonna take a beating during this race. There's a lot of trail, a lot of rock. Stopping at the stoplights.
As much
Courtney
fun
stretching
as
it out.
Hey, you might as well while you're stopped.
Heck yeah.
As much fun as it would be to, close every street for this race. That's a little unrealistic.
Yeah, there are, I mean, not in this world, our little world, but there are other things happening in the world. And
which feels weird that there's other things happening this week, but
there's
whatever.
Not really, but
not for us.
It does look quite dark up there.
Yeah, I do not like those clouds. It'll be fine.
When did Heather get in? I should have taken a split. She's been there at least 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, she's taking her time getting everything situated.
Here we go. Courtney Dauwalter and Marianne Hogan making their way across the street there in Sedona. Another street crossing. Wow.
Man.
This is also reminiscent of the end of the race when they have to navigate their way through Flagstaff proper.
I just drove on my way here. I went up, dropped Liam at Buffalo Park, and I was driving. I was like, oh, I remember they have to run down this from last year when I was at the finish.
Yep. Okay, we are going to provide you a shot here up on the ridge of your 2nd place overall, 1st place male, Killian Korth. Again, shout out to, I think it's Tyler up there with the videography going on.
Taylor.
Sorry.
Look for that flash of pink. There he is.
Sorry, Taylor. Look for the flash of pink. Man, beautiful.
Yeah. I would not want to be on that rock if it got slick and wet, though.
I heard it actually kind of gets grippy.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm in.
I don't know. I heard it wasn't.
Someone might find out.
I heard it wasn't too bad, but I did hear someone was up there riding a unicycle on it, and they fell off of their unicycle. And they did not fall down the side of the cliff, but
Why
the
are you on a unicycle?
But the unicycle did. I don't know.
I actually was up in Fort Collins once and saw a mountain unicycling competition on the trails, and I thought I was hallucinating.
Oh my gosh, that sounds intense and not fun.
No, I can't even mountain bike. I can't mountain unicycle.
This is Killian Korth on the Hangover Trail just above Sedona. He is leading the men's race, second overall currently. If you're just joining us, we have 3 women in the top 5 of this race. Some unprecedented paces are being run. These race leaders are literally 2 days ahead of cutoff at the Sedona aid station. They're 160 plus miles into the race. And here we've got your 1 and 2, Killian Korth on the left, second place overall, first place male, and Rachel Entricken on the right, leading the race overall, and your first place female currently. Oh, that's fascinating. It's called Slick Rock because horseshoes don't stick very well to it. That's interesting. Thanks for that tidbit. Matt M4632. Sandstone can definitely be grippy in the rain. All right, it wasn't fake news that I heard. That being said, it is off camber.
Yeah,
you know, it's a little
it would
exposed.
freak me out. I feel until I felt my rubber kind of gripping, I would be a little concerned.
Yeah, I mean, this is a true trail race. Like, there's a lot of rock in this course.
We got Jeff Colt in the chat telling everyone that Zach Howard should be coming into Sedona around the same time as Courtney. I trust him.
Man, then we might have all 3 of them in the aid, depending on how long Heather stays there.
That would be fun. They could all leave together.
You know what? Those 3 running together, that would be very interesting.
That's a good chase pack. That's a really good pack to be in.
Man, kind of like the sound of that. You know, Jeff Browning's out there as well. He was someone who really set a new standard in how to approach this race.
Yeah. I mean, that's someone who knows
and he's out,
what he's doing.
He's out there doing really well. He's taken on both Cocodona and Western States 100 this year. He's got yes, I'll pay for it, a legendary crew of Chrissy Mail.
I mean, there's no other word,
Chrissy
right?
Mail and Scott Jurek. Yeah, it's the most appropriate word.
Yeah.
Mr. Zach Marion got a shout out in the chat. Kudos, claps, all that to Mr. Zach Marion, who is orchestrating this entire live stream. Pretty sure he hasn't slept in about 5 days.
I heard he got 4 hours of sleep.
4 hours? 4 hours of sleep?
Which I think is more than usual.
I mean, we're figuring it out, people. You can sign up for text alerts and notifications by going to mountainoutpost.com. On that page, which is our brand new shiny website, there is a tab that says feed. And if you click on that, right at the top, it says live updates. You can put your phone number in and you can click the text me updates button. You can also see some notable things that have happened throughout the race, kind of a timeline, chronological fashion there. You can sort it by DNFs, men's, women's. Oh, I'm going to check the DNFs tab. No DNFs yet. Hey. Okay. We're going to have to get on the DNFs in the DNF tab of the race updates. You can also just go to the general tracking.
Yeah.
Always adding new features to these live streams every single year. Yeah, this year, unfortunately, we do not have a crowdsourcing prize purse for the Cocodona 250. We are still working out the logistics for that. Appreciate you all asking about it. Not something we're able to offer this year. But we appreciate you tuning in and being part of the live stream.
For those just joining, Rachel Entrican is your overall leader in the Cocodona 250 on our screen right now. An absolutely incredible shot. That's Killian, right?
Yeah.
Of Killian
Yeah.
Korth traversing the ridge above the Hangover Trail.
I am interested in what he's doing because I think they may have lost the trail a little.
It's
Yeah.
okay. Yes, I think it's just that section of the trail that's just so off camber. There's not
Mhm.
really a trail through it, so you can kind of pick whatever line you want.
Yeah. And so we've gotten word that Rachel has about a 38-minute lead over Killian right now.
Yeah, that's up by about 5 minutes from
Mhm.
when they left Sedona. So, I think we can say that Rachel
Making some progress.
Rachel continues to move extremely well.
We were talking earlier back at the Airbnb before I came here that she could conceivably make it to the finish and turn around and head back to the start and do a double.
Do a double in the time,
but within the final
within
cutoff,
the time,
which is crazy. The first ever Cocodona 500.
That'd be wild.
It'd be wild, but I also could see her being like, maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Do that too. If you're just joining us, this is Killian Korth, second place overall in the Cocodona 250. He is your first male. Rachel Entrican leads the race and the women's field. About 40 minutes ahead, 38 minutes ahead of him. They are about 170-ish miles into the race right now. And also, we've got Heather Jackson, who is your second place female in the aid station in Sedona, as well as Courtney Dauwalter making her way to that aid station. And from what we've heard, also Zach Hauer. Also now on your screen, Rachel Entrican and Pacer. And all of a sudden, the train's completely changed. That doesn't look like we're in the Red Rock of Sedona anymore.
Yeah, I know. She's definitely out there.
All right. We here at Mountain Outpost like to bring you multiple feeds at the same time. We're not going to give you 2 camera feeds. We're going to give you 3. Your 1-2 race leaders, as well as Courtney Dauwalter coming into the Sedona aid station. All of that's going to be on your screen right now so you can follow along. All right, Claire, I am going to look at the Koros clock and take note to see how long.
Oh, yes,
Courtney
we're actually
stays
going to
in
get
here.
a split
We're
this
actually going
time.
to get a split. We're going to do.
Gonna remember.
We're going to do our job here.
Do you prefer with a pacer having them in front of you or behind you? Because I've noticed, Marianne's in front of Courtney, but I think Robin is behind Rachel, and same with Killian's brother.
Yeah. I don't think that, I think that the hard thing, and maybe it'd be different in a really long race like this, I feel like if they're too far ahead, I just get frustrated that they're going too fast, and I'm like, why am I moving too slow? Yep. And so I feel like for me, the default might be behind. But at the same time, like, I see the purpose of in front, and for some people, like, I think that could be the strat. Do you have a preference?
I think it really is like situational for me. I've definitely had a lot of times where I've needed the person in front, so I'm like forced to kind of chase them when I'm moving too slowly.
Yeah.
But it can be like weird mentally, I think, if I'm not in a good spot.
I think I feel like we're seeing more and more in front, like people actually like pacing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like
setting
they're
a pace.
there for a specific pace.
Like
yeah.
I think about Black Canyon 100K.
Yeah. Well, some races I feel like they're so not time trial-y, but people are trying to run really fast, and they have a pace going into they know they want to hit.
Mm-hmm.
And that, I think you need a pacer in front of you.
I mean, Jen Lichter's pacer was running ahead of her by, I don't know, a decent fair amount. And she was just chasing,
Oy.
Yeah, as you can tell, there is some weather coming in. I think runners are going to need to be prepared as it gets a little later and starts to get dark to really stay, comfortable and warm throughout the night. We're going to keep these feeds going, but we also are going to bring in Hillary Yang, who is there at the Sedona Posse Campgrounds aid station. Precision Fuel and Hydration is sponsoring that aid. And she is going to bring us some footage from on the ground out there. So we will go to Hillary here in a moment.
All right, guys. Well, I don't know if you can see, but it's definitely getting windy behind me. We've had a bunch of things just go flying in the last little while. Feels like some weather might be rolling in a little bit. Heather just left. She actually came back for her big headlamp, and her rain jacket, and said she was getting a little chilly just sitting there. It does feel like the weather is starting to shift a little bit, but really interesting. We had the chance to chat with her pacer, who's also her coach, Luke Nelson, and he has been crushing it. He said he's going to do about 45 miles with her today. And just that she has been in such great spirits. And I think, it's easy when they come into the aid station and sit down in a chair to not really have a sense of the overall mood. And it was really cool to hear from Luke just that she's been so positive and just enjoying this experience. Also, fun fact, because this is Heather's debut at this distance, he said that they now celebrate every mile as the furthest mile that she's ever gone, which I thought was really cute. I know, right? I mean, she's got a while to do that. She's going to be celebrating all the way to the finish line at this point.
A lot of new distance PRs.
I absolutely love that kind of concept and thought, and just her attitude towards it all. I think for Heather, really right now, it's just making sure she's getting that nutrition in. Apparently she's had no issues so far. This was the first time in the aid station where she had just a little bit of nausea, but she was still trying to eat. I think she had a little bit of a burger, some noodles, she also had a Red Bull, I believe, just trying a little bit of everything. A lot of foot care. Again, we're seeing that just be a theme of this race, and certainly a theme for Heather, just making sure that everything is in good shape. She had a great crew here too as well. Obviously, she had her partner Waddy and her sister Becca, who have been out there crewing her the whole way, but her mom's also here, which was really sweet just for her to have her mom in the aid station cheering her on. And then her massage therapist made a surprise appearance as she was getting ready to leave. It was really cute. He came up, gave her a huge bear hug, sat her in a chair, and then gave her a 2-minute leg massage. And I was I'm pretty sure Heather's never going to get up again. I think she's so happy right now. But she did, and she got moving, and I feel she's just stoked on the experience, and had a chance to chat with her husband Waddy as well before she came in, and we were just reflecting on what a cool sport this is and how cool it is for Heather as a professional athlete who's in one form or another been a professional for decades now as a triathlete, and then gravel bike, and now ultras, to still feel like she's learning new things about the sport and still learning new things about herself and what she's capable of. And I think we're really seeing that out here, and we're seeing Heather execute a flawless, and I'm going to use the word flawless, because if you're sitting in 4th place and second female, you are executing a flawless race. Just to see her do that on her first attempt at this distance is really cool, and shows how much hard work there's been behind the scenes to make it possible. So it was a really fun chance to see Heather, and I'm just so happy for her. She's having a great time out here.
Well, and speaking of Heather, Hillary, we literally just saw Courtney and Heather cross paths,
right? Yeah.
And embrace. They gave each other a big hug. I think Courtney also hugged Luke Nelson. So they're just it's just cheering each other on out there right now. And man, so cool to see, just literally see them both celebrating what each other are doing in real time. That was really, really neat to see. I'll say Courtney she's looking a little bit tired. She's looking like she's either hurting or quite fatigued. She usually has that real tall posture when she's running, and she's just a bit hunched. And, I think that this is going to be a critical point for her to, take care of herself and maybe do some things to get back to feeling, a little better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this does seem to be a bit of a crux point. And I would say, like, it's not indicative of how their next, like, 20 or 30 or 50 miles are going to play out at all. I think it's just this point in the race. Like, you're almost 160 miles in, and it really is that feeling of reality sinking in and everything hurting. And I think we're seeing that play out for Courtney as much as for everyone. But like Heather felt tired coming in here. Cody took a nap. Killian also seemed like he just needed a few extra minutes to chill. Rachel as well also had a low before this. So I think it's just the nature of where we are in this course and how difficult it is.
It's like
the fact that we still have a ways to go. We got 90 miles to go from here.
That's it. It's like that no man's land of like, you're like 2/3 of the way. Like you're like not far, you're not close enough. There's a long way to go, but you're so far in as well that it's just I think you're spot on with it just being such a hard point to wrap your mind around. And, also fatigue from all angles is setting in, body, mind,
Yeah, it really is. Yeah. And I just was able to say that to Heather as she went out of the aid station, just like, this is a hell of a debut, Heather. And she sort of looked at me and you got to remember, this is like incredible what you're doing. And in the moment, I know for all of these athletes, whether you're at the front of the pack or the back of the pack, you're giving everything out there. And there's that point where it's just like, is this enough? Am I going to make it? Is this going to be enough? And I think we have that sense from everybody. And I think that'll get easier as we get a little bit closer to the finish line. Once we get into that like 80 miles, 70 miles, 60, 50, it's going to start feeling like you have that like adrenaline pull to the finish line. And yeah, Corinne, no man's land is the right word for it because it does feel like right now we are in that zone of like, this is this before we part. But, all that to say that Heather just had an incredible hit stop here. I would say she spent about 15 minutes here. Very curious to see what Courtney's aid station looks like. But I mean, we saw this at the last one at Dead Horse when they saw each other as Heather was leaving and Courtney was coming in. They've maintained almost exactly the same gap. Yeah. And Courtney spent about the same amount of time in the aid station that Heather did. She wasn't rushing out like, oh, I have to turn around and catch her and pass her, which we see in a lot of these shorter races, like 100-mile distances, right? It's like, oh, see them, you want to go and catch them. Yeah. But here it's like, no, I have to take care of myself. I have to take care of the things that are bothering me or that are going to bother me later. And so I just love seeing that. I love the fact that they're on the trail that they had them in. And that says it's about this race women company that is out there on the trails. And from the guys too, like I've just heard nothing but stoke and respect for all three of these top ladies that are throwing down. It feels like this is a beautiful environment to push yourself and not a place where we're trying to sort of like push on someone else to make that happen. But just like, how far can we go? Like, what is the human potential here?
Yeah, for sure. No, you got to think about how much respect those two women have for one another and just their careers and what they've done. It's actually really neat to see them interacting like this. I just
it's watching these legends, right? Like they really are veterans of their fields, of the sport, of endurance. Right, women leaders for it's incredible to see them having these races and to be
Hillary, we're
so
getting
to each other while ready to throw that experience. Yeah, I mean it's probably the wind, Corinne. We are definitely picking up here. We'll throw it back to you guys for now. I'm going to go and try to take a look at Courtney's crew and see how she's doing.
That sounds great. We really appreciate it, and I think she might be taking a bit of a reset, so we're going to give her and her crew any space they might need, and we're continuing to follow Heather Jackson as she makes her way out of Sedona. This is an aerial view of one of the parking lots here right before the aid station.
Yeah, you can just barely see that
the
precision
umbrella.
banner.
There, I see the umbrella, yeah. So this is Sedona Posse Campgrounds, mile 159.1. Sorry, I keep saying campgrounds. It's just Sedona Posse Grounds.
Sure.
By Precision Fueling and Hydration, mile 159. This is the Cocodona 250 2026. I'm Corinne Chalvoy with Claire Farrow. We are going to take a quick ad break and we will be right back with you. Stay there.
Hi, I'm Bryce Thatcher, founder of Ultraspire. I'm so excited to be at Cocodona this year. It's an incredible event, and I am inspired by those of you that are running this event. It gets me so excited. In fact, I'll be at Lane Mountain again this year, and I like watching, observing, and communicating with you and realizing those things that can be done in development to help your runs go better. Hence, the Traverse and other products that we've developed specifically around you incredible athletes that are able to go so far and do such incredible things. I'm so excited for you this year.
Split that.
Ultra Fit. With room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra. Stay out there.
All right, welcome back to the Cocodona 250 2026. I'm Corinne Chalvoy, joined by Claire Farrow, and we are here on day 2. We are taking a look right now at Killian Korth. Killian is your second overall in this year's race. He's making his way out of Sedona with his pacer. Get some awesome drone coverage here of the terrain. He's traversed the Hangover Trail and is now beyond that as we start to see the skies turn a little dark out there. Potentially have some thunderstorms incoming. Right now we've also got
a couple of folks in the Sedona aid station, Zach Hauer and Courtney Dauwalter. They are both taking some time to do whatever they need to do. Sleep.
That total reset that Cody did.
Yep. This is, as we talked about a minute ago with Hillary Yang, who's out there in the field. This is kind of a bit of a crux point of the race. You're 160 plus miles in, but you also still have 90 plus miles to go. It's a good, you've been going for, what is our Koros? Our Koros clock says 33 hours and 54 minutes of moving.
It's a long time to be on your feet.
It's a long time to be on your feet, let alone be pushing pace, trying to eat, navigating very uneven terrain. Just for a reminder, the runners out there had 10,000 feet of climbing in the first 37 miles of this race.
There's some 100-milers that have less than that.
Yes, there are. The whole entire course, 254-ish miles, maybe a little less, 252. I think it was 257 last year, and they took 4 miles off, so maybe it's 253.
Well, that makes it easy. So actually, this is an easy race.
This
was
easy.
Those 4 miles that were the hard ones. So.
And almost 40,000 feet of climbing in that. They also get to go up a nice little traverse of Mount Eldon and Flagstaff at the very end of this race course.
Just make sure they're still, paying attention.
Yes.
We'll surprise at the end.
And they will be pacerless this year in that section. We are definitely on course record watch at this point in the race. We believe that Rachel Entrikin entered the Sedona 8 about 3 hours ahead of the time that Dan Green did last year, and he is your current course record holder. What are those delicious Swedish candies you are eating over there, Claire?
What are they called? Bubs?
I heard those are the best ones.
They're really good. I only tried them like a week or so ago.
Can I have one?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
It's important to carb up to talk for a few hours.
We also have to carb. Yeah. We must carb. Speaking of carbs, Precision Fueling and Hydration, sponsoring the Sedona aid station. If you want to go back, we had an interview with Emily from Precision, who is Rachel Entrikin's personal nutritionist out there. Heard some fascinating things about her goals for the race, taking in more than 60 grams of carbs per hour. Heard she's aiming for 1,500 milligrams of sodium per liter of fluid. And we heard that her fluid intake has changed and fluctuated throughout the race, depending on if it's cooler, warmer, effort level, anywhere between 300 to 500 milliliters of fluid per hour.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was actually overnight, so it might be a bit higher during the day.
Yeah, I would imagine. If you're
500
sweating a bit
milliliter,
more.
half liter bottle.
Mm-hmm.
That's a typical flask size. So got some interesting insights from Emily. And that the majority of her calories were coming from gels and chews.
Yeah, she has different than last year.
Yeah, she has been eating at aid stations, taking down some oatmeal with honey on it. Some various things that just sound good in terms of real food. Looks like she is really focusing on the fueling piece, which is really cool to see.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's such a big fueling revolution in the past couple of years in the sport. A lot of people, like high carb, just everyone getting really focused in on just getting in more fuel, which is great.
Yeah, and I think you have to start to think about how that actually, in this type of race, which is multiple days, how that plays into also aiding in your recovery during the actual event.
Yeah.
Taking in maybe some protein at times to kind of repair those muscles. Got a great bike cam follow here. Of Heather Jackson in the white. Being paced by her coach, Luke Nelson. Killian Korth on the left-hand side of your screen there.
In the bright pink, he is in front of his pacer, who we believe to be his brother.
We got Dan Green in the chat.
Oh, what's up, Dan Green?
He said Rachel's moving way better than he was at this point.
Wow. Shout out, Dan.
Yeah. His race last year was nuts.
It was so cool.
Still bummed he never got that Coors sponsorship.
The
with
Coors.
With his finish.
It sounded like you said Coros. I'm like,
Not
wait, but he
Coors,
might
Coors,
actually
the beer.
I know. Coors Light is missing out.
Yep.
Missed opportunity. Made for iconic photos, though.
Oh, yeah. That was such a cool finish.
Yeah, there's a question in the chat, and I actually don't know the answer to it, of the difference. I know between a runner showing DNFing and DNF in the list. Do you know the difference between those two?
I don't. I have seen people speculating that it's, the difference between a verbal "I am gonna drop" and like officially handing in your tracker and all that. But I don't know for sure.
I think it's like purgatory. I'm thinking about it, but give me a few minutes and I'll let you know for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to a couple of our other earlier on in the race. We also had aid stations that were sponsored by other sponsors of the race. The Lane Mountain aid station was put up by Ultraspire. We appreciate them. Crown King Aid, which is one of the critical points, the first time runners could see their crews, mile 37 or so. That was brought to you by Tailwind. We know that appreciate everyone, all of them, as well as John G. Never Second. They're going to be hosting an aid station coming up here toward the end of the race. And we have eyes on Mr. Joe Stringbean McConaughey.
Making his way towards Sedona.
There's Joe.
I believe he is 7th.
Look at Heather running. Heather's running like fast.
She got that reset.
She got that reset. Yeah, we believe Joe is 7th overall.
4th man.
4th male. Joe, previous winner of this race when he ran very much off the front and by himself for the majority of it. And it's just impressive watching him kind of throw down. He is a new father.
He's got dad strength, as everyone keeps saying.
I kind of think it's just impressive and should be applauded that he even is attempting this race with a newborn, because having had 2 of them, it's people say
sleep deprivation training,
and people say it's sleep deprivation training, but it's also a heck of a lot of stress.
Yeah.
And so I think I'm just impressed he even is out there attempting this.
100%.
All right. So just to let everyone know kind of what we have coming here, we're going to follow Joe Stringbean McConaughey into this aid station here in Sedona. Again, as a reminder, we've got Zach Howard and Courtney Dauwalter taking a rest at Sedona. Heather Jackson's on the right-hand screen. We are going to need to do a stream swap because even YouTube gets tired and needs to swap into another stream here. So we're going to do that in just a couple minutes. We'll get a quick ad break right before that. You don't need to do anything. Just stay where you're at.
and it should automatically switch over to the next stream. So we look forward to joining you there. That will be stream 5 of our broadcast. And then we're also going to go into the field with Hillary Yang to get some insights from the ground. Those have been very exciting. So all of that is to come. Stay with us. And for Corinne Chavoy and Claire Farrow, we are glad you're here on the Mountain Outpost live stream of the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. All right, this is Joe Stringbean McConaughey making his way into the precision fueling and hydration. I almost thought I saw Rachel Entrican right there, but it was actually
it's the cutout.
It's the cutout of her. Yeah, Joe Stringbean McConaughey coming in to Sedona Posse Grounds. We are going to follow him into the aid station, and then we are going to run to a quick ad break, and we will be right back. We'll be right back with you after this ad break.
Welcome to Sedona Parks and Recreation, where adventure meets community and every day is an invitation to explore. From sunrise rides through red dirt trails to vibrant gatherings that bring people together, every corner of our parks invites you to move, connect, and play. Music drifts into the evening sky, and the spirit of Sedona comes alive. Creativity rolls through every curve, and adventure fuels friendly competition under the sun. Families gather, kids laugh, and memories are made in and out of the water. Imagination runs wild on every playground and open space we share. See what we mean? Sedona parks are awesome.
I'm Steve Adderholt, race director of the Cocodona 250. Janji has provided these Sun Chaser hoodies for each of the race distances for Cocodona. It's our runner shirts. First thing, they're great because they have a hood. So if you're wearing a ball cap, man, it's such a great way to protect your face and your neck fully from the sun when you're out there playing. Integrated thumb slits, so you can cover up some of your hand. It's got a watch slit on both arms. It's UPF 50. So you don't even need sunscreen. Thank you so much, John Chief. Thanks for supporting Cocodona.